in Russia to Goa, where they come and they spend a lot of time and they see the rest of India as well, because it's winter over there and it's much warmer climates over here. The beaches are very nice. So a lot of Russian tourists come this time of year, which is why it's not a scheduled plane. It's a chartered plane. It only flies seasonally. It's again the same airline. That is a matter of concern, because it was the Azure Air charter that was last time hit with this threat, and again it is an Azure Air plane as well. It appears to only seem to happen to a flight running this route, which is something that the Russian authorities may want to figure out the reason why. Last time, fortunately, it turned out after checks, after they had deboarded all the passengers, that there was no bomb threat on board. It was a hoax. And then the next day, we remember how the plane took off and then landed in Goa. But it must have been a harrowing experience for the passengers aboard that plane. This time, it needs to be seen once we have confirmation of precisely which aircraft it was. Our sources are telling us that it was a particular aircraft that appears to have flown south from Perm. It was crossing the Central Asian countries. It eventually took a flight path down through Pakistan. It was taking a long route, flying over the entire Pakistani mainland, at which point it did a number of loops over there, and then it flew back up north into Uzbekistan. And so at a airport, and we are yet to learn of the name of the airport and precise specifications, but on the border between Uzbekistan
well, of course,
and
Ankit,
Afghanistan.
some more details that are pouring in, and if we could just divulge it to our viewers as you also speak to us about the kind of timeline and the series of events that took place. Now, of course, this is a statement coming in from an official who has stated that it was the flight, in fact, had been diverted after an email was received at 12:30 a.m. by the Dublin airport director that mentioned that a bomb, in fact, was being planted on the plane, is something that is now being said. This is, of course, about the flight that was en route from Moscow to Goa, and that was the flight that had been diverted to Uzbekistan, as we are telling the details of this flight, Ankit, to our viewers as well. And of course, we have a confirmation as far as the threat that was issued, as far as the safety of this flight is concerned, and that threat, in fact, was issued via an email. Since we are being told by the authorities that we see that the threat that of explosives on board that had been also made, a similar threat that had been made in the earlier flight that was en route from Moscow to Goa, that had, of course, been also stopped there in the Jamnagar airport as well. And now once again we see this kind of a security threat that is also entailing in this particular flight that was en route from Russia to Goa. And of course, now we're being told that the passengers will also be frisked, and as per the protocols, the security checks will be carried out of all of the passengers and also the aircraft as well. And Ankit, if I could come to you once again, as far as updates are concerned, if you could speak to our viewers about what are the security protocols that are being followed now that the plane has deplaned there in Uzbekistan, and as per the protocol, will the passengers be frisked as was the case in the earlier flight that had been stopped at the Jamnagar airport?
Most definitely, the protocol is likely to be very similar. I mean, before deciding to land at a particular airport, an emergency landing, the flight operators need to check whether the airport has the kind of runway and the kind of infrastructure that can deal with this kind of threat. Last time, you'll remember that the flight landed in Jamnagar and then it was taken to a place where it was sequestered. It was not kept with the other aircraft. It was taken to a place where if there is something on board, that the authorities have the time and space to deal with it. All the passengers will be deboarded. They will conduct checks on their bodies and in persons. They will check the luggage. They will go on board. They will check the aircraft. It's various electronic areas. It's baggage spaces. Its entire fuselage and things of that nature. And it is very likely that there will be some amount of wait time before the passengers can be sent back on board. That is, if the flight is cleared, and once it is once again ready for takeoff, it will have to be refueled as well. And so there is probably a long protocol in place, which is a standard international protocol, which is followed everywhere in case of emergencies of this nature before the flight can be declared ready to take off once again. Priyanka.
Well, of course, These are some of the details, of course, Ankit, that we are putting out for our viewers on our screens as well, as far as the security threat to this flight is also concerned. And let me also bring in Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, who's joining us over the phone line on the broadcast. Sir, if I could come to you over the kind of security threat that we are seeing once again in this flight that was en route from Russia to Goa once again. And eerily similar details that are coming to light from an earlier flight as well that had been deplaned there in Jamnagar airport. But this time around, the flight is now, of course, in Uzbekistan. Speak to us a little bit about the security protocols that will now have to be followed, since now there is a threat that has been issued over the security of this aircraft and the security of the passengers as well.
The security of the passengers is, of course, paramount, and flight safety is also paramount, as you know. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Please go on.
Yes, the security is paramount. Now, the flight has been diverted to Uzbekistan because of bomb threat. So, obviously, there is some faction which is very keen to carry out this threats. Now, why they are keen to carry out the threat, whether it is a political reason or whether it is just somebody playing truant or whatever the case may be, that has to be investigated. But if the flight was Goa bound, obviously there are a lot of Indian citizens in that. But it is a duty of Indian authorities to now assist the Uzbek authorities and tell them that this incident has taken place. Uzbeks are fully ready for receiving this flight, and they will receive the flight as per the protocol. Uzbek commandos will be ready. Their first aid group will be ready. The firefighting and fire tender will be ready. Bomb disposal units will be ready. All will be ready to carry out their series of activities which will now take place. The aircraft, after landing, will be taken to a safe place, cordoned off, and thereafter the ATC will talk to the pilot, and if there are terrorists on board, then probably they will have to be spoken to by an official negotiator who would want to know what they want. Are they very serious, or are they wanting their political requirements, or whatever the case may be. And if the local authorities decide that the terrorists have to be overcome, they may carry out a commando raid. Or if the bomb threat is a fake, then they will still have to offload the passengers, take them to a safe place.
Well, sir, it also becomes a very important security aspect of things because, of course, as you are also pointing out, that this is the second such case of the flight that was bound from Russia to Goa, where this kind of a bomb threat has been issued of the aircraft. Of course, the earlier threat had turned out to be a hoax, but this one, as you're pointing out, that the security protocol, of course, will also have to be followed. But isn't this a serious cause of concern that this has happened not for the first time, for the second time now, that another flight that was inbound from Russia to Goa specifically, that another bomb threat that has been issued? And does this not require a further investigation, sir?
It requires investigation. It is a third incident. One was which refused to land. The threat was issued, conveyed by the Pakistan Lahore ATC. You must understand they went to China. So this is the third such incident, and a proper international body must investigate. But the group of countries, all the involved in this area, nothing stops India, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan, Afghanistan, Pakistan. They all get together now and form a sort of a protocol, from SOP, to be catered on to mutually help each other, because this is a very, very security prone area. I mean, security hazard area. So this aspect has to be seen. The civil aviation authorities of these countries must get together and now sort it out along with the national security agencies.
True. That's right, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi. Thank you for joining us and sharing your perspective as far as the second case of such a security threat that is also being that is coming to light now, viewers, of another flight that was en route from Russia to Goa. Once again, a security threat that has come to light, and of course the plane has now landed in Uzbekistan, where the security checks will be going on. Let me once again bring in my colleague Ankit, who's joining us from the Mumbai newsroom. Ankit, speak to us more if there are any updates that you can share with our viewers as far as the security is concerned, because we had been speaking about the protocol, and if we have any updates as far as the authorities there in Uzbekistan are concerned, and what are the protocols that they are following as of now. Where is the plane that is being kept? Is it being kept away from the other planes, as was the case in Jammu Airport as well, Ankit?
So, I mean, we have the answers to some of those questions. It is believed that the plane is an Azure Air AZ2463, and we pulled up the flight radar for that. As you can see, it took off from Russia. This is the Perm airport is what it says, and then it flew southwards. And it was supposed to go all the way down here till Goa. However, around Pakistan and Afghanistan, it did a couple of loops. Then this is where one can imagine that the security threat was identified. It then went north again, and around here, this is Uzbekistan and this is Afghanistan. And around here, just north of the Afghan border, is where this plane is said to have landed. It was supposed to land in Goa, Priyanka. Early this morning at about 5 a.m. is when it was supposed to land. However, it clearly didn't do that. So if it did follow this flight path, and if it is the schedule that we are anticipating, then it's probably been in Uzbekistan for a little while now. It's probably been there for a couple of hours now. So we should probably hear in just a little while whether or not the Uzbekistan authorities have an update for us, whether or not this was a real threat or something really to worry about. But clearly, because there were 38 people on board, it is a matter of grave concern, and this is a flight path route from Russia to Goa that has now, in just the space of 1 week, been hit by 2 bomb threats. From what we are hearing, from what our sources are telling us, it was an email threat received at the Goa airport, and it was then that this flight appears to have been diverted. So we await really to find out whether or not there was anything suspicious found on board. But you can be sure that the Uzbek authorities, the air handlers at the airport where it has landed, are taking the correct protocols and checks, Priyanka.
Right. Well, absolutely, Ankit. Of course, a cause of concern as far as the security of the passengers and the security of the aircraft, of course, is also concerned, since this is the second flight where a bomb threat is also being reported from. Of course, we will be on top of the story. We will be bringing all the updates to our viewers as far as the security protocol that will be followed is also concerned, and the updates on the bomb threat that was issued on this aircraft. Slipping into a short break here now, viewers, getting you updates on the other side of how the convicted rapist Rahim has been granted parole once again, out for 40 days this time. And also getting you updates of how the ED news tightens in Bengal cash for jobs scam, as TMC leader Kuntal Ghosh has been arrested after raids and drillings.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? व्हाई डिड यू चूज टू जॉइन द आईपीएस?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं आईपीएस में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से आईपीएस में मेरा सिलेक्शन आप मुझे
Republic 48.3%, 374% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy has destroyed the landing experiment. Republic TV, voice of the people.
The headlines at this hour: convicted rapist Rahim granted parole again, out for 40 days this time. Congress leader Connaught stokes fresh controversy with "everything will be accounted for" comment. Azur Air Goa-bound flight from Russia diverted to Uzbekistan after security alert for a second time in 11 days. ED News Titans in Bengal cash for job scam teams leader Kuntal Ghosh arrested after raids and grilling.
चाहे फाइनेंशियल हो, सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट के हो या बाकी हो, जो भी कहेंगे इनके सबकी गहराई तक जाएंगे, जांच भी करेंगे और जो निर्णय बाकी करने की आवश्यकता होगी वो भी करने का काम करेंगे।
Well, we are joined with Haryana Jail Minister Ranjit Singh Chotala with us, and in fact we will raise certain questions. Sir, गुरमीत राम रहीम को 40 दिन की पैरोल दे दी गई है, किस ग्राउंड्स पे दी गई है?
देखिए, हमने नहीं दी, हमारा काम है जेल मंत्रालय का। हमारे पास जब भी कोई सेशन जज या हाई कोर्ट का जज किसी की सज़ा करते हैं तो वो लिख के भेजते हैं कि इस आदमी को इतने दिन और इतने महीने, इतने साल, इतने दिन की सज़ा है, आप इसे जेल में रखेंगे, बिना परमिशन के बाहर नहीं जाएगा। उसके बाद जो जेल में रहते हैं उन्हें अपना अधिकार है, वो हमसे अपनी एप्लीकेशन मूव करते हैं पैरोल के लिए या फरलो के लिए। हम उसे कॉम्पिटेंट अथॉरिटी को भेज देते हैं, डिसाइड वो करते हैं। जब वो करके भेज देते हैं कि आप इन्हें भेज दें तो हम उन्हें बाहर, हमारा काम है खाली उसकी जेल में उसकी रखवाली करना, उसका खाना पीना देखना, उसकी सेहत देखना, और जब भी उसकी मुलाकात हो घर भेज देना। हम कहीं ना, हम कोर्ट है ना सरकार है, हमारा खाली जेल मंत्रालय तक सीमित है।
जो आपको एप्लीकेशन जेल डिपार्टमेंट को उसने दी कि मुझे पैरोल चाहिए 40 दिन की, उसमें क्या ग्राउंड्स दिए गए? क्योंकि वो एप्लीकेशन तो आपके पास आई है ना।
मैंने डिविजनल कमिश्नर को भेज दी, जब डिसाइड वो करते हैं तो हम इस पर नहीं देखते, उसका आया था ना, वो उन्हें कोई बताने की जरूरत, सुप्रीटेंडेंट जेल जो है वो भेज देता है। उन्होंने डिविजनल कमिश्नर को भेज दी, डिविजनल कमिश्नर के यहाँ से ऑर्डर लिख के आ गया, जब उनके यहाँ से डीएम को जाता है, डीएम बेल बॉन्ड भरवा के हमें रिलीज ऑर्डर भेज देता है, तो हम उसे कर देते हैं।
तो जेल से ये भी पूछा जाता है कि इस जो प्रिजनर का कॉन्डक्ट कैसा है अंदर, क्या ये पैरोल पे भेजने लायक है? तो उसमें जेल डिपार्टमेंट ने क्या जवाब?
तो हम बता देते हैं कि हमारे पास जो भी उनका अब तक रहा है, कभी भी उन्होंने नहीं, अब जैसे जेल में वापस आएंगे तब भी जैसे एयरपोर्ट पे चेकिंग होती है, हाथ यूं करके वो इस तरीके से खड़े हो जाते हैं, तो वो कहते हैं नहीं हमारी कस्टडी में आप चलो, कहते हैं नहीं आपका जो है वो मैं फॉलो करूंगा, आप ज़रा देखिए। उनका अब तक जेल में कंडक्ट ठीक रहा है, कभी भी कोई हमें 1% भी कभी कोई दिक्कत नहीं आई। जब भी पैरोल पे गए टाइम से आगे, समय से पहले आते रहे, तो हमारी तरफ से कोई इस तरीके का नहीं है।
तो चौटाला साहब रीज़न क्या दिया गया, क्योंकि उस एप्लीकेशन को आपने भी पढ़ा होगा ना कि किन ग्राउंड्स पे, क्योंकि अभी गुरमीत राम रहीम की नवंबर में पैरोल ख़त्म होती है 40 दिन की, और फिर जनवरी में वो दोबारा से पैरोल मांगते हैं, कुछ ना कुछ ग्राउंड ऐसा दिया होगा।
उसमें हम नहीं देखते, ये केवल कॉम्पिटेंट अथॉरिटी डिसाइड करती है। मैंने आपसे ये बात क्लियर करी, उसमें हमारा कोई लेना देना नहीं, हम उसे फॉरवर्ड कर देते हैं, उनकी एप्लीकेशन आती है हम फॉरवर्ड कर देते हैं, जब उनका फैसला होकर में आ जाता है हम छोड़ देते हैं।
मतलब आगे सरकार डिसाइड करती है, डिविजनल कमिश्नर डिसाइड करते हैं,
डिविजनल कमिश्नर करते हैं, वो गवर्नमेंट ही होती है, डिविजनल कमिश्नर डिसाइड करता है, और वो डिसाइड करके डीसी को, जो डीएम होते हैं, उन्हें अपने ऑर्डर भेज देते हैं। डीएम ऑर्डर उनकी बेल अमाउंट भरवा के हमें रिलीज ऑर्डर वो भेजते हैं, तो हम रिलीज कर देते हैं।
चौटाला साहब, आप भी सरकार में मंत्री हैं, कि आपको नहीं लगता कि 2017 में जो हुआ था उसके बाद से बार बार गुरमीत राम रहीम को पैरोल देनी, दोबारा से ऐसा कभी वाक्य हो सकता है? क्योंकि
आज तक जब से हुआ है तब से कोई घटना भी नहीं, कहीं कुछ भी पत्ता भी नहीं हिला। सरकार सरकार होती है, सरकार को अपने आप पे विश्वास होता है। अगर यूं तरीके से घटनाओं से सरकार घबराए तो कब, चाहे बाबा रामपाल का था चाहे इसका था, सरकार ने अपने तरीके से हैंडल कर लिया, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। जब उन्हें अरेस्ट करने थे कर दिया मैंने दोनों को।
लेकिन हीनियस क्राइम में बार बार पैरोल देनी भी सरकार को ये लगता है कि
अथॉरिटी देती है, आप उनसे पूछे, हमारा काम नहीं है।
लेकिन आप भी सरकार का हिस्सा हैं चौटाला साहब।
का हिस्सा हूँ, पर जब हमें ये चीज़ डिस्कशन पे आएंगे तब इसे देखेंगे। जब हमारे पास है नहीं डिस्कशन, हमारा जेल मंत्रालय का, मैं आपने जेल मंत्रालय का पूछा, उसका मैंने आपसे जवाब दे दिया।
तो आपसे सरकार में ना तो डिविजनल कमिश्नर ने कोई इस बारे में डिस्कशन की, ना ही मुख्यमंत्री ने, ना या सरकार के किसी भी हिस्से से?
वो करेंगे तो होम मिनिस्टर से करेंगे, होम मिनिस्टर का रोल आता है, उनकी जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बात होती है तो उनसे करते हैं, हमसे कोई डिस्कशन नहीं गए।
तो आपकी तरफ से जो एप्लीकेशन आई उसको फॉरवर्ड कर दिया गया, और आगे उसका जो
कॉम्पिटेंट अथॉरिटी थे उन्होंने उन्हें बेल दे दी, और बेल देने के बाद हमें उनके रिलीज ऑर्डर आएंगे तो हम रिलीज कर देंगे।
So here we can listen that a set procedure from the side of the jail department was followed by the jail minister, and in fact that application was forwarded to divisional commissioner, and that was the prerogative of divisional commissioner to either give the parole to Gurmeet Ram Rahim or to cancel his parole or to refuse his parole's application. So now the government jail minister himself is clarifying this situation, that he has no role in deciding the parole in this of Gurmeet Ram Rahim for 40 days. Yes.
So Ranjit Singh Chautala, jail minister, Haryana jail minister, is with my colleague Amandeep. Amandeep, we were just listening into that conversation, and clearly he evades all responsibility. One question that you asked very correctly: as a minister, he is also part of the government that has allowed Ram Rahim to roam scot-free, at least for 40 days. We saw what he did the last time around. That's the question that should be on everybody's mind. What about the opposition in the state? Have they sounded out regarding this issue?
Well, Rukma, every single political party is remains silent and not objecting to any kind of parole to Gurmeet Ram Rahim. Even before this, he was granted 40-day parole, and in fact, even then, no political party came forward and in fact opposed the parole, or they are giving the statement against Gurmeet Ram Rahim. Just because for every political party, he is a biggest vote bank in the state of Haryana, and even no political party want to lose this entire vote bank, and even ahead of elections as well. And that is the reason from even before Himachal elections, he has been granted 40-day parole, and now he also has been granted 40-day parole, and this is the prerogative of the divisional commissioner and the government, either to give him the parole or not. And in fact, this time again he has granted the parole, but either Congress or BJP or Aam Aadmi Party, every single political party is keeping their eye on the vote bank of Dera Sacha Sauda, so that at least in 2024 assembly elections and even 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the vote bank of Dera Sacha Sauda should be inclined towards them, and that is the reason he is getting so much of facilitation from the side of the government, and even no questioning from the side of the opposition. They remain silent on this, and even certain political parties are saying that if he is eligible to getting the parole, the procedure should be followed. That's it. That is the only single line. But everybody is forgetting the incident that happened in 2017 in the month of August, that what had happened when he was convicted by the CBI court in the rape and murder case. Yes, Rukma.
Right, Amandeep, well, you keep your eyes on that story. So big breaking news coming in now, even as we are hearing about the release on 40 days parole of Dera Sachasoda chief, who's convicted of rape and murder for 20 years. He is to be free for 40 days on parole. That's been granted by the government, the DC of Haryana, and Amandeep there on the ground covering that story in conversation with Haryana Jail Minister a short while back.
NIA has filed a charge sheet in the Praveen Nettaru case where Praveen Nettaru, a BJP Yuva Morcha member, was murdered in his native in Bellare on the 26th of July in 2022, and this has created a lot of ripple now. Charge sheet has been filed against 20 people now, out of which 16 people have been taken into custody by the NIA, and they have been booked under criminal conspiracy as well as murder too, and they have also been charged under several sections of the Indian Penal Code as well. Now the NIA had also gone on to announce a cash reward of 5 lakh rupees for the prime accused Masood as well as Kodaje Mohammad Sharif too. In the charge sheet it mentions out to 3 important things, mainly the fact that they wanted to create communal hatred in the region. They wanted to disturb the law and order and the peace in the region, and apart from that they wanted to disturb mainly the entire communal harmony inside the region, because it is a very communal sensitive area as well. Now all these accused, it has been learnt, had gone on to conspire for many weeks to murder Praveen Nettaru as well, and special arms training was also given to them.
And breaking news coming in here on Live and Breaking on Republic. We'd like to tell our viewers that the face-off between the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi and the Chief Minister, that's Arvind Kejriwal, it appears to be intensifying. It's the latest in this face-off between the two. We are seeing an escalation of the conflict as the Kejriwal has sought a meeting with the Lieutenant Governor at 1 in the afternoon today. But the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has turned down the Delhi Chief Minister's request. Anuj joining us with this latest development in the face-off between the two. Anuj, over to you.
Well, exactly. This is something what we have been told, and we have seen the internal tension and the infighting, that we should say, between the LG and the Delhi government. This has been something which has been always seen when this is about the Aam Aadmi Party and the LG. So this is LG versus Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi Chief Minister. Let me tell you, the latest update is that this was the time which was like the appointment was sought by Arvind Kejriwal, and he was seeking the time at 1 p.m. today with the MLAs. He was willing to meet the LG of Delhi. That was something which was the request which was put in by the Aam Aadmi Party to get an appointment from Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. But the time has not been given. That is something what is the claim of Aam Aadmi Party. According to the Aam Aadmi Party sources, they are claiming that they have sought the time, but the appointment has not been given by the LG of Delhi. On the other hand, let me tell you that this was to discuss the issues of Delhi. There are several issues of Delhi which Arvind Kejriwal want to discuss along with the MLAs with the LG of Delhi. But what has been alleged now by the Aam Aadmi Party and the sources in the Aam Aadmi Party claiming is that the time has not been given. So that is something what we are seeing, again, the face-off between the LG and the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital. This is not new. We have seen it earlier also. Again and again, we are continuously reporting on the same, that how Aam Aadmi Party is being vocal, that LG is not cooperating. That is something what has been alleged by Aam Aadmi Party, whereas LG also we have seen is working for the Delhi, but this is the case back what we are seeing at this point in time. Yes, back to you.
Right. Right, Anuj. Well, many thanks for joining us with those details. So it's the latest in the face-off between the Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena and the Aam Aadmi Party. The former has turned down Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's request for a meeting at 1 p.m. to discuss various issues. Even as a short while back, we had heard about what the Delhi Chief Minister had said about the powers granted to the Lieutenant Governor by the court. And time for a short break, but coming up on the other side is the second threat in 11 days as a Russian plane bound for Goa is given a bomb threat. It's now been diverted to Uzbekistan. And also coming up in other news that we are tracking in new developments in the Bengal Cash for Jobs scam. Stay tuned to Republic for all the updates and details.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators fail to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators fail to elect a new president since.
Reporting from Jantar Mantar, where the stage is all set for the stir of wrestlers to enter day 3. Remember, day 1 it was just 30 of them. Day 2 there were more than 500 people, and today the protest is likely to intensify. How the security has been beefed up, it is more than it was in the first or second day of the protest, because remember, what we are talking about here is India's pride, who brought laurels to India, coming out in protest and wanting justice.
And a blast has been reported from Jammu's Narwal area. You're watching live and breaking news coming in from Jammu. A mysterious blast reported from Narwal area of Jammu. The nature of the blast is being ascertained while security forces have been deployed at the site. And Gursimran to take us through this breaking news coming in from Narwal area. Gursimran, could you tell our viewers, we just have very sketchy details, so you'll have to take us through all that you know.
See, this incident has been reported almost 45 minutes back in the Narwal area. This is the transport yard number 7 where this blast has taken place, and as of now it could be said that this is a mysterious blast that has happened. The way the blast has taken place, there are injuries. The count can go up to 6 or more than 6 is what we are getting to know from the sources, and sources are also telling us that the intensity of the blast was so loud that it was heard even very near to the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. So this was a loud bang blast that has taken place. Now the security agencies have reached, including the SSP Jammu Chandan Kohli. He's also at the spot trying to ascertain the reason behind the blast. And important to mention that yesterday we saw a urea blast taking place in a truck in the Bajalta area, which is almost at 5 to 7 kilometers distance from this very place. Now followed by this blast taking place is a serious challenge for the security forces ahead of the Republic Day, because we know how the terror groups are trying to destabilize Jammu and Kashmir, and at that time these kind of blasts taking place somewhat creates panic among the local people. But now the police is leaving nothing at chance. In the first blast that has taken place in the Bajalta area late last night, the terror angle was ruled out, but this time the police is neither ruling out anything nor they are admitting anything. So the probe is underway, but we are getting to know that at least 6 people, 5 to 6 people have been injured in this blast that have taken place.
Well, Gursimran, thank you so much for bringing us up to speed on this. These are visuals of the blast site. Many thanks, Gursimran, for joining us.
A massive tragedy was averted here at Connaught Place in New Delhi when a fire call was received at 9 a.m. in the morning. Right behind me is the building which caught fire at around 9 a.m. in the morning. This is at Sun City Hotel, which is at backside of F Block in Connaught Place. So far, there have been no injuries that have been reported. It is said the prelim reason for the fire is short circuit. However, the fire tenders had rushed to spot and they could manage to stop the fire from spreading. As you can see around, the smokes are still coming out. The operation is underway to douse every possible fire, every possible object that could have caught fire. Outside there are about 8 to 9 fire tenders who had rushed at spot. The situation right now is under control. As I said, a massive tragedy has been averted in the national capital here at Connaught Place, where at 9 a.m. in the morning there was a fire call that was received, and so far what we're getting to know that it was a close shave and no injuries have been reported so far. However, it was a very, very close shave where due to short circuit this fire was reported. This is Tanisha Avasti with Vijay Bhisham reporting from New Delhi for Republic TV.
And in news and updates, coming up next, convicted rapist Rahim granted parole again, out for 40 days this time. Also up ahead, big win for our heroes. Sports Minister Anurag Thakur says consensus reached.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament.
We cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia, Vinesh Phogat, Sangeeta Phogat and many others fight and give their sweat and sacrifice to win us medals, to make us proud. We can't now, therefore, look away when these national icons are reduced before our very eyes to fighting a lonely battle against sexual exploitation and abuse and corruption. We are for the wrestlers and against the politician. The in-flight pervert who urinated on a senior female co-passenger cannot play victim. The airline that refused to act cannot wash its hands off with delayed and very cursory action. It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign which has ensured that this pervert is terminated from his job. VVIP racism is when common citizens say we are not going to be treated like second-class citizens anymore and taken for granted. Because India has had enough of common citizens being forced to put up with this by people who are drunk on power and their bratish sons and daughters. When there is one rule for the common man and one rule for VVIPs and their brats and netas' children, that is VVIP racism. And it doesn't matter to me whether Congress is in power or BJP is in power.
And in some international news now, thousands protested again in Lima and Arequipa cities, demanding the resignation of President Dina Boluarte. Police responded during the evening, firing tear gas canisters. Protests in Lima are now larger since many demonstrators came the past few days from remote regions where dozens have died during a month of unrest. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky meets on Friday with U.S. Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev.
Again, great message. You're coming, so thank you very much. And thanks to, again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
Police are investigating a shooting near a Kansas City funeral home that left 4 injured, one of them critically. Police say a probe is underway and no suspects have been taken into custody yet. After Roe v. Wade, March for Life supporters celebrated the Supreme Court's dismantling of that constitutional right to abortion and heralded the political struggle set loose by the court's decision. President Joe Biden pledged to do all in his limited power to restore core abortion rights. And Portuguese Education Minister João Costa met with representatives of 2 main unions representing teachers and other public education workers in the country. The talks in Lisbon were held as a protest was held outside by workers who were calling for better pay and conditions. Floods in the Balkans this week have closed down schools, cut railway traffic and soaked homes and farmland. Flooding in Serbia, Bosnia, Montenegro, Albania and Kosovo were triggered by heavy rains and unseasonably warm weather. Floods reported in parts of Kosovo closed down schools and soaked properties and farmland after the Ibar River and other smaller rivers and streams overflowed, cutting off local roads and forcing people from their homes. And plastic bottles, rusty barrels and even old refrigerators are among the tons of garbage clogging rivers in Bosnia. On the Drina River, which flows between Montenegro, Serbia and Bosnia, garbage is stuck behind a trash barrier near a key hydroelectric power plant, forming huge rubbish islands that float on the surface. Police in Ukraine's Kiev region released body cam footage shot by a first respondent arriving at the scene of Wednesday's helicopter crash, which killed the country's interior minister and about a dozen other people. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continued a sit-in inside the parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Live and Breaking. But coming up in a short while, convicted rapist Rahim granted parole again, out for 40 days this time. Also, ED News, Titans in Bengal cash for jobs scam. TMC leader Connaught Place arrested after raids and drilling.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support.
Diverted here at Connaught Place in New Delhi when a fire call was received. Right behind me is the building which caught fire at around 9 a.m. in the morning. This is at Sun City Hotel, which is at backside of F Block in Connaught Place. So far, there have been no injuries that have been reported. It is said the prelim reason for the fire is short circuit.
Stories at 12 p.m. Twin blast reported in Jammu, Narwal area, and reports suggest that 6 injured. Forces rushed to the site. Convicted rapist Rahim granted parole again, out for 40 days this time. Congress leader Knout stokes fresh row, threatens cops now in a fresh pre-poll controversy. Azure Air Goa-bound flight from Russia diverted to Uzbekistan after security alert for a second time in 11 days. ED News, Titans in Bengal cash for jobs scam. TMC leader Connaught Place arrested after the raids and drilling.
चाहे फाइनेंशियल हो, सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट के हो या बाकी हो, जो भी कहेंगे इनके सबकी गहराई तक जाएंगे, जांच भी करेंगे और जो निर्णय बाकी करने की आवश्यकता होगी वो भी करने का काम करेंगे.
It's a big win for our heroes. Sports Minister Anurag Thakur says consensus has been reached. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for staying with Republic TV. I am Priyanka Sharma. We are live and breaking and straight away getting you updates of twin blasts that have been reported in the Narwal area of Jammu. Now this is the second blast that has taken place after people that had gathered there. And the cause of the blast is yet to be ascertained, is something that we are learning from the authorities. And the security forces have also been rushed to the site. And those are the visuals of that particular site in the Narwal area of Jammu that we are putting out on your screens. And I believe my colleague Gursimran is there at the spot as well. Gursimran, it's over to you. Please speak to us more about the details of these twin blasts in the Narwal area, who was behind them, and what really is the kind of investigation that is being carried out right now.
See, the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as the Indian Army, they have reached the spot. We are getting to know that the blasts have taken place at a span of 3 to 5 minutes. So it possibly could be a plot to inflict maximum damage to the people who will gather after the first blast, and this is actually what has happened. 6 people have been injured as of now, and they have been referred to the government medical college. Senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, including the ADG Jammu zone, Mukesh Singh, they have reached the spot and they are now trying to ascertain what has happened. What we are getting to know that the blast has taken place in the scrap area, and it was inside a bus or a truck where this blast has happened, after which the people gathered at that very area, and then the other blast has taken place, which has led to the injuries to the 6 people. We are trying to get more details what kind of a blast this was, but the way it has been executed, it seems that this was something that was planned and not something that has been carried out of a sudden, or a kind of a blast that was, it was being said that it was a natural blast that has taken place due to some tank blast. But what it seems is that it was a pre-planned, well-executed blast that has taken place by some terror proxies. So now the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are all at the spot, and they are trying to ascertain that how it has happened. CCTV footages of the area have also been seized by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and they are now looking into the footage. But this is something really very concerning, because this has come at a time when we have seen that we are on the almost 5 days to the Republic Day, and then this happening here in the heart of the Jammu city.
Well, that being said, Gursimran, as you're breaking down the details, and of course it is important to understand who really was carrying out this kind of a conspiracy to make these kind of blasts possible in the Narwal area of Jammu, as you're pointing out, and of course there are several people that have sustained injuries as well. Speak to us about that, and also how the investigation will be going forward, and are there any suspects that the authorities have reason to believe that they were the ones who were carrying out this kind of a conspiracy to carry out these kind of blasts that have taken place there in Jammu?
No official has spoken as of now, but one thing is very sure, that they are not ruling out the terror angle, because the way multiple blasts have taken place. This is something that we saw on 29th of September, 28th and 29th of September, when the twin blasts have taken place in the Udhampur area ahead of the visit of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah to the Jammu and Kashmir, and now similar kind of incident is reported here. The difference was there, the target was the passenger bus. Here it has taken place in the area that is a transport yard area. Yard number 7 is the place where the blasts have taken place, and now the senior officials are trying to ascertain what were the reasons, how it all went, and this actually happened. So I'm also getting to know that the Indian Army too has been called in. This is what I just got a confirmation that the Indian Army has also been called in to the spot. So possibly the bomb disposal squad of the Indian Army has been called in to ascertain that what kind of explosive it was, because it is very, very important to ascertain that what kind of explosive has been used to carry out this kind of attack or this kind of a blast in the Narwal area, which is in the heart of the Jammu city. Because something like this happening in the heart of Jammu city not only triggers panic, but is a serious security lapse as well, as this is one of the biggest hub when it comes to the transport, one of the biggest transport hub of the Jammu city. So now the officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are trying to ascertain that what has actually transpired.
Well, that's right, Gursimran. And if you could also share some light as far as the modus operandi of this particular blast is concerned, and any kind of similarities that the authorities have also found out in the series of blasts that had taken place.
कितने लोग जख्मी हैं, क्या बताया जा रहा है?
सर इसका कोई पता नहीं है, अब बहुत लोग गए, पुलिस भी गई है ऊपर, हमें कोई इस चीज़ का मालूम नहीं है।
ये दादा वहाँ पर तो बहुत ज़्यादा भीड़ रहती है, गाड़ी वाड़ी का काम होता है, कितने लोग तकरीबन वहाँ पर मौजूद हो सकते हैं उस वक्त?
उस टाइम तो 8-10 बंदे थे।
8-10 लोग वहाँ पर मौजूद थे। 8-10 लोग वहाँ पर मौजूद थे। एक चीज़ और मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, आप कहाँ पर मौजूद थे जब ये ब्लास्ट हुआ, कैसे पता चला आपको वहाँ पर ब्लास्ट हुआ?
अपनी गाड़ी के पास।
आवाज आप तक पहुंची थी?
हाँ, आवाज़ तो बहुत धमाका बहुत जोर से हुआ।
धमाका आप तक पहुंचा। दादा आपसे मैं बात करना चाहूंगा, क्या हुआ था मैं चाहूंगा आप बताएं।
सर मैं तो घर में था, अभी आया हूँ। मैंने फ़ोन किया तो कौन से लड़के ने
क्या बताया फ़ोन करके आपको?
बोला ब्लास्ट हुआ बहुत जोर से।
कौन कौन था यहाँ पर इस वक्त? आप मौजूद थे जब ब्लास्ट हुआ दादा? क्या हुआ था?
बम फटा था, आवाज आई थी।
आवाज आई थी, बहुत तेज आवाज आई थी। आप लोग भागकर वहां पर गए?
नहीं, हम तो इधर ही काम कर रहे थे।
क्या बताया जा रहा है, क्योंकि वहां पर बहुत ज्यादा भीड़ होती है, बताया जा रहा है कि तकरीबन 10 से 20 लोग वहां पर मौजूद थे।
बहुत ज़्यादा लोग होते हैं इधर, काम करते हैं लोग सारे, मजदूर तबका सारा। तो जब ब्लास्ट हुआ तो सारे इकट्ठे ही हो गए। तो फिर सबने बोला कि भागो, आगे पीछे भागो, कहीं और ना परेशानी हो जाए। बस मुझे फ़ोन किया लड़के ने, फिर मैं भी भागा दुकान मतलब घर से।
तो अब ब्लास्ट के बीच अब सबसे बड़ी बात यह है और सबसे बड़ी चुनौती भी यह है कि इस पूरे इलाके को सैनिटाइज किया जाना। दूसरी सबसे बड़ी चुनौती यह है कि ये तमाम स्क्रैप की जो गाड़ियां आपको नजर आ रही होंगी, इन स्क्रैप की गाड़ियों में तलाशी लेना, इन स्क्रैप की गाड़ियों में तलाशी लेकर ये आश्वस्त हो जाना कि अब यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह का जो है वो विस्फोटक मौजूद नहीं है। और ऐसे में क्योंकि सेना के जवान भी हमने आपको दिखाया यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं, इस इलाके में सेना के जवानों को भी अब तैनात कर दिया गया है। सेना के जवानों के साथ साथ जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की भी तैनाती कर दी गई है। और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की तैनाती के बीच गौरव तस्वीर एक बार जरूर दिखाएगा, ये सर्च ऑपरेशन की तस्वीर जूम करिए जितना पॉसिबल हो, क्योंकि तकरीबन 500 मीटर का ये इलाका जिस इलाके में हम इस वक्त मौजूद हैं, इस पूरे इलाके को चारों तरफ से ब्लॉक कर दिया गया है। और ब्लॉक किए जाने के बाद सर्च ऑपरेशन और सर्च ऑपरेशन के बीच जब तक इस पूरे इलाके को सैनिटाइज नहीं कर दिया जाएगा, जब तक जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस इस पूरे इलाके को सैनिटाइजेशन को लेकर आश्वस्त नहीं हो जाएगी, तब तक इस इलाके को खोला नहीं जाएगा आम लोगों के लिए। अब देखिएगा यहाँ पर लोग जो है वो जुट रहे हैं, यहाँ पर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के तमाम जवान जो है वो इस वक्त मौजूद हैं, क्योंकि स्क्रैप का काम यहाँ पर होता था। ऐसे में चुनौती ये है, स्क्रैप की तमाम गाड़ियाँ यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, इन गाड़ियों की तलाशी लेना, इन गाड़ियों की तलाशी के बीच ये जान पाना कि आखिर जो ब्लास्ट हुआ है वो किस कैटेगरी का था। ब्लास्ट के बीच 2 ब्लास्ट बैक टू बैक होना, ऐसे में अब ये भी आशंकाएं हैं कि इन तमाम स्क्रैप की गाड़ियों में और भी विस्फोटक सामग्री जो है वो हो सकती है। ऐसे में हम लोगों के भी उस इलाके से बहुत ज्यादा दूर कर दिया गया। गौरव एक बार नीचे आइए और कोशिश करिए जूम करके वो तस्वीर दिखाने की जो जिस जगह पर ब्लास्ट हुआ था और ब्लास्ट के बाद अब वहां पर स्थितियां क्या कुछ हैं। आप जितना जूम कर पाइए करिए, कोशिश करिए। और जो तस्वीरें अब आपको नजर आ रही हैं, यही वो इलाका है जिस जगह पर ब्लास्ट हुआ। स्क्रैप की गाड़ी मौजूद थी, उस गाड़ी के आसपास तकरीबन, जैसा कि यहाँ के स्थानीय लोग बता रहे हैं, कि 10 से 12 लोग उस गाड़ी के आसपास मौजूद थे जब ब्लास्ट हुआ। अभी तक संख्या ये सामने आई है कि 6 लोग हैं जो इस पूरे हमले में घायल हुए हैं, जिसके बाद अब इस पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ करके अब यहां पर लगातार सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है।
All right, so we just showed you a ground report from there at the Narwal blast site, where twin blasts that had taken place, and of course a mysterious blast that had taken place, the reason for which of course is still being determined by the authorities who are at the spot, as we are showing you the visuals of the Narwal blast area. And we do see that the series of events also being determined by the authorities. We are learning that the ADG of Jammu, Mukesh Singh, is also at the spot right now.
जाने को लेकर सर क्या निर्देश मिले हैं? इस पूरे इलाके को आप देखिएगा, आप खाली कराया जा रहा है क्योंकि स्क्रैप का इलाका है। और ये देखिए सेना की गाड़ी जो है वो भी अब यहाँ पर आ चुकी है, क्योंकि सेना के तमाम लोग इसके पहले पहुंचे थे और अब सेना की एक और गाड़ी जो है वो अब आपको नजर आ रही होगी। जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की गाड़ी जो है वो लगातार यहाँ से लोगों को हटाने का काम कर रही है, लोगों को निर्देश दे रही है कि इस पूरे इलाके को खाली कर दिया जाए, क्योंकि अब से थोड़ी देर पहले जो यहाँ पर तमाम पुलिसकर्मी मौजूद थे उनसे भी हमने बात की, तो ऑफ कैमरा उन्होंने कहा कि ये पूरा इलाका तकरीबन 1 से 2 किलोमीटर का जितने में भी ये स्क्रैप का काम होता है, जब तक इस पूरे इलाके को सैनिटाइज नहीं किया जाएगा तब तक इस इलाके को जो है वो खोला नहीं जाएगा। अब जम्मू कश्मीर की पुलिस जो है वो यहाँ पर अनाउंसमेंट करती हुई, अनाउंसमेंट के बीच अब सेना जो है वो भी यहाँ पर आ चुकी है। सेना की गाड़ी भी आपको नजर आ रही होगी। इस पूरे इलाके को कवर अप करने के लिए यहाँ पर सेना की जो है वो एक टुकड़ी पहुंची हुई है। अब इस पूरे इलाके को कवर अप किया जाएगा, क्योंकि सैनिटाइजेशन का हम जिक्र लगातार कर रहे हैं। बैक टू बैक 2 ब्लास्ट होना, इन 2 ब्लास्टों के बीच अब बड़ी चुनौती ये है कि अब अब आगे उन स्थितियों को रोका जा सके, ब्लास्ट को लेकर उन तमाम स्क्रैप्स की तलाशी ली जा सके, उन तमाम गाड़ियों की तलाशी ली जा सके जो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। और ये देखिए सेना की एक टुकड़ी जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुँची हुई है इस पूरे इलाके को कवर अप करने के लिए, इस पूरे इलाके में उन तमाम चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए जिन चुनौतियों के चलते इस पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ किया गया है। सेना के जवान यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं, इस पूरे इलाके को ब्लॉक किया गया है। 500 मीटर का दायरा जो हमने आपको दिखाया वो ब्लॉक किया गया है। बताया जा रहा है कि तकरीबन 2 से 3 किलोमीटर का पूरा ये जो यार्ड एरिया है उसको ब्लॉक कर दिया जाएगा। उसको ब्लॉक करके सर्च ऑपरेशन यहाँ पर चलाया जाएगा और सर्च ऑपरेशन के बीच उन तमाम चुनौतियों से, उन तमाम मुश्किलों से निपटने की हर मुमकिन कोशिश की जाएगी कि अब उन तमाम
Indian Army, the teams of the Indian Army, they have already arrived at the spot. The Special Operations Group, the Bomb Disposal Squad of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are also here at the spot because they are now trying to ascertain what has actually transpired. See, twin blast taking place in the heart of the Jammu city, one of the busiest area. Now the teams of the BDS are getting prepared. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals that the forensic and the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they have arrived here at the ground zero and they will be now heading towards the area. The ambulance too has been called in to put it on the standby because the police is not ruling out the possibility of any more explosive being in the area. See, the Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they have also been deployed here. If Sir Jeevan can continue to show you the visuals that the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are here also at the spot ground zero, and what actually transpired is yet to be ascertained by the senior officials. But yes, the SSP Jammu is here, SP South is also here along with the other officers. So the twin blasts that have taken place here in this very area is something very concerning for the security forces, because if Gaurav, if Sir Jeevan can show you a 360-degree view, I'll request Sir Jeevan to show you the view of that side also, that this is a transport yard area where the majority of the transport remains here, and that is why the senior officials are trying to assure that everything goes smooth. The police is asking us to vacate this area. So that is the very specific area that has been cordoned in. If you will find that the area has been sealed and only the Special Operations Group will be allowed. The Indian Army troops, they are also moving towards this spot. The officers from the intelligence agencies, they have also arrived here at the ground zero. What has transpired is yet to known, but twin blasts have taken place. Terror angle is not being ruled out. The bomb disposal squad and the forensic team of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they too have been called in. Indian Army has already reached the spot. They are being briefed because the entire area will be checked, and this is one of the toughest area to check because this area is having more than 10,000 vehicles parked at any given point of time. So this possibility of checking the area is something which is a hillock chance. And now the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir Police is moving with all their equipments with them. They will try to ascertain what has actually transpired, and then only they will be in a position to comment on what kind of explosive was used. We are getting to know that 6 injuries have reached the Government Medical College in Jammu, and apart from that, the Divisional Commissioner and the Deputy Commissioner of Jammu, both are here at the Government Medical College, while when it comes to the senior officers, they are continuously briefing the top brass. Even the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has also been briefed about what has transpired, what led to these twin blasts. So all the details are continuously being shared. The senior officials of the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir Police here at the ground zero, they are trying to ensure that what has transpired. See, I'll request Sir Jeevan to zoom into that side where the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir Police is looking into each and every vehicle that is passing by. What has happened is yet to be known. We will try to get a word from the senior officials in case, Madam. Some of the officials are trying to ascertain. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals so that the officials are here to share some off-record details.
आप सुन नहीं रहे हैं, ये कौन सा जर्नलिज्म है भाई? आप प्लीज बंद कीजिए, ये बंद करिए, अभी जो हुआ है हाँ, तो हम कह सकते हैं कि
All right, so Gursimran there getting us the ground report from the Narwal blast site, and of course, as he was also pointing out, the details of the blast are yet to be ascertained by the authorities, or at least shared by the authorities officially with the media. But as of now, we see that the authorities are present there at the spot, at the Narwal blast site, where twin blasts mysteriously had also taken. All right.
See, we are continuously showing you the visuals. The police is saying that they are trying to sanitize the area, but will it be possible to sanitize 10,000 to 15,000 vehicles that are parked here? That is something which is a Herculean task for the Jammu and Kashmir police, what it seems as of now, because to sanitize the entire area, which is now spread into kilometers, not even in meters, in kilometers this area. And if you will have if Sarjeevan will show you a single glimpse, you will find almost 40 to 50 vehicles parked in every 10 to 50 meters distance. So to check every nook and corner is something very, very difficult for the security forces, and this entire area is now being blocked by the Jammu and Kashmir police. They are saying that it cannot be ruled out that there is a possibility of some more explosive. We had an off-record briefing with some of the officials, and what they told, see, the ambulances, more and more ambulances are also being rushed to the forward areas. This is just to ensure that in case of a contingency, if anything is needed, they have all the vehicles here on the standby. That is what being done by the Jammu and Kashmir police. And apart from that, we have seen what has transpired since last night. First, the twin blast that have taken place in the single blast that has taken place. The area specific was Bajalta. However, it was ruled out by police, saying that it is only and only the blast that has happened due to the urea. But now the twin blasts have taken place, and the paratroopers of the Indian Army, they too have been called in. If I'll request Sarjeevan to show you that the special forces of Indian Army, they too are here at the spot. Everyone is trying to ascertain what has happened. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep focusing. ADG Jammu Zone Mukesh Singh has also reached here at the ground zero, and he is being briefed about what has transpired. Senior officials, including the SSP Jammu, they are also here, and we are trying to ensure that what has happened. The police is asking us to move back. They want to sanitize the area, but one thing is very, very sure, that sanitizing this much of an area won't be a solution for them, because this area spans over in kilometers, in multiple kilometers, and that cannot be ruled out. That even the police also have been saying the same, that we are not ruling out the possibility that there is no other suspected explosive here. The bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are also here. Everyone here is trying to ensure that the things are solved at an earliest. The special operations group vehicles, more and more vehicles of the special operations group, they are also being brought into this site. The Indian Army troopers, they have also landed here. And this is one of the vehicle that has been extensively damaged. If you will have a look, this vehicle is one of the vehicles that have been extensively damaged. The officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, I request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals, that the officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are here at the spot. They are trying to brief the seniors about what has happened, and also how the things have unfolded. The timing and the nature of the blast is yet to be ascertained. More and more officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police are arriving. The special operations group, the senior officials of the special operations group are leaving the spot. The police is requesting to get away from this spot. Sir, any briefing? Sir?
चलिए
So the senior officials are asking us to get away from this very area. More and more teams of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are also arriving at the spot. The senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are here at the spot at the ground zero, trying to ascertain what kind of nature of the blast it was, since the twin blasts have taken place. The special operations group teams, they are arriving at the regular intervals. I'll request Sir Jeevan to come this way so that he can show you that how the things have unfolded. This is a vast area where this blast has taken place, because if you will move every nook and corner, then you will find that there is a regular presence, hefty presence of the vehicles here. So to check each and every nook and corner is really very, very difficult, and that's why it is taking time for police to clear the entire area. This area has also been seized. The Indian Army, the Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, senior officials including the ADG Jammu zone, they are also here. So no one is leaving anything as chance so as to ensure that everything goes well and smooth. But the twin blasts that have taken place, this is what it seems as of now. There is no official word from the police, but what has transpired on 28th and 29th of September, ahead of the visit of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah to Jammu and Kashmir last year on 4th of October, twin blasts have taken place that were in a bus. First it was in the night, then in the early morning, two blasts have taken place. So what it seems as of now, that it was a similar kind of a modus operandi. And what happened in the Rajouri, first there was a killing and then it was followed by an ID blast. That was a timer ID, and the main motive was to inflict maximum damage not only to the civilians but to the security forces. And this time also same thing happened. First a blast has taken place in the scrap area, then when people gathered, then another blast took place in which 6 people got injured. So the possibility of the people, that kind of a modus operandi, that first cause a blast, trigger panic, get the people onto that place, and then another timer ID or something getting blown away, causing maximum damage to the forces or the civilians gathered there, could be possibly the modus operandi in this case. Now the police is looking into every angle. Some more troops of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are also being brought in. So forces are being rushed in the heavy numbers. Forces after forces, they are being rushed here so as to ensure that
वहाँ पे ऐसे गाड़ी खाड़ी का काम करा रहे हो?
काम नहीं कर रहे थे, बाहर काम कर रहे थे।
बाहर क्यों? अंदर से रोड बंद है ना।
आप भी इधर ही थे? हाँ, मैं भी दुकान भी इधर ही था।
अच्छा। आपका क्या नाम है?
राजू।
आप क्या कर रहे थे उस टाइम?
मैं इस टाइम गाड़ी का काम कर रहा था।
अच्छा अच्छा।
तो बड़े जोर से धमाका हुआ, मैंने बोला टैंकी फटी होगी, जब ऊपर जाके देखा ब्लास्ट हो गया बम। गाड़ी में था, महिंद्रा गाड़ी में मैं पड़ा था।
महिंद्रा?
हाँ, वो बॉडी थी खाली, उसकी शाल था।
अच्छा अच्छा।
शाल में पड़ा था।
अच्छा अच्छा।
उसका धमाका वो पीस हो गया बहुत।
जो खटारा गाड़ी होता है।
हाँ, उसको तैयार करके रखी थी, कस्टमर की गाड़ी थी, तैयार करके रखी थी। उसका धमाका पीस हो गया गाड़ी के। मेरे हिसाब से कोई 20-25 पीस हो गए गाड़ी के।
तो कितने?
उसके बाद 10 मिनट बाद दूसरा ही फट गया।
दो ब्लास्ट हुए
जी।
इंजर्ड कौन हुआ है?
और कोई 4-5 लड़के डेंटर हैं।
अच्छा, डेंटर।
हाँ, 4-5 लड़के हैं। एक पेड़ भी लगी है, एक सीट कवर का काम करता है, सीट कवर का 2 डेंटर हैं। 4-5 बंदे हैं मेरे तो। 2 मुश्किल बचेंगे, बाकी 3 का देखो।
अच्छा, एक चीज में ब्लास्ट हुआ किसमें? निकाल सीट वाला कह रहा था। तू ऐसा कर।
So this was one of the eyewitnesses who saw what has transpired. Twin blast taking place at an interval of 10 minutes. This was the same modus operandi, what it seems, because the heavy deployment of police clearly suggests that this was not a tank blast, but something that has been done intentionally, possibly a part of a larger conspiracy to inflict maximum damage. See, this area is the heart of the Jammu city. This is the transport yard, and where almost 10 to 15,000 vehicles are parked at every given time. Be it the dead of the night, 10 to 15,000 vehicles are parked, and that is why this place possibly was on the target radar of those who carried out these blasts. First blast took place, then the people gathered at that very place. First blast was inside a vehicle that was a scrap vehicle, possibly came here to get renovated, and then after 10 minutes another blast took place in which 6 people have been injured, which are being treated at the government medical college in Jammu. As we speak, the CRPF, ITBP too have been now pressed into the cordon and the search operations that are being launched. Not only the Jammu and Kashmir police, but the CRPF, the ITBP, the Indian Army, all have been pressed into the service because it is something really very concerning for the security forces, the way this blast has taken place. We are also getting to know from the senior officials of the Indian Army that they are also sending the bomb disposal squad in a short while from now. So the BDS of the Jammu and Kashmir police is already here at the spot. Now the BDS of the Indian Army too is reaching here. So they are trying to make it very sure that what kind of explosive was used to carry out these twin blasts, because these twin blasts happening in the heart of the Jammu city, and that too 5 days ahead of the Republic Day is concerning. Will be continuing right after this short break.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for.
आप पहुंचते हैं सीमा सुरक्षा बल सर. Last posting before retirement was DGBSF सर.
DGBSF में उन दिनों देखिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती मेरे लिए थी कश्मीर की. कश्मीर में उस समय
आग लग चुकी थी सर.
हाँ, आग लग चुकी थी, बुरी तरह से लग चुकी थी. बीएसएफ के पैर जम चुके थे, बीएसएफ की धाक थी. मैं सोपोर का दौरा कर रहा था तो वहाँ मैंने देखा कि दूर कोई झंडा फहरा रहा है. ये किसका झंडा है भाई? उसने कहा सर ये पाकिस्तान का झंडा है. मेरे तो सुनते बदन में आग लग गई कि पाकिस्तान का झंडा मेरे आँख के सामने फहरा रहा है हिंदुस्तान की ज़मीन पर. ये हो कैसे सकता है? आई वॉन्ट दैट दिस प्लेस शुड बी अटैक्ड. द मुजाहिदीन शुड बी डिस्लॉज्ड एंड द फ्लैग हैज़ टू बी taken off.
Welcome back, viewers. Once again, we are tracking for you one of the most important stories of a mysterious twin blast that has taken place in Jammu in the Narwal region as well. Gursimran, my colleague, is there at the spot. Gursimran, it's over to you. Please take us through the latest details.
See, right now the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are here and they are trying to ascertain what kind of explosive were used. Twin blasts have taken place and now the ambulances too have been kept here and the standby because the police is not ruling out the possibility of presence of more explosives in the area. We spoke to some of the officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police and what they are saying that there could be possibility of some more explosive in the area. This entire area, if you will come to this stretch, if Sarjeevan can show you on this side, this entire area has been manned by the Indian Army, the ITBP, the CRPF, Jammu and Kashmir Police, the Special Operations Group. So each and every officials of these forces, they are here. If Sarjeevan can show you on this side of the area, you will find that some of the oxygen cylinders are also here. So this possibly, fortunately, you can say that the blast was not triggered in the area. Otherwise, these cylinders would have added to the damage that has already been done by these twin blasts. 6 people have got injured now. More and more officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are also arriving here at the spot, trying to ascertain what has transpired. They are not saying that not in a position to comment what kind of blast it was, but the modus operandi is same, almost same what transpired in Udhampur on 28th and 29th of September and also on 1st and 2nd of January in the Dangri village of the Rajouri. So all the officials, what they are saying, the senior officials, that we are yet to ascertain what kind of explosive it was, but twin blast taking place in the heart of the city is something really very concerning, because we have seen that on 26th of January, that is on the Republic Day, the entire Jammu and Kashmir was put on alert already, and the officials, what they say, that they were of the view that the terror groups might try to carry out something this kind of a terror act, and that is why they some more and more teams of the, so these are the teams of the bomb disposal squad as well as the crime unit of the Jammu and Kashmir police that has. I'll request Sir Jeevan to show this way that the teams are heading towards the site where these blasts have taken place, accompanied by the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police. All the teams are going now. This special vehicles, special operation vehicles are also being sent to the spot. The forces deployment can also be seen from this very spot, and from here Sir Jeevan will be in a position to show you the extent of damage this blast has done. See, multiple vehicles have been damaged. This is what we are getting to know. The Special Operations Group of the Indian Army, this area has been blocked from here on, and no one is allowed to move beyond this point. We are trying to get more and more details. The senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police. So the blasts have taken place at the same place, almost at the same place. There is not much difference because the first blast has taken place near in the scrapyard area. Then it was almost the same area, few meters distance only. It was that the blast have taken place. The motive behind the blast was to inflict the damage to the people who have come here, and I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals, and also we are getting the time. It is 10:47 when the blast has taken place. So we are getting some more details of this. See, we have got access to the CCTV footage of this. I'll request this CCTV is of nearby location when the blast took place. Camera can be seen that there is a massive blast taking place. People rushing to incident site can also be seen in the video. And also the camera, the CCTV camera is shaking. This is what we managed to get as of now in this CCTV footage in which yard number 7 blast has taken place. This CCTV clearly shows that the blast has taken place at around 10:47 is the time when this blast has taken place. And second is almost 10 minutes after this first blast that has taken place. 6 people have sustained injuries. Now the senior here we are showing you the ground zero visuals, and in the time being I'll request that we have got the CCTV of this blast. If we can show this to the viewers, that the CCTV footage of the nearby possible location where this blast has taken place, and Sir Jeevan is showing you the continuous visuals from the ground zero, that how it happened, and now the entire area has been cordoned in by the security forces trying to ascertain. Yes, we are on the CCTV footage. So first on Republic TV we are showing you the timing of the blast. Republic has accessed the video, the shaky, this shaky visuals. This shows the extent of damage it was. Also, we are getting to know that ADG Jammu zone, along with the Divisional Commissioner Jammu and DC Jammu, they have reached the Government Medical College. All 3 top officials, ADG Jammu, DivCom Jammu and DC Jammu, they are at the ground. They are at the Government Medical College in Jammu, and now the troops are being moved away from this location. So the extent of coordinates search operations and also the area sanitizing is being now thoroughly increased, the area being widened, because this is one of the toughest area to man and to search. So what they have done is that they have divided the area into zones. First one zone is being cleared and then the troops are being moved to the other areas. From morning, what we are saying that this is one of the toughest area when it comes to sanitizing the area, because this area has the presence of more than 10 to 15,000 vehicles at any given point of time. This is one of the biggest transport yards in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and also one of the biggest business hub, and that's why the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the Indian Army, they are here. The troops, the Special Operations Group, the CRPF, the Indian Army, all are here at the ground zero. Sarjeevan is showing you the regular visuals of this troops movement that is taking place. Senior officials of the Indian Army are also So the senior officials of the Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police, what it seems are not in a position to share more details, but the Indian Army troops, they are also checking each and every vehicle that is passing by. Now more troops of Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are also being moved towards the response site. So this is what we are regularly showing you, and the extent of damage can be seen in the CCTV footage that we managed to access. The difference between the twin blasts that have taken place was not more than 3 to 5 or 10 minutes is what the senior officers are telling us. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals that how now the entire area has been cordoned in by the security forces. This entire area is the place, the scrap yard where the blast has actually taken place. We are at a few meters distance without hindering the operations of the joint security forces that are taking place. We are showing you the visuals from the ground zero. The senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they can be seen at that very place along with the Indian Army. I hope Sarjeevan is in a position to show you the visuals of what is happening there. The senior officials, including the SSP Jammu, ADG, has just now left the spot. The operations team is also here, SP South is also here, and also the officials from the bomb disposal squad as well as the Indian Army. Everyone is trying to ascertain that what is happening. Now the officials from the intelligence agencies, they are also arriving here at the ground zero. These are the intelligence officers from the Indian Army. They are also here. So each single individual is coming here so as to ensure that what actually could have transpired. Everyone wants to have a closer look of what happened and how the things are now moving. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep the focus on the visuals only so that we can show you what is happening here, how the things are moving here. We are yet to get the official words. On tape we can see that the people are running towards the blast site, the CCTV which we have accessed. More and more officials of the Indian Army, they are also being brought in to the operation site. That other side, that has also been cordoned in by the Jammu and Kashmir Police so as to ensure that there is no movement of the forces here at the ground zero. Twin blasts taking place within a time span of almost 10 to 15 minutes is something that has now put the forces on the alert. This is a panic mode that has been triggered because this kind of a blast taking place here at the ground zero clearly shows that the terror groups, what it seems as now is a terror plot. This has now hit deep inside the Jammu city, because this is the heart of the Jammu city, the transport hub where all the vehicles are parked by the security forces as well as the local vehicles. Some more officials are arriving here. So we are being asked to move away from this very area because what we are getting to know from the officials on the ground zero that these vehicles that are here very near to us, these vehicles they will also be thoroughly checked, and only then a go ahead can be given by the top officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police. So I request Sarjivan to abide by what the instructions are also being given by the Jammu and Kashmir Police, and we will be showing you the only what is going on here without revealing the operations that are underway. So we are being asked to move away from the area. So we have been asked to move away from this very area. I'll request Sarjivan to come this way. See some of the more officials of the Indian Army, they are arriving at the spot. Senior officials of the Indian Army, they are also here. I'll request Sarjivan to keep a tab or keep showing you the visuals of the officials of the Indian Army, those who have arrived here at the ground zero, and we can show you the visuals what is happening here at the Narwal area where this twin blasts have taken place. We are yet to get the details about the nature of the blast that has taken place, and also we have getting to know that how things are moving ahead. Oh, okay. So this is what we are getting to know. That how things have moved forward. Senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police as well as the Indian Army have reached here. Okay, so what Sarjivan is showing you, I'll request Sarjivan to keep moving on the area. We are trying to move towards some different locations so that we can show you something else. I'll request Sarjivan to move from the operational area so that we can show you that what kind of a market it is. This is the exact place where this transport yard of Narwal is situated, and you will find that all the places here at ground zero, one of the biggest establishments that was on the target of the terrorists that was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir Police some days back. This mall was on the target. The photos of this mall was shared by the intelligence agencies that was sent to the handlers across the border. And now this entire area will be thoroughly scanned by the security forces. So this has taken place some 100 meters away from one of the biggest malls of the Jammu city, where this blasts have taken place. And now Sarjivan is continuously showing you the visuals. So we are trying to draw a parallel between the recent incidents that have unfolded here in the Jammu city and what is now happening, that how things have unfolded here at the ground zero. You will find that there is only a distance of almost 100 meters. Yes.
मैं सामने गाड़ी का काम कर रहा था।
अच्छा
तो बड़े जोर से धमाका हुआ। मैंने बोला टैंकी फटी होगी, जब ऊपर जाके देखा ब्लास्ट हो गया बम। गाड़ी में था, महिंद्रा गाड़ी में पड़ा था।
महिंद्रा गाड़ी?
हाँ, वो बॉडी थी खाली, उसकी शाल था।
अच्छा।
शाल में पड़ा था।
अच्छा।
उसका धमाका वो पीस हो गया। वो
जो खटारा गाड़ी होती है।
हाँ, उसको तैयार करके रखी थी कि कस्टमर की गाड़ी थी, तैयार करके रखी थी। उसका धमाका पीस हो गया गाड़ी के। मेरे हिसाब से कोई 20-25 पीस हो गए गाड़ी के।
तो कितने
उसके बाद 10 मिनट बाद दूसरा ही फट गया।
दो ब्लास्ट हुए जी। इंजर्ड कौन हुआ है?
और कोई 4-5 लड़के डेंटर हैं।
अच्छा, डेंटर।
हाँ, 4-5 लड़के हैं। एक पेड़ भी लगी है, एक सीट कवर का काम करता है, सीट कवर का। 2 डेंटर हैं, 4-5 बंदे हैं। मैं तो 2 मुश्किल बचेंगे, बाकी 3 का देखो।
मैं इधर ही था, चाय का काम कर रहा था दुकान का कस्टमर। वो धमाका जो उधर जाके हुआ है, वो मेरे से कोई 100 फुट आगे जाके हुआ है।
अच्छा, तो कितना बड़ा धमाका?
बड़ा धमाका, बड़ा जोरदार था। हमने सोचा कोई टंकी फट गई या टायर फट गया, लेकिन जब धुआं देखा मैं टायर नहीं फटा, कुछ और हुआ होगा। जब उधर से बंदे आए तो उन्होंने बताया कि ऐसे कोई इधर बंदे इंजर हो गए हैं, तो कोई बम फटा है।
अच्छा।
अब उसके ठीक हुआ, आधा 15-20 मिनट वो दूसरा भी फट गया। जब बड़ी पब्लिक इकट्ठी हुई थी।
अच्छा अच्छा।
वो थोड़ा उससे थोड़ा आगे जाके हुआ है।
अच्छा अच्छा। 10 मिनट का बाबू। तो दो बम फटे?
2 बम फटे हैं।
2 की आवाज़ आपने?
2 होगी बस।
एक पहला हुआ, एक उसके बाद हुआ था।
तो आप यहीं पे थे उस टाइम?
उसी टाइम में यहीं बैठा था, मैं चाय बेच रहा था।
देखा क्या? देखा
खाली धुआं दिखाई दे रहा है, इतनी दूर से जहाँ मैं खड़ा था वहाँ से तो दूर से खाली धुआं दिखाई दे रहा था।
अच्छा।
All right, so there you have viewers, the visuals at the blast site, where in fact we are putting out those visuals from the blast site, and we also heard the eyewitnesses as well recounting the entire incident of what they had heard during the time that the blast had taken place. Remember, this is a twin blast that has taken place in the Narwal area of Jammu, and as we have shown you the ground report from multiple locations, as we can see that the investigating authorities in fact are there on the ground trying to cordon off the entire area and to try to carry out an investigation into how really this blast had taken place there in the Narwal area of Jammu. And let me once again go across to Gursimran, who's there at the spot. Gursimran, once again it's over to you. Please take us through the latest details. Please pan your camera as much as possible. Show our viewers where you are, where this blast has taken place, what really is the action that is being taken by the investigating authorities there on the ground right now.
See, right now we are in the Narwal area, and this is we are at the nearest incident site to a place to the incident site. This is a residential complex. These are the jhugis of the locals, those who are living in this area, and they were occupied by some of the residents. If Sir Jeevan can come this way, we will show that around 100 people were here when this incident has taken place. मुझे ये बताइए किस तरह की धमाके की आवाज़ आई थी, क्या हुआ?
हम झुग्गी में आए थे, जोरदार आया था, उसमें ऐसे लगा कि कोई कुछ बहुत बड़ा बम फट गया है।
आप लोग कहाँ थे?
मैं तो साइड में था, फिर मुझे बीबी ने बताया कि ऐसे ऐसे हुआ, तो फिर मैंने दौड़ कर आया यहाँ।
डर का माहौल
सारे को लगा है, सारे झुग्गी के ऊपर पुल के ऊपर में बैठे हुए हैं।
तो सभी लोग आप लोग वहाँ चले गए हैं
घर में?
2 ब्लास्ट बताए जा रहे हुए।
हाँ, एक आगे हुआ है, एक यहाँ हमारे 100 मीटर की दूरी में हुआ है।
100 मीटर की दूरी। So at 100 meters distance, I request Sir Jeevan to keep coming to this area so that we can have a look at what has happened, how the things are moving. The people are going away from this very area. So the people are in panic. They don't know what has actually happened. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep panning on the visuals that what has transpired. Entire area is thoroughly being searched, and we are at the nearest spot. आपने सुना क्या हुआ है? क्या आवाज आई थी?
काम से गया था हम लोग।
तो क्या बता रहे हैं, आवाज आई थी?
हाँ, आवाज धमाके का आया था, जोरदार।
कितना जोरदार धमाका?
जोरदार धमाका था। पहले वाला का तो मैं ध्यान नहीं दिया, उतना कम था। दूसरा वाला धमाका इधर ही हुआ ना, वो जबरदस्त था। मैं झुग्गी में ही था।
झुग्गी में ही थे? हाँ। तो क्या लगा, किस तरह से, मतलब कितने बजे का समय था, क्या हुआ?
वो टाइम तो फिक्स पता नहीं है, लेकिन पहले हुआ, उसके आधे घंटे बाद ये दूसरा हुआ।
ओके, तो आप भी यहीं पे थे?
हाँ।
सुना आपने?
बहुत जोर से सुना।
तो क्या मतलब तब हड़बड़ी मच गई होगी?
हाँ, पूरा हड़बड़ी मची। पहले वहाँ पे देखने गए थे, उसके बाद रूम आ गए हम लोग, यहाँ पे फिर गए रूम से, तो यहाँ पे आवाज आई बहुत जोर से आवाज आई। दिस इज व्हाट द आई विटनेसेस आर सेइंग। दे हैव देयर रेजिडेंसेस हियर ओनली। आई विल रिक्वेस्ट Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals from the ground zero. We are at the nearest possible locations from where we can show you what has transpired. I will request Sir Jeevan if he can come this way and show the deployment of the security force. See, one lady is here. मुझे बताइए क्या हुआ?
पूरा हिल गया था हमारा झुग्गी, हम 2 ही जनानी था, बहुत रो रहा था अंदर। पूरा जितना धुआं ना हमारा अंदर आ गया।
बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ?
हाँ, बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्टिंग हुआ। हम डर गया था, पूरा 2 जनानी था, बच्चे छोटे को नहला रहा था, उतना टाइम पूरा धुआं हमारा घर पूरे भर गया। वो पीछे
की तरफ से जो है वो यहाँ पे आया। If Sir Jeevan can come and show you that from this very area we will be in a position to show what actually has transpired. We are trying to go as close as possible. See, this is the location where the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police as well as the Indian Army, they are here. We are at the nearest location possible from where we can show that the troops here are at the ground. This is the exact place. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals. See, Sir Jeevan is showing you the visuals of this vehicle. Sir Jeevan is showing you the visuals of this vehicle. This is the vehicle where the blast has taken place. I'll request team to grab these visuals. These are the exclusive visuals we are showing you on the Republic TV. They're first visuals of the vehicles where the blast has taken place. The blast was so massive that it has the smoke has entered the nearby houses of the people who are here, and other officials of the Indian Army, they are also here. See, the entire area has been cordoned in by the security forces. Even the senior officials, the topmost officials of the Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police, the CRPF, the Indo-Tibetan Border Police, all are here. So we are showing you the exclusive ground zero visuals of what has transpired. And this is one reason that this family is safe, is possibly this chassis of a vehicle which has a number 701469135 written on it. This has saved their lives. A scooty can also be seen totally shattered away by what has happened. So we are at the nearest location from where we can see what has actually transpired, how this blast has happened and what the people they witnessed. मुझे ये बताइए, आप लोग घर पे थे, क्या हुआ? आपको आवाज आई?
हाँ जी हाँ जी।
कितने बजे का समय होगा? 11:15 बजे का समय। तो कितना जबरदस्त ब्लास्ट?
बहुत जबरदस्त हुआ। हम सारी डर रहे थे, हम डर गए थे। 2 जनानी था, रो रहा था, बच्चा नहला रहा था, पूरा धुआं घर में आ गया, पूरा ब्लास्टिंग का।
So the entire smoke has entered from this very area. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals, keep on the visuals of the blast that has taken place. This white Swift car is the vehicle. What it seems, this white sedan car is where the blast has taken place, and the nearby scooty and other vehicles, they have totally been blown by this blast that has taken place. We are continuing with the rolling coverage. We'll try to speak to some more people. आपने आवाज सुनी थी? See. Sir Jeevan is having some more visuals. The dog squad of the Indian Army is here at the spot. The bomb disposal BDS and the dog squad of the Indian Army is here at the ground zero. We are showing you that how things are moving here at the ground zero. BDS and dog squad of the Indian Army.
Gursimran, please continue to keep beaming those visuals for our viewers as we are cutting across those visuals, of course, as well. As we invite more and more voices on the broadcast, including Major General Sanjay Soy, in fact, who's joining us right now on the broadcast as we look at those exclusive images from the Narwal blast site there in Jammu, where my colleague Gursimran is present. But to you, Major General Sanjay Soy, if I could speak to you about the blast that has taken place there in the Narwal area of Jammu, and how this is also less than 24 hours later, another blast that had taken place yesterday as well. Please speak to us a little bit about the kind of security concerns that this also raises over the blast that has taken place there in Narwal.
In fact, I would say that it is maybe what is happening is now they are focusing more towards the Jammu region. It is Rajouri, Jammu, and this is the area where they are trying to establish a foothold. And more than that, they are trying to create a problem or create a sort of panic situation as the Republic Day is approaching. In fact, I would say that they are totally disheartened with the way Jammu and Kashmir is progressing, the way it is developing, the way tourists are visiting Jammu and Kashmir, and the Pakistan hand is absolutely very clear in this. And I would like to add here that it is very unfortunate that on the one hand, the Pakistan is not focusing on their own development, and their total attention and their total focus is creating problems in India. In fact, I wish that God or Allah sends a better sense in their mind that they should focus for the development, for the poverty, for the inflation, for providing food and meals and petrol to their own population, rather than creating problem here. And that is the reason. In fact, this is the reason that they are in this situation as of now, because their total focus has been anti-India, and this is their own people are suffering, and their awam, their people are now asking questions to the rulers, what have you done for us? They are only busy filling their pockets, corruption, and ISI is busy creating problems in India, and nobody is bothered about the common man, common people. This is but the only thing I am very happy that the people of Jammu and Kashmir are very brave. The kind of situation which are there, that hardly an incident in Kashmir side, hardly just couple of incidents here which they are trying to do, which I'm sure that people will remain alert and they will thwart any such misadventure of the Pakistan security forces are alert. But more than that, I must compliment the local population, the local people of the Kashmir as well as Jammu region, that it is their support is very much needed for the security forces to thwart the misadventure.
Well, absolutely, Major General Sanjay Soy, I want to thank you for joining us here on the broadcast and sharing your perspective on this very important story that we are tracking for our viewers right from ground zero, where we're showing you the visuals. Even now, these are live visuals that our colleague Gursimran is beaming for you. These are exclusive visuals really of the kind of procedure and protocol that is being followed by the investigating authorities, our security forces on the ground right now, who are trying to determine the reason and the circumstances under which this kind of a mystery twin blast that has taken place there in the Narwal area in Jammu as well. And of course, these are some of the exclusive images that we are putting out on your screens of the security forces that are there at the Narwal blast site itself. And of course, we are also waiting for an official word to come out from the authorities to confirm on the details of the twin blast that had taken place. And of course, as of now, we are looking at these images coming to light from Narwal.
Even is showing you the non-stop visuals. Some of the officials from the Indian Army as well as the bomb disposal squad of the Indian Army, they too have arrived here at the ground zero. The bomb disposal squad is also here. The BDS is trying to ascertain. And also, break it, NIA is here at the spot. NIA at ground zero. NIA teams are here at the ground zero. NIA teams have responded immediately. NIA teams are here at ground zero, where blast has taken place, and Sarjeevan is showing you the exclusive visuals of the NIA officials. These are the NIA officials, those who were in civils. Visuals are via our unit. We are giving you live visuals of the NIA teams here at the spot. An officer of the National Investigation Agency in civils, they have arrived here at the ground zero. So this is what we are getting to know from the top officials of the Indian Army, as well as the Jammu and Kashmir police, that the intensity of blast is being ascertained. But since the NIA has arrived here at the ground zero, the possibility, it is very highly possible that this is an act of terror. That is why the NIA has been pressed into the investigation. Senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police are here at the ground zero. See, Sarjeevan is having one of the class visuals we can show. That I request Sarjeevan if we can zoom in and show some of the officers, so that these are the officials from the National Investigation Agency, those who have come very close to this vehicle. And also here on this side you will find some officials. These are the officials of the National Investigation Agency where the Sarjeevan is now focusing. Sarjeevan is trying to show as many visuals as we can. I know it is really very tough for him to show the visuals, as we are managing to get some glimpse of the NIA teams that are being at the ground zero. So these are the officials of the National Investigation Agency.
those who have arrived, and now the investigation is going on. So for a parallel investigation, NIA has already been looped in. I request the teams to have a closer look at the officials of the National Investigation Agency, those who are here at the ground zero. So the officials are arriving, and the teams of the NIA has now arrived. I will request Sir Jeevan to keep continuing with the visuals. It was at around 10:47 when the blast has taken place, and other blast is said to be after 10 to 15 minutes and when this blast has taken place. We are being told that senior officials of the Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police, as well as the intelligence agencies, they are coming here to the spot at ground zero. And Suesha, we are showing you the non-stop visuals, the coverage which we are continuing, leading this with the exclusive CCTV footages, and now we are getting the reports. We have got on camera the officials from the National Investigation Agencies, that how these officers of the NIA, these officers of the National Investigation Agencies, they are carrying out a parallel probe. We are getting to know that the senior top brass of the NIA has also been briefed about the situation. Some more officers. Okay, so some more and more agencies are also, more agency officials have also arrived here at the spot. So multiple agency probe is going on, multiple agency probe being done by the agencies so that they can find out what has happened. See, we are in the frame are the officials from the National Investigation Agency. Now some more officials from the intelligence wing of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are also here at the spot. So regular visuals we are showing you on the ground zero, that what has transpired and how things are moving. But one of the toughest challenge will be to find out the perpetrators, that how things happened and what was the reason behind this, what kind of explosive was used by the terrorist, because since the NIA has already been looped in, the entire area is being sanitized. You will find that entire area, the jammers have also been installed. So if they are trying to ensure some two officers of the Indian Army, if Sir Jeevan can show you with the earphones up, they are holding the jammers. This is to ensure that if there is a mobile operated blast or something that is planned by the terrorists after these two twin blasts, that can also be ruled out. See, the NIA officials are taking the photographs of the vehicle that has been totally damaged. So first we have got the access to the CCTV footages, and now we are breaking the details that the National Investigation Agency teams are at the spot here at the ground zero. The senior officials of the NIA, additional SP rank, DSP rank officers have already arrived at the ground zero. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep continuing with the visuals. He is showing these visuals are of the ground zero of the place where these blasts have taken place, and now the Indian Army is checking each and every vehicle that is parked in the area. Let me recall the series of incidents that have unfolded. At around 10:47 is the time as per the CCTV we have accessed. State Investigation Agency also called in. This is another important details that are that we are getting to know, that after the National Investigation Agency, State Investigation Agency also at this spot. So both the teams, the SIA, NIA, SIA are at the spot. Sir Jeevan is showing you the visuals, and also the combing operation the security forces are carrying out here at the ground zero. So twin intelligence agencies, one of Jammu and Kashmir Police and the other of the Union Home Ministry, National Investigation Agency, they too have arrived here at the blast site, and Sir Jeevan is continuously showing you the visuals of these agencies, trying to grab the visuals, trying to get hold to as much as information as they can. So the first we got the access to the CCTV of this. We were way ahead of others, and now we are showing you that SIA and NIA, they are here at the ground zero. Also, a high-level meet has been called in. High-level meeting has been called in. This is what ADG Jammu is chairing a meeting. ADG Jammu Mukesh Singh is ADG Jammu is chairing a meeting. All intelligence agencies are part of this meeting. So this is what we are getting to know, that this story is developing with each passing minute, that how things are moving fast. First it was a blast followed by another blast, and then the NIA, SIA at spot, and a high level meeting being called in by the top officials. Yes.
Yes. Simran, while you get us updates from the ground and minute-to-minute details of what is developing there, let's also take into account some eyewitness details that we'll just listen into, after which I come back to you.
मैं इधर ही था, चाय का काम कर रहा था, दुकान का कस्टमर। वो धमाका जो उधर जाके हुआ है, कोई मेरे से कोई 100 फुट आगे जाके हुआ है।
अच्छा, तो कितना बड़ा धमाका?
बड़ा धमाका, बड़ा जोरदार था। हमने सोचा कोई टंकी फट गई या टायर फट गया, लेकिन जब धुआं देखा मैं टायर नहीं फटा, कुछ और हुआ होगा। जब उधर से बंदे आए तो उन्होंने बताया कि ऐसे ऐसे कोई इधर बंदे इंजर हो गए हैं, तो कोई बम फटा है।
अच्छा।
अब उसके बाद ठीक हुआ, आधा 15-20 मिनट वो दूसरा भी फट गया, जब बड़ी पब्लिक इकट्ठी हुई थी।
अच्छा।
वो थोड़ा उससे थोड़ा आगे जाके हुआ है।
अच्छा। 10 मिनट का बाबू। तो दो बम फटे? 2
बम फटे हैं।
2 की आवाज आपने?
2 होगी बस।
एक पहला हुआ, एक उसके बाद हुआ था।
तो आप यहीं पे थे उस टाइम?
उसी टाइम में यहीं बैठा था, मैं चाय बेच रहा था।
क्या देखा?
खाली धुआं दिखाई दे रहा है, इतनी दूर से जहाँ मैं खड़ा था वहाँ से तो दूर से खाली धुआं दिखाई दे रहा था।
मैं शाम को गाड़ी का काम कर रहा था।
अच्छा।
तो बड़े जोर से धमाका हुआ, मैंने बोला टैंकी फटी होगी। जब ऊपर जाके देखा ब्लास्ट हो गया, बम गाड़ी में था, महिंद्रा गाड़ी में पड़ा था।
महिंद्रा?
हाँ, वो बॉडी थी खाली, उसकी शाल था।
अच्छा।
शाल में पड़ा था।
अच्छा।
उसका धमाका वो पीस हो गया बहुत।
जो खटारा गाड़ी होती है।
हाँ, उसको तैयार करके रखी थी, कि कस्टमर की गाड़ी थी, तैयार करके रखी थी। उसका धमाका पीस हो गया गाड़ी के। मेरे हिसाब से कोई 20-25 पीस हो गए गाड़ी के।
तो कितने?
उसके बाद 10 मिनट बाद दूसरा ही फट गया।
2 ब्लास्ट हुए
जी।
इंजर्ड कौन हुआ है?
और कोई 4-5 लड़के डेंटर हैं।
अच्छा, डेंटर।
हाँ, 4-5 लड़के हैं। एक पेड़ भी लगी है, एक सीट कवर का काम करता है, सीट कवर का। 2 डेंटर हैं, 4-5 बंदे हैं। वैसे 2 मुश्किल बचेंगे, बाकी 3 के देखो।
Gursimran, those were some of the eyewitness accounts that just came in. I want to come back to you, as we say, with these CCTV pictures that have been accessed by Republic close to 10:47 when the blast occurred, and the CCTV camera also shook due to the intensity. But this particular area, Narwal, of how sensitive and susceptible it is to such terror attacks. Let's also understand that this is coming a day after that house had exploded in Poonch. If there is any connect between these 2 attacks on 2 consecutive days, and the ADGP of Jammu having called for an emergency meeting, please throw light on all these points.
Yes, ADG Jammu Mukesh Singh has called a high-level meeting. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals. We are nearest to the spot. We are showing you the visuals of the teams of the National Investigation Agency, the State Investigation Agency, as well as the other teams that have arrived here. CCC, the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, the Special Operations Group, they are also here. They are also meeting the top officials from the Jammu and Kashmir Police, and they are trying to ascertain what has transpired. They are also being briefed about the situation. The officials from the National Investigation Agency, they are also here, and they are trying to ascertain what has actually transpired. See, twin blast rocking the heart of the Jammu city, and now the intelligence officers, they are looking into each and every nook and corner. See the deployment of the Indian Army. The snipers too have been installed by the Indian Army here at the rooftops. So the sniper deployment has already been done to ensure that if there is any contingency, they are in a position to carry out the retaliation. So this is the kind of deployment and the security deployment that has been done by the security forces here at the ground zero to ensure that everything goes well and smooth. The teams of NIA and the State Investigation Agency, they have been called here within almost zero time, and this is being done so as to ensure that there is no other blast or other plot by the terrorist that can be executed, because when these kind of serial blasts took place, the possibility of another blast taking place is always there. The damage you can see is that this Chevrolet vehicle has sustained, this sedan has sustained. Possibly the explosive was kept on the seat, because the way the damage has been done, it is either on the seat or it is on the front area, which is bonnet of the vehicle, that the explosive was kept, and this kind of a massive blast has taken place. The scooty that was parked very near to this vehicle, that has totally been blown away by this blast, and a high-level meeting is underway, as we are showing you that this meeting has been called by the ADG Jammu Zone Mukesh Singh. What it primarily seems that it was a massive blast, a high-intensity blast that rocked the entire area, but we are yet to get official confirmation regarding the same, that whether it was a IED or a timer IED or something such that has happened. We are trying to get more and more details regarding this. The senior officials of the Indian Army, they are trying to get the access to the CCTV footages or something, so that they can get the exact timeline of the events, how they have happened. One CCTV is already, multiple CCTVs are being analyzed by the security forces here at the ground zero. And this, if you look at this entire area, this is a densely populated area, and also one of the biggest transport hubs of the Jammu. Few meters away from the Wave Mall, which is one of the biggest entertainment mall in Jammu, that was already on the radar of the terrorist. And now Sarjeevan is showing you the visuals that the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police are speaking to the various intelligence agencies to have a look what have unfolded at that very moment, how this blast has taken place, and who all were behind this blast, because this is a challenge for the security forces that was thrown possibly by the terror groups by carrying out this kind of act. Senior officials, they are trying to nab the perpetrators. They are in a position to get access that how things could have unfolded at that very good moment. I'll request Sarjeevan to stick on to the visuals of the vehicles. The vehicle that is in your frame, this is the vehicle possibly on the front seat, or it was under the bonnet that the explosive was kept, and then this vehicle got blown away. Now the area of the search is being expanded by the senior officers. If Gaurav can show you from Sarjeevan, if Sarjeevan can show you the visuals, the officials of the Indian Army, the Jammu and Kashmir police, and the BDS squad of the Indian Army, they are here at the ground zero trying to ascertain what is being done by the security forces and also the coordinate the search operation. See, one vehicle that is parked there is thoroughly being checked by the bomb disposal squad. If Sarjeevan can come to this side, he will have a closer look to that vehicle. That is a load carrier vehicle that is being checked by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the officials of the Indian Army, and we are continuing with this rolling coverage from ground zero, from the CCTV to the NIA SIA red spot and the high level meeting. Yes, back to studio.
Right. Gursimran, stay on with us. We're also trying to get more voices on this. Colonel Rohit Dev is with us on the phone line. Colonel Rohit Dev, of all the details that have emerged so far, what is your sense of this terror attack? of why Narwal was particularly targeted, and how has this entire attack been planned?
Right. So, planning details will come out after the bomb disposal squad and the army and the police, have some revelations. But the timing of this particular kind of a terrorist attack and its proximity, when you see that highway coming on from the area of Army School, Kaluchak, where we had a blast a decade and a half back, till this area. This is a little nefarious area in the sense that people have been trying to create a lot of unease in this sector for a long time. But we were able to quell this for a long time. I must compliment everybody for that. But the timing is very important because at one hand, Mr. Sharif is making some kind of a hollow noise. His foreign minister is making some different kind of a noise. And we have a Padayatra going around in the country through that region. So I won't be surprised on 2 or 3 issues. Firstly, it's a manifested kind of attack, maybe to, help the Pakistani cause, or maybe the cause of some mutual understanding between them and somebody internally here. It could also be, it's not a stray bomb kind of a thing. It's just a messaging. But precious lives are lost. It is not near military cantonments. Civilians have died. And there has to be a thorough investigation to find out that what was it. And this particular vehicle which your crew was pointing at will be the key, because if the details are known and it can be traced back, then obviously by some time later in the day, the security forces will have adequate details, the police and the intel agencies. And I'm quite sure the activity will lead to Pakistan, and the activity might also lead to some in-house players in India as well. So I will be more interested in this second part if it can be proved.
All right, Colonel Rohitdev, many thanks for speaking to Republic. Gursimran, I want to come back to you, particularly on a point that you had stated, also wanting to understand how CCTV footage is being examined, especially before this blast had happened. Have the security forces been able to join the dots? Any suspicious person who was visible on camera, of how the explosive may have been placed, of what any of the residents around may have seen? Because you're saying this is a densely populated area, there is a lot of movement. What may have happened before?
See, what it seems that this was a part of a larger conspiracy. This was not something that has been done out of a sudden or out of a blue. Right now, we are showing you the visuals. The bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they have arrived here at the spot 0, and now they are analyzing the car where the blast has taken place. We have got the twin sets of breaking. First, a confirmation that it was a terror attack, and second is that twin IDs were used to carry out these terror attacks here in the Narwal area of Jammu. These twin attacks are the IED attacks. Now the officials from the Central Intelligence Agencies, they too have arrived here at the spot. If Sarjivan is in a position to show us some more visuals, and then we will be able to get more details. But we are getting to know that it was an IED blast that has taken place. So an act of terror is what it is. And the senior officials from the Jammu and Kashmir police, as well as the Indian Army, CRPF, ITBP, the bomb disposal squad from multiple agencies are here at the ground zero trying to ascertain what has happened. It was an IED blast. This is what we are getting to know. And also that it was an act of terror. We will be continuing with this rolling coverage right after this short break, as all the agencies are carrying out a parallel probe in the Jammu's Narwal twin IED blast. Yes.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators fail to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US senators.
Republic, and we continue to get you more CCTV footage that Republic has been able to access after the blast that took place in the Narwal area of Jammu on Saturday morning. Now, according to the CCTV footage, the first blast happened at around 10:47 in the morning, and in these pictures you can see how people are running helter-skelter to save their lives when the first blast occurred in the scrap area of Narwal. Notably, twin blasts that have been reported in this area at an interval of 10 to 15 minutes. At least 6 people have been injured. We are yet to confirm of whether there have been any casualties, and they've been shifted to a nearby hospital for further treatment. Security agencies arrived at the spot. Both NIA and SIA teams that are present as they're investigating into what had happened. The entire area has been cordoned off. A search operation that has been launched in the area, and a team of the bomb disposal squad that is also present. Senior officials of Jammu and Kashmir Police, including SSP Chandan Kohli, are at the spot as officials are trying to ascertain the nature of the blast. My colleague Gursimran had sent us this report earlier that he had filed from the ground. Let's take a look at that.
So the senior officials are asking us to get away from this very area. More and more teams of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are also arriving at the spot. The senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are here at the spot at the ground zero, trying to ascertain what kind of nature of the blast it was, since the twin blasts have taken place. The special operations group teams, they are arriving at the regular intervals. I'll request Sir Jeevan to come this way so that he can show you that how the things have unfolded. This is a vast area where this blast has taken place, because if you will move every nook and corner, then you will find that there is a regular presence, hefty presence of the vehicles here. So to check each and every nook and corner is really very, very difficult, and that's why it is taking time for police to clear the entire area. This area has also been seized. The Indian Army, the Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, senior officials including the ADG Jammu Zone, they are also here. So no one is leaving anything as chance so as to ensure that everything goes well and smooth. But the twin blasts that have taken place, this is what it seems as of now. There is no official word from the police, but what has transpired on 28th and 29th of September, ahead of the visit of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah to Jammu and Kashmir last year on 4th of October, twin blasts have taken place that were in a bus. First it was in the night, then in the early morning, 2 blasts have taken place. So what it seems as of now, that it was a similar kind of a modus operandi. And what happened in the Rajouri, first there was a killing and then it was followed by an ID blast. That was a timer ID, and the main motive was to inflict maximum damage not only to the civilians but to the security forces. And this time also same thing happened. First a blast has taken place in the scrap area, then when people gathered, then another blast took place in which 6 people got injured. So the possibility of the people people, that kind of a modus operandi, that first cause a blast, trigger panic, get the people onto that place, and then another timer ID or something getting blown away, causing maximum damage to the forces or the civilians gathered there, could be possibly the modus operandi in this case. Now the police is looking into every angle. Some more troops of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are also being brought in. So forces are being rushed in the heavy numbers. Forces after forces, they are being rushed here so as to ensure that entire area is thoroughly scanned.
Right, we continue to get you more details on the same as non-stop updates of how the teams are now investigating on the ground. For the moment, a short break. We'll be back on the other side. Stay with us.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators fail to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators fail to elect a new president.
Tragedy was averted here at Connaught Place in New Delhi when a fire call was received. Right behind me is the building which caught fire at around 9 a.m. in the morning. This is at Sun City Hotel, which is at backside of F Block in Connaught Place. So far, there have been no injuries that have been reported. It is said the prelim reason for the fire is short circuit.
Thank you for staying with Republic. Our focus on the Narwal blast that happened at about 10:47 this morning. Republic has been able to access the CCTV pictures of the first blast that had taken place in Narwal. And according to this footage, the first blast had happened at about 10:47, like I said. Now you see how people are running helter-skelter the moment the first blast happened in order to save their lives. Unfortunately, 6 people have been injured in this blast, and they are now receiving treatment at a nearby hospital. Now, a car that was totally damaged and a scooter that also was reduced to rubble by the impact of this blast. Both the NIA and SI teams that are present at the spot, including the bomb disposal team that is now trying to look into what really had happened. The search is on for more explosives as the entire area has been cordoned off and security has been heightened in this particular belt. Remember, this is a densely populated area in Jammu, and several eyewitness accounts that have also come in of what had happened. But were there any intel inputs of whether this area can be targeted? I want to cut across on the very same point to my colleague Gursimran, who's been tracking every detail on the ground. Gursimran, tell us more as the investigation continues. Any intel inputs that came in at an earlier point, and CCTV footage that is being examined. We know of what had happened during the blast, but before that, of the movement of the people, if anything suspicious was noticed of when the explosive may have been placed, considering that this area has been heavily covered with CCTV cameras. What more can you tell us?
See, right now we are at the exact very spot where the second blast has taken place, and this is the vehicle that came under the explosion. That was the actually vehicle where the explosion was planted. It was in the front seat either or in the bonnet. Now the teams of the State Investigation Agency, the Bomb Disposal Squad, as well as the National Investigation Agency, all the teams are here at the ground zero trying to ascertain more details. Now the teams of the Forensic and the Science Laboratory, they too have arrived. The team of the SIA, they are trying to get more details. The agencies are trying to get the CCTVs so that they can have a closer look of what has transpired, because there are some CCTVs that are still here. The senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police are here. Now the DVR has been taken by the officials, will be taken by the officials, and then it will be sent to the forensic analysis. The teams of the State Investigation Agencies are carrying out this parallel investigation. The officers of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are trying to gather as much as the CCTVs as they can, and so that they can have the CCTVs here and they can get the access to the CCTVs so that
ट्रांसपोर्टर्स हों, दूसरे लोग हों, तो ये बहुत एक सेंसिटिव प्लेस है।
आम लोगों को टारगेट आतंकी जो है इस समय आम लोगों को टारगेट दहशत फैलाने की कोशिश करने की आपको लगती है?
बिल्कुल, जो गणतंत्र दिवस आ रहा है 26 जनवरी के ऊपर, हमारी पुलिस भी यही कह रही है कि हम हाई अलर्ट पे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी वो कोई ना कोई वारदात करने के वो प्रयास में हैं। तो मुझे लगता है उसके साथ भी कनेक्शन हो सकता है, लेकिन अभी तक इन्होंने क्लियर कुछ नहीं किया।
भारत जोड़ो यात्रा भी चल रही है, आपको लगता है कि
उसको लेकर आप क्या सोचते हैं कि
अभी चलना चाहिए? इतना सेंसिटिव है, सारी चीजें हैं वाली है।
बिल्कुल, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा भी उसके साथ है, वो उसका भी है, लेकिन जो एंटी नेशनल लोग हैं उनका प्रयास रहता है कि जब भी 26 जनवरी और 15 अगस्त होती है, बहुत सारी घटनाओं पुलिस की मुस्तैदी की वजह से रुक भी जाती हैं, कोई ना कोई उनका करने का प्रयास रहता है। उसका भी हो सकता है, उसके साथ कनेक्शन भी हो सकता है।
आप मानते हैं कि जम्मू में इस तरह के वाक़यात के बाद जम्मू जो है चिंता का विषय है ये?
नहीं, बिल्कुल चिंता का विषय तो है, क्योंकि जो रजौरी में घटना हुई उसको देखते हुए साफ टारगेट मिलिटेंसी ढूंढ रही है। मिलिटेंसी को नकेल जो जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति है उसके चलते जो बड़ा टारगेट कर नहीं पा रहे, तो इसलिए कोई भी साफ टारगेट ढूंढ के जो करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। चिंता का विषय है, लेकिन सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस भी इसके लिए अलर्ट है।
पुलिस कह रही थी, आप कह रहे थे
सर, इधर थोड़ा आएगा, ये वो हो गया अगेंस्ट लाइट हो गया। एक मिनट, 2 मिनट सर, क्या अभी आपके पास रिपोर्ट आई है, क्या बोला जा रहा है? 2 मिनट।
मैंने अधिकारियों से पूछा है, अभी उन्होंने कहा कि जो ब्लास्ट हुआ है इसकी अभी जांच होगी, तभी बता सकते हैं कि इसके ब्लास्ट का कोई एक्सीडेंटल है, कोई स्क्रैप में आया होगा, या कोई ये इसका मिलिटेंसी से रिलेटेड जो है। 7 लोग इंजर्ड के लिए मुझे जो जानकारी दी गई है वो बताया, और उससे बताया साथ में कि कुछ लोगों की हालत काफ़ी गंभीर है।
अच्छा, तो कब हुआ, क्या पुलिस ने क्या आपसे बात?
नहीं, आज ही हुआ है, थोड़ी देर पहले हुआ है, उसने बताया है मुझे। तो मैं उसे 2 ब्लास्ट की बात की है, 2 सुना है जो हुए।
तो क्या बाकी क्या है, जैसे आप कह रहे थे स्क्रैप भी है या मिलिटेंसी रिलेटेड है, क्या है?
हाँ, वही ना, वो पुलिस अभी क्लियर नहीं कर रही, वो जांच कर रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं कि इसका जांच करके जल्दी ही पता लगाएगा। डिफरेंट एजेंसी जहाँ पे पहुँच चुकी हैं, कुछ आ रही हैं, वो इसकी सारी जांच कर रहे हैं।
तो सर, किस तरह देखते हैं इसे, जब से 26 जनवरी भी है, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा भी है, लगता है कि कोई वो एंगल मिलिटेंसी
एंगल भी हो सकता है। आपको आप देख ही रहे हो कि जैसे इन्होंने रजौरी में जो कांड किया है, उस 26 जनवरी उधर से है, उधर से भारत जोड़ो यात्रा भी आ रही है, उसका भी एक रहता है इनका कि कोई ना कोई ऐसी घटना करें जिससे देश बदनाम हो, जम्मू कश्मीर बदनाम हो। जो मिलिटेंसी अंतिम सांस ले रही है उसको दोबारा रिवाइव किया जाए, लेकिन हमारी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस भी अलर्ट हैं। जहाँ पे जो घटना होना दुख की बात है, जो लोग इंजर्ड हुए हैं, अभी उनका भी डिटेल मांगी है। 7 लोग बताए हैं इन्होंने इंजर्ड के लिए, अभी कितने हैं वो एग्जैक्ट क्या होता है।
यहाँ पर वो एलिगेशंस भी लगा रहे हैं प्रशासन पर, काफ़ी पार्किंग का एरिया यहाँ पर, उस दिन अपग्रेडेशन का यहाँ पर काम भी शुरू करवाया, लेकिन यहाँ के लोगों को इन्वॉल्व नहीं किया गया।
नहीं, अपग्रेडेशन की जो है वो एक बहुत बड़ा प्लान बना है। नरवाल मंडी को जो है, जो पूरा एरिया है, जो मंडी ये जो एरिया है ट्रांसपोर्ट यार्ड, बहुत बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है, उसको गवर्नर साहब ने खुद इनागुरेट किया था। जो ट्रैफिक हज़ार्ड है, जहाँ पे जो सिस्टमेटिक ख़राब है उसको भी ठीक होगा, इसकी सड़कें ठीक होगी, जहाँ पे लाइटिंग सिस्टम होगा।
जल्दी कितना ज़रूरत है यहाँ पर जल्द से जल्द इसको अपग्रेड कराना, क्योंकि जो हालत है यहाँ पर ऐसे आए दिन हादसे तो दोबारा।
जम्मू शहर की सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट जगह है, जहाँ पे जम्मू कश्मीर के हर कोने से व्यक्ति आता है, और इसको जल्दी से जल्द मुझे लगता है बहुत प्रायोरिटी है। और इन्होंने अगर इसका लिंक जो मिलिटेंसी से होगा, तो उन्होंने ये जगह इसीलिए चुना है कि इस जगह पे हर किस्म के लोग आते हैं।
पाकिस्तान की
Gursimran, I want to come back to you because we keep dipping into these live sound bites that we are receiving from the ground. But important to now understand where the investigation is headed. I understand it's early on, but also how is the condition of those who are injured? They're receiving treatment. What more do we know?
See, 6 people have got the injuries on the blast that has taken place, and all are said to be stable, except a person. All are said to be stable, and he is also getting the specialized treatment at the Government Medical College in Jammu. Every possible help is being extended by the security forces to them so as to ensure that those who have got the injuries recover at an earliest. I'll request Sarjeevan to once again pan into the area. The teams of the SIA, the teams of the bomb disposal squad, the forensic teams, and also the teams from the Central Intelligence Agencies, they all are here at the ground zero where this blast has taken place. I'll request Sarjeevan to come forward a bit and if we can have a closer look at what has transpired. Sir, from this point, the Sarjeevan will be in a better position to show you the visuals of the blast that has taken place. This is the vehicle, the Chevrolet sedan vehicle. That is the one where the explosive was kept. The ID possibly was kept either in the front or in the bonnet of this area. The DYSP rank officers of the State Investigation Agency, they are here. Those officers from the Jammu and Kashmir Police, those who have been very instrumental in cracking these kind of terror-linked incidents, they have specially been pressed into this service, into this investigation. So a parallel probe being carried out by the National Investigation Agency, the State Investigation Agency, the Bomb Disposal Squad of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, as well as the Indian Army, the Crisis Response Team, the Special Operations Group, the District Police, as well as the Central Agencies. Each and every agency is here, and at the same time, the union, the Jammu and Kashmir ADG Mukesh Singh has also called for a high-level meeting with the intelligence agencies. So a thorough review of the security scenario, because on the 1st of January, we have seen what has transpired in the Dangri village of Rajouri, and now coming back on the 21st, that is after a span of 20 days, another blast taking place. See, the officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police and the Indian Army along with the ITBP, CRPF, they are trying to get hold of at least some credentials, some clues, some vital clues that can be very helpful in solving these cases. The entire area, this entire area has been converted into a cantonment. That what has actually happened. The officials of the central agencies are also moving from one place to another place because the distance where this twin blasts have taken place is not more than 40 meters. So this is the distance from one place to another where the blasts have actually taken place, and now the senior officials, all from the various intelligence agencies, they are at the spot. The clues are being collected by the teams of the Jammu and Kashmir Police as well as the central agency to find out something concrete. This is an ID blast. This is a confirmation, an act of terror that has been carried out. No terror group has so far claimed the responsibility for this, but yes, the investigation is on. Yes.
And Gursimran, according to some reports, the police has also claimed that empty cartridges from a 12-bore gun were found at the scene of the incident. So, particularly of what has been recovered from this blast site, and where is the police and the security teams now suspecting to what may have been the movement, and how long they must have been scanning the area of any trails left behind?
See, this was with respect to the incident that has unfolded in the Surankot area of Jammu in the Poonch district, where the 12-bore cartridges have been found, where former MLA has claimed that there was an incident of terror, but the police is looking into every possible angle. That is something different, and this is entirely a different scenario that has unfolded here. What it said to be that prima facie, it seems to be a twin ID attack that has jolted the Jammu city, the heart of the Jammu city,
and now the investigation is underway. As we speak, the officers, more and more officials are arriving here at the ground zero to have a closer look at the investigation that is taking place to ensure that they get some vital clues that what kind of explosive was used, and the explosive is analyzed at an earliest so that they can reach a conclusion that what kind of explosive it was. This blast is similar to what has happened in the Rajouri. However, in Rajouri it was a single ID only, but it was also planted in such a manner to inflict maximum damage. First, an ID blast took place at almost 30 to 40 meters distance, and then here the blast taking place here at the Narwal area. So two blasts back to back to inflict maximum damage, and now the searches are on. Yes.
Okay, stay on with us, Gursimran. Major General Sanjay Sohi is also with us on the broadcast. Very good afternoon to you, sir, and thank you for speaking to Republic. Your sense, firstly, of the information that has emerged so far as the investigation continues. But this twin blast in Narwal, how they may have been scanning this entire area, and why was Narwal chosen? What more can you say?
In fact, I would say that first of all, this twin blast means they wanted to cause more casualty, because after the first blast, if the security forces rush to that area, and then other people also try to move to that area, then on the way they would like to try to create another casualty, some more casualties to the troops and create more panic. That is at times the aim of these two blasts, which is a difference of about half an hour, which has taken place. Second thing is that now if you see their focus is now shifting towards the Jammu region. They are in the Rajouri, now in Jammu side, these blasts are taking place, so that they are trying to create a panic, especially with the forthcoming Republic Day celebrations are on across the India, and in Jammu and Kashmir also it has been planned to celebrate in a big way. They have not been able to successfully do major operations or achieve major successes in Kashmir Valley, and they are frustrated. That's why they are trying to create a panic in the Jammu region, in the you can say the other community, and create a divide between the communities. That is where the probably their aim is to have this kind of situation. One is to create a panic. Second thing is to try to fail the celebrations of Republic Day celebration. Third is to create a divide amongst the communities which are living very peacefully. And the whole thing, as we can always say, we have always seen, has been designed and is perpetrated by the Pakistan. And this is very unfortunate part, that when the Pakistan itself is going through such a bad economic situation, that people are crying for the bread, the atta is so expensive, the petrol is expensive, the day-to-day needs are not being met, and that is the time they are focusing more towards anti-India efforts and creating problems in India. And I would say that whole thing, their present situation in the Pakistan is because of their anti-India focus right from day one. Otherwise, had they focused on their development, had they focused on their education, farm improvement, infrastructure, then they would not have come to this stage. So that is a very unfortunate part. One is that corruption. Second thing is military establishment, or rather they call themselves as the establishment, which thrives on the anti-India rhetoric. And they are facing internal problem. Political situation is bad. They do not know what to do, and that is a time to divert attention also. These kinds of things are happening. But I would say that my salute to the people of Jammu and Kashmir, their brotherhood. The Hindu and Muslim both have failed the designs of Pakistan. In the valley, we know that their Ghazwa-e-Hind is being taken care of by Jazwa-e-Hind. The Jazba of the Jammu and Kashmir people is very high. That is why the security forces are getting such great successes in the operation. They have not been able to carry out any major operation. These operations, in fact, is they trying to create a panic during the Republic Day celebration. Yeah.
All right, Major General Sanjay Sohi, thank you for throwing light on that, and please do stay on with us. I want to bring in Gursimran on this as he's tracking all the details on the ground. Gursimran, the timing in particular is being questioned, and obviously a few days before the Republic Day, also a deliberate attempt to create tension, but really of intel inputs that may have been received and changes that are now being brought about in the whole security apparatus in terms of how it needs to be heightened to avert such terror attacks.
Yes, the attempts are on to actually change the entire ecosystem, how the things are working. Union Home Minister has also said that in the next 3 months, you will be seeing a radicalized change in the present apparatus, the security apparatus that is in place. Now we are getting some crucial details regarding to the vehicle that has been used. This is the 2013 model Chevrolet Cruze LTZ vehicle registered on the name of a Bharat that was parked here. And this is the vehicle inside which the IED was planted by the terrorist, and that took off and injured 7 people. Now the senior officials, including the DIG of the Jammu zone along with SSP and SP South, they are at the spot now. More and more teams of the central agencies, if Sarjivan is having a look at that, more and more teams are arriving here at the spot. Even the SSP Jammu is here. He is also looking into what has been recovered so far, so that now officers can have a clear idea of what kind of an ID it was. Was it a timer ID? Was it a remotely operated ID? All is being now thoroughly scanned by the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as the central agencies. And we are continuing with this rolling coverage from the ground zero Narwal, where twin ID blasts have taken place, with Sarjivan Kumar.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Ramstein army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berry.
American perspective to how they want to run the business. Every Indian startup wanted to be a copycat model of a Silicon Valley startup. So I'm asking you from a cultural ethos perspective, what is your advice to how Indian corporates should run and operate their business and their business environment?
None of them believed in the Western model of doing business. They were only acting the Western model of doing business. So you have to align your culture to development. Without aligning your culture to development, you will never be able to become a global power on your terms.
Thank you for staying with Republic, and we stay on with what is coming from Narwal as the investigation continues into the twin attack that happened at this area in Jammu, which is densely populated. The first blast that occurred at 10:47 a.m., which was captured on CCTV that Republic has been able to access. Soon, 10 to 15 minutes after, there was another blast. 6 have been reportedly injured in this attack, and they are now receiving treatment. Also, the NI, SI and Jammu and Kashmir police teams that are present at the spot as they're looking into what really had happened. Search and cordon operations that are underway, and the entire area that has now completely been cordoned off. We've also put out the various set of pictures that the public has been able to access of the moment of the blast captured on CCTV. This even as we remind you how several CCTV footages are now being examined by the security forces of the car that stands completely damaged in this blast, and how search is on for further explosives. Gursimran, my colleague who's tracking all the details on the ground, sent us this report earlier. Let's take a look.
The bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are here and they are trying to ascertain what kind of explosive or used. Twin blasts have taken place, and now the ambulances too have been kept here and the standby, because the police is not ruling out the possibility of presence of more explosives in the area. We spoke to some of the officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, and what they are saying that there could be possibility of some more explosive in the area. This entire area, if you will come to this stretch, if Sarjeevan can show you on this side, this entire area has been manned by the Indian Army, the ITBP, the CRPF, Jammu and Kashmir Police, the Special Operations Group. So each and every officials of these forces, they are here. If Sarjeevan can show you on this side of the area, you will find that some of the oxygen cylinders are also here. So this possibly, fortunately, you can say that the blast was not triggered in the area. Otherwise, these cylinders would have added to the damage that has already been done by these twin blasts.
And we continue to keep a very close eye on the details that are emerging on the Narwal twin blast. But for the moment, a short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side. Non-stop coverage on the same.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव।
Everybody has this American perspective to how they want to run the business. Every Indian startup wanted to be a copycat model of a Silicon Valley startup. So I am asking you from a cultural ethos perspective, what is your advice to how Indian corporates should run and operate their business and their business environment?
None of them believed in the Western model of doing business. They were only acting the Western model of doing business. So you have to align your culture to development. Without aligning your culture to development, you will never be able to become a global power on your terms.
And we are cutting across to latest details coming in. Gurmeet Ram Rahim, who was serving a sentence for rape and murder in the Rohtak jail, has been granted a 40-day parole again. He has walked out of jail. This latest parole to the Dera chief has come in just 3 months after he was granted a similar parole earlier on, which was heavily criticized and questioned upon. This time again, he has been granted parole, and the divisional commissioner, who said that his conduct in jail has been fine, so there are no issues. But how really can he be allowed parole once again? My colleague Piyush is tracking Rahim as we stay with these pictures. Piyush, he's out again. He's been making videos. What more are you picking up of this 40-day parole and how he's going to conduct himself in these days?
So yes, good afternoon Soyosha, and good afternoon to all our viewers who are viewing it at the moment. You know, one thing is certain, that controversies just does not seem to end this man called Gurmeet Ram Rahim. In fact, he just few months back in October, he had been given a parole, and now once again he has been given a parole. In fact, I will just ask my camera person to just show the visuals over here as we are chasing him, because he's been since he's been given a parole now, as he's just left his jail at Sanoria in Rohtak. Just right now, he has been taken to a town in Uttar Pradesh where he's going to be kept. What we were being told is that his birthday is on January 25th, for which he wanted to have a grand celebration, but taking into consideration of the controversies and the kind of negative impact this person has had, that grand celebration was actually stopped by the authorities. But that has not stopped the Haryana government and the officials to be favorable to this person called Gurmeet Ram Rahim, as he has been given another 40 days of parole. He has just walked out of Sonaria jail in Rohtak, where he's been lodged for heinous crimes of rape and murder. And why has he been given parole? Again, this is something which the Haryana government now should answer, of why they are being well favorable to this man. We are going to be following him. We are going to see that where actually is this entire entourage of vehicles.
Look at those pictures and the cavalcade. Needless to say of the amount of money this man has, but it is literally like VVIP treatment. And that is what he can afford. Even to think of having a grand celebration on his birthday is completely forgetting the fact that he's serving a jail term for rape and murder. And here it is like a formality that he is just in jail, but actually living a king-size life outside. And that is exactly what he's aiming. And there needs to be a larger system in place to actually punish this man for what he's done, instead of him just, trying to play to the public eye, but doing everything that he wants to.
So you rightly mentioned, Suyasha, that why actually these kind of people who have attained demigod status in some areas of our country is being given such VVIP treatment. In fact, you rightly mentioned that this person has been charged for heinous crimes like rape and murder, and there are several other crimes for which he's facing a trial. Despite this, he's been given this VVIP treatment. And again, a common person who right now would be viewing us would be asking that why is the common person in this country facing so much of difficulty, so much of travails, but people like him who have got criminal record, often get patronage not only from a lot of people but also from politicians. So this is something which the Haryana government, this is something which our government machinery must answer, that why this kind of people who are facing heinous crimes is facing such VVIP treatment. Back to the studio.
Absolutely. Piyush, we have to slip into a very short commercial break right now, but we'll continue to get more voices on this story and question the divisional commissioner, most importantly, on that. Republic has been able to speak to him. We'll play that out after this very short commercial break. For the moment, a short break. And our eyes also on the Jammu terror attack that is being probed by the NIA, SI and the Jammu and Kashmir police. Twin blasts that occurred, with the first being at 10:47 this morning. 6 have been injured in this attack.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European bath lounges.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है. मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूं। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूं। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Days after the Rajouri attack, 5 days ahead of Republic Day, yet another terror attack in Jammu. Security beefed up as high-intensity twin blast rocks Jammu Nia and Sia teams on the site. Massive outrage as convicted rapist Rahim is out on a 40-day parole once again. Fresh people controversy hits Congress. Connaught threatens cops. BJP hits out. ED news tightens in cash for jobs scam. TMC leader Kuntal Ghosh is now placed under arrest. Republic's relentless coverage forces action. WFI now made a toothless body for the next 4 weeks. Good afternoon and thank you for staying with Republic. Our non-stop focus on what has happened in Narwal at about 10:47 a.m. this morning, where a twin blast had occurred. Republic has been able to access the CCTV footage of the first blast that happened at 10:47. About 10 to 15 minutes later, the second blast that occurred. And in this video, you can see how people are running helter-skelter to save their lives after the first blast happened. Notably, 2 blasts, like I said, in an interval of 10 to 15 minutes, where reportedly 6 people have suffered injuries. They've now been shifted to a local hospital to receive treatment, where security agencies are now at the spot, be it the NIA, SI and Jammu and Kashmir police. That is now looking into every evidence to piece together details of how the blast occurred and who may be responsible for it. A search operation that is underway and the entire area that has been cordoned off. I want to bring in my colleague Gursimran, who has been reporting from the site since this morning. As Gursimran, we have been putting out every detail of the emergency meet that was called, of what the Jammu and Kashmir police is saying. The NISI teams also on the spot gathering more evidence, but really to know of who is responsible for this blast and what is the larger design, given the timing in particular, 5 days away from Republic Day, a deliberate attempt to create tension, 19 days after the Rajouri attack. What more have the teams been able to find out?
See, 9 people have been injured in this incident. This is the update we are getting. I request Sir Jeevan to quickly move to the visuals. The security forces have now cordoned off the entire area, and the searches are explained. The searches are underway here in the Narwal area. The bomb disposal squad as well as the forensic teams, they are here. Even the teams from the central agencies, they too have arrived here at the ground zero, trying to ascertain what could possibly be the reason. The teams of the SIA, they are also here, and also the National Investigation Agency and the Central Investigating Agency teams. All the teams are here trying to ascertain what has actually happened. Some of the senior officials of the National Investigation Agency, SIA, they will be reaching here at the spot in a short while from now. And also ADG Jammu Mukesh Singh is holding a high-level meeting with all the officials from the intelligence agency. The meeting is on for almost half an hour now, and the recent update to this case is that twin IEDs were used to carry out the blast by the terrorist. One was possibly planted in a Mahindra Bolero vehicle, and other is this one. This is the Chevrolet Cruze LTZ 2013 model, registered on the name of some person, namely Bharat, that was used by the terrorists to plant the IEDs. Since what it seems prima facie that this vehicle has been parked here for quite a long time. Possibly it has come for a repair or denting, and it was here. It was chosen by the terrorists to plant the IED. It was either on the front seat or it was on the bonnet of the vehicle that the IED was
बाकी सारी तफ्तीश
All right, those are live sound bites that we keep dipping into as we take the story forward. But Gursimran, I want to come back to you as we stay with these pictures of how the area has been cordoned off, security has been heightened, and most importantly, the officials now trying to piece together details of what may have happened. Continue talking to us, Gursimran. And Gursimran, before you tell us more, Major General G.D. Bakshi is also with us on the broadcast. Very good afternoon to you, sir. Your sense of this twin attack?
Look, just the other day we had Shahbaz Sharif promising us that he had learned the lesson of the 3 wars in which they had taken a beating, a kicking, and he wanted peace with India. Is this the way of peace with India? What the lesson they have learned is that they can't fight India on the battlefield and win. Therefore, they are trying the cheap stunt of terrorism by killing innocent civilians, by killing women and children, with these bomb blasts. And there are people in this country who want to swoon over, faint at the thought that Shahbaz Sharif has offered us a ceasefire, has offered us peace talks. And the love fest between India and Pakistan is about to start. Gandhigiri will burst upon the season with the new year. I mean, this is arrant nonsense. Pakistan is a state that has been based on the premise on the hatred of India, on the destruction of India. We can't let it, get away with all this. We had hit back at Pakistan in Uri, we had hit back in Balakot, and for about 2-3 years we had relative peace and quiet. Once again, they are starting their series of attacks. My simple point is, Shahbaz Sharif may be the brother of Nawaz Sharif. Is he a free actor? Will the Pakistan army let him operate and try and even talk of peace with India? Within 4 hours, he had to retract his statements, right? So therefore, idiots in India who go into a swoon at the thought of, Aman ki Asha and peace with Pakistan, etc., etc. I think we need to wake up and smell the coffee. We need to see unki kathni aur karni mein kya farak hai, what they are saying and what they are doing. What they are doing is firstly they were trying to drop weapons across with drones, weapons, grenades, IEDs, cash, Kalashnikovs, ammunition, and now they are doing it across the border in a big way. We have had 2 huge arms hauls, caught on the line of control. They are trying to restart the blast, and we know, thank God, that plot in Delhi was uncovered by the police, but they are all out. And especially around 26 January, they'll try and do something to shatter the peace. And then all these Aman ki Asha walas can, smoke their peace pipe. But not at the cost of our dead and our wounded and our innocent citizens who for no rhyme or reason are, targeted. It is the time now to put pressure on Pakistan. It is time to pressurize Pakistan to call off its terror offensive. Pakistan is teetering on the brink of economic collapse. They have huge problems in security from the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, from the Taliban itself. They have problems in Balochistan, they have problems in Gilgit-Baltistan, they have problems in Sindh. This is not the time to let off pressure. This is the time to increase pressure till they desist from the terror offensive. Of course, they can't fight you on the conventional battlefield. Therefore, they have chosen the path of terror. And we have to now see that we put pressure on a weakening, on a Pakistan that is spinning out of control. We need to put pressure till they stop the terror offensive.
Right, it is a two-faced Pakistan that says something on an official platform, but the actions that are completely opposite of how the top leadership is now speaking. Major General G.D. Bakshi, do stay on with us. I want to go back to my colleague Gursimran, who's tracking all the details on the ground. Gursimran, a quick word from you on the latest developments, on how the teams are now investigating and what's happened in the last couple of minutes, after which we go back to Major General G.D. Bakshi.
See, we have accessed another video of this blast. This is the video of the second blast. In a short while from now, we will be in a position to show you this video to our viewers, that in the last 7 seconds of this 32 seconds long video, it can be clearly seen that how a massive blast is taking place, and now the senior officers, more and more senior officers of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are arriving here at the ground zero, that how things are moving. We are seeing how the things are actually moving, but we have got access to another CCTV footage, to another blast video that has been captured by one of the person who was at the spot when first blast took place, and now the Republic has got access to the another CCTV video. We are showing you the exclusive visuals. Sarjeevan is continuously showing you the visuals, but this is the CCTV video, and now I request to play the sound as well so that we can hear the loud bang.
बंदे लेंगे तो निकल
Gursimran, I want to come back to you to understand how far the two explosives were placed from each other. Is there more information on that? And more CCTV footage that may have been in the custody of the teams of what happened before this, of the movement on camera, of any suspicious action that was noticed, of how long the explosives may have been placed there, and anything that the teams have been able to find out.
Now the agencies are looking into it.
See, now the agencies are looking into every possible angle that what has actually transpired, how the things have moved, that time when the first explosion took place, followed by the second explosion that has happened. First explosion site, I'll request Sarjivan to show you that it is somewhere at a 50-60 odd meters distance from this very place. Almost a similar, because the terrorists wanted to carry out, to inflict maximum damage to the civilians as well as the security forces, and that's why a time of 10 to 15-20 minutes was kept between the two blasts, and we have got the access to the video, the twin videos, first the CCTV and another the blast video. Yes.
Simran, I want to come back to you as we watch these pictures very, very carefully. A lot of security present at the time when the second blast occurred. In fact, the area also cordoned off. A lot of these cars that are lined up next to each other. And was there a sense of another explosive that could take off? Was the bomb disposal squad already present there? And now also the teams are trying to search for more explosives. What more can you share on this?
See, Suesha, it was only a couple of minutes. Since the incident happened, it took around 5 to 7 minutes to police deployment to reach here, and it took additionally 5 to 7 minutes for the first BDS team to arrive here at the ground zero. So 14 to 15 minutes time was already gone when the teams of the BDS and the Jammu and Kashmir police, they swung into full action. And this area where the second blast has taken place, the video of which we have access, is almost a 60 meters distance. So it is not a sufficient time for the forces to sanitize the entire area, and this was actually the plot of the terrorists to plant the IEDs this very area to inflict damage and to keep it away from the radar of the forces when first attack happens. And then what actually happens that when security forces arrive, they do an extended cordon, and the plan was to inflict maximum damage to the security forces because when the blast has taken place, that very place, there will be a regular routine deployment. The columns of the Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir police, they will be deployed here, and the plan was to inflict damage to them, but that plan was foiled as the forces were not at this very place, but
9 civilians that we are getting to know have got injured. 5 got injured in the first incident where a Mahindra Bolero was used to trigger the attack, and second was the Chevrolet Cruze LTZ 2013 model vehicle that was used to trigger the attack. 9 people have been injured so far, and now the investigation is underway. A high-level meeting is underway at unknown location by ADG Jammu, where the officers from the intelligence agencies are taking part, and they are trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind this. Yes.
Yes, certainly. And that is what is the very aim at this point, Gursimran. But the second video of the explosion that has been accessed by Republic, putting out a sense of what happened and what the people may have gone through in those few minutes. The Nia and Sia teams also present at the spot, where they are collecting all the necessary evidences. But Gursimran, if you could also suggest further details as this emergency meet was called, any changes in the security apparatus and how it needs to be heightened, also any intel inputs that were accessed earlier around, what are the teams now looking at?
See, no immediate change in the security apparatus, because the things will go as planned for the 26th of January. But yes, for sure, there will be a re-review of the security of the vital places where there is a huge rush of people as well as the vehicles, because be it the bus stand, the railway stations, these are the busy areas when it comes to the Jammu city, where the people move quite often. And this place right now where we are standing, if Sarjeevan can give you a 360-degree look, you will find the buildings, the vehicles, the people, everyone here. And at any given point of time, be it the dead of the night, there are a presence of around 15,000, 20,000 vehicles that are parked here. So it is not very easy to man each and every vehicle that is here. But yes, a proper mechanism needs to be put in place, and that's why that high-level meeting is underway for almost an hour now, where the ADG Jammu is chairing meeting along with the security officials.
Gursimran, stay on with us. Once again, taking a look at this second video that Republic has been able to access of the blast that had happened, after which we also listen into some eyewitness accounts and what unfolded soon after the blast.
बंद करिए निकल ओ बम्बी था बंद करिए निकल ओ बम्बी था बंद करिए
मैं शाम को गाड़ी का काम कर रहा था।
अच्छा
तो बड़े जोर से धमाका हुआ, मैंने बोला टैंकी फटी होगी, जब ऊपर जाके देखा ब्लास्ट हो गया बम। गाड़ी में था, महिंद्रा गाड़ी में पड़ा था।
महिंद्रा
हाँ, वो बॉडी थी खाली, उसकी शाल था।
अच्छा अच्छा
शाल में पड़ा था।
अच्छा अच्छा
उसका धमाका वो पीसों पीस हो गया वो तो।
जो खटारा गाड़ी होती है।
हाँ, उसको तैयार करके रखी थी कि कस्टमर की गाड़ी थी, तैयार करके रखी थी। उसका धमाका पीस हो गया गाड़ी के। मेरे हिसाब से कोई 20-25 पीस हो गए गाड़ी के।
तो
कितने उसके बाद 10 मिनट बाद दूसरा ही फट गया।
अच्छा, 2 ब्लास्ट हुए
जी।
इंजर्ड कौन हुआ है?
और कोई 4-5 लड़के डेंटर हैं।
अच्छा, डेंटर।
हाँ, 4-5 लड़के हैं। एक पेड़ भी लगी है, एक सीट कवर का काम करता है, सीट कवर का 2 डेंटर हैं, 4-5 बंदे हैं वैसे। 2 मुश्किल बचेंगे, बाकी 3 के देखो।
मैं इधर ही था, चाय का काम कर रहा था, दुकान का ग्राहक कस्टमर। तो धमाका जो उधर जाके हुआ है, कोई मेरे से कोई 100 फुट आगे जाके हुआ है।
अच्छा, तो कितना बड़ा धमाका?
बड़ा धमाका, बड़ा जोरदार था। हमने सोचा कोई टंकी फट गई या टायर फट गया, लेकिन जब धुआं देखा मैं टायर नहीं फटा, कुछ और हुआ होगा। जब उधर से बंदे आए तो उन्होंने बताया कि ऐसे ऐसे कोई इधर बंदे इंजर हो गए हैं, तो कोई बम फटा है।
अच्छा, अच्छा।
और उसके बाद ठीक हुआ, आधा 15-20 मिनट वो दूसरा भी फट गया, जब बड़ी पब्लिक इकट्ठी हुई थी।
अच्छा, अच्छा।
वो थोड़ा उससे थोड़ा आगे जाके हुआ है।
अच्छा, अच्छा। 10 मिनट का तो 2 बम फटे?
2 बम फटे हैं।
2 की आवाज आपने?
2 हो गई बस में।
एक पहला हुआ, एक उसके बाद हुआ।
तो आप यहीं पे थे उस टाइम?
उसी टाइम में यहीं बैठा था, मैं चाय बेच रहा था।
क्या देखा?
खाली धुआं दिखाई दे रहा है, इतनी दूर से जहाँ मैं खड़ा था वहाँ से तो दूर से खाली धुआं दिखाई दे रहा था।
Stepping into a short break, on the other side, getting you details of how the ED news tightens in the cash for job scam, where TMC leader Kuntal Ghosh is now under arrest. And Republic's relentless coverage that has forced action. The WFI is now made a toothless body for the next 4 weeks.
Right now we are showing you the visuals. The bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they have arrived here at the spot 0 and now they are analyzing the car where the blast has taken place. We have got the twin sets of breaking. First, a confirmation that it was a terror attack, and second is that an twin IDs were used to carry out these terror attacks here in the Narwal area of Jammu.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Ramstein army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators fail to elect.
And now this is the first reaction coming in from the Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha on the Narwal terror attack. The LG, who has strongly condemned the blast that took place in Narwal this morning. Senior police officials briefed the LG about the blast and on the state of the investigation that is underway. He's called for urgent steps to identify and take action against those who are responsible. Quoting from his statement, such dastardly attacks highlight the desperation and cowardice of those responsible, take immediate and firm action. No efforts should be spared to bring the perpetrators to justice. The LG has also offered heartfelt sympathies to those who were injured, announcing a relief of 50,000 rupees to the injured in this attack. He's also said that the administration would ensure best possible treatment and extend every help to the families of the injured. Gursimran, I want to come back to you before we play out that statement, but the LG has spoken on this.
Yes, the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir has issued a statement in which it has been said that the senior officials of the J&K police as well as the other intelligence agencies, they have briefed the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor about the incident, and LG has said that there needs to be a stern action that needs to be taken, and this is an example of the frustration, the desperation of the terror groups to carry out these kind of incident, and he said that no one needs to be spared. LG went on to say that there is a need to take immediate and firm action so that the perpetrators are brought to justice at an earliest, and he has also called for urgent steps and actions against those who are responsible for this. Now the entire area is being scanned using the metal detectors. Multiple agencies are arriving here at the spot, be it the central intelligence agencies, the Jammu and Kashmir police, the Indian army or the other agencies. All are carrying out the parallel investigation, and the LG has also announced a relief of 50,000 to all 9 people who have been injured in this deadly terror attack, the twin terror attacks that have taken place. And now the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police who were here since morning, they have left from this very spot and they are now at the place where the meeting has been called by ADG Jammu Zone Mukesh Singh, wherein all the intelligence agencies as well as the sister agencies, they are taking part, and a plan is being charted out to ensure that everything goes well and smooth, especially on the eve of upcoming Republic Day, and then devise a new strategy will be devised to counter these kind of threats.
Oh yes, absolutely, and that is the key focus right now as the investigation continues into the Narwal blast attack. But Gursimran, let's also confirm if we can play out the LG statement. Having said that, he says that the best possible help will be given to those who are injured. Their families will be given an extra amount of 50,000 rupees, and also coming on very strongly against the perpetrators of the attack. He's saying that they must not be spared, and this just shows their desperation and cowardice.
Yes, this is a statement that has been issued by the Raj Bhavan. The LG is occupied as he is being briefed by the senior officials. This statement has been issued by the Raj Bhavan, attributable to the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, that what has transpired in the last 1 hour, wherein he has been briefed about each and every development that has taken place, and also the directions that have been passed by the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir. As we speak, the CCTVs are being analysed. All the DVRs of the nearby areas, if Sarjeevan can show you, have been seized by the Jammu and Kashmir police. We managed to get access to one of the CCTV footages that we have seen, and also the second blast video where it can be seen a loud blast taking place. Other serious officers of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are also now taking part in the meeting that was called by the additional Director General of Police Jammu Zone Mukesh Singh, and wherein he has confirmed that 9 people, we got to know from the sources in the establishment that 9 people have lost, 9 people have been seriously injured, and the investigation is underway. The directions, clear-cut directions have been given to nab the perpetrators and they be brought to justice soon. Multiple coordinate search operations have been launched by the security forces in different areas of Jammu region, especially in the Jammu district, so that the perpetrators, those who have carried out this blast, they don't go away, they don't escape like they did in the Dangri village of Tarajori, where the perpetrators are still out of reach of the security forces and hiding in the upper areas. The impact of the blast can be seen with this, that the one of the piece of the vehicle that was blown away by the IED blast, that is still here in the wire, that this is a internet wire, and this has come here. Senior officers of the Indian Army as well as the Jammu and Kashmir police are here. The distance from the blast site to this place is somewhat 10 meters to 15 meters. So this piece of vehicle has traveled almost 15 meters in air. This speaks of the intensity of the blast that has been done, the kind of a blast that has taken place. How impactful it was that a piece of vehicle that blown away came from there and got here connected to this wire, the wire of the internet cable. So this is what has actually transpired at that very moment. Yes.
Gursimran, stay on with us. Let's play out the response of the Jammu and Kashmir police as the investigation continues, followed by the eyewitness accounts that you've been getting us, after which I come back to you.
At the nearest incident site to a place to the incident site. This is a residential complex. These are the jhuggis of the locals, those who are living in this area, and they were occupied by some of the residents. If Sir Jeevan can come this way, we will show that around 100 people were here when this incident has taken place. मुझे ये बताइए किस तरह की धमाके की आवाज आई थी, क्या हुआ?
हम झुग्गी में थे, जोरदार आया था, उसमें ऐसे लगा कि कोई कुछ बहुत बड़ा बम फट गया है।
आप लोग कहाँ थे?
मैं तो साइड में था, फिर मुझे बीबी ने बताया कि ऐसा ऐसे हुआ, तो फिर मैंने दौड़ कर आया यहाँ।
तो डर का माहौल सारे को लगा, सारे झुग्गी के ऊपर, पुल के ऊपर में बैठे हुए हैं। तो सभी लोग आप लोग वहाँ चले गए हैं
डर में।
तो 2 ब्लास्ट बताए जा रहे हुए थे।
हाँ, एक आगे हुआ है, एक यहाँ हमारे 100 मीटर की दूरी में हुआ।
ध्यान नहीं दिया, उतना कम था। दूसरा वाला धमाका इधर ही हुआ ना, वो जबरदस्त था। मैं झुग्गी में ही था।
झुग्गी में ही थे। हाँ। तो क्या लगा, किस तरह से, मतलब कितने बजे का समय था, क्या हुआ?
वो टाइम तो फिक्स पता नहीं है, लेकिन पहले हुआ, उसके आधे घंटे बाद ये दूसरा हुआ।
ओके, तो आप भी यहीं पे थे?
हाँ।
सुना आपने?
बहुत जोर से सुना।
तो क्या मतलब तब हड़बड़ी मच गई होगी?
हाँ, पूरा हड़बड़ी मची। पहले वहाँ पे देखने गए थे, उसके बाद रूम आ गए हम लोग, यहाँ पे फिर गए रूम से, तो यहाँ पर आवाज आया बहुत जोर से।
हिल गया था हमारा झुग्गी, हम 2 ही जनानी था, बहुत रो रहा था अंदर, पूरा जितना धुआं ना हमारा अंदर आ गया।
बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ?
हाँ, बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्टिंग हुआ, हम डर गया था। पूरा 2 जनानी था, बच्चे छोटे को नहला रहा था, उतना टाइम पूरा धुआं हमारा घर पूरे भर गया, बहुत जबरदस्त हुआ। हम सारी डर रहे थे, हम डर गए थे। 2 जनानी था, रो रहा था, बच्चा नहला रहा था, पूरा धुआं घर में आ गया, पूरा ब्लास्टिंग का।
So the entire smoke has entered from this very area. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals, keep on the visuals of the blast that has taken place. This white swift car is the vehicle, what it seems, this white sedan car is where the blast has taken place, and the nearby scooty and other vehicles, they have totally been blown by this blast that has taken place. We are continuing with the rolling coverage. We'll try to speak to some more people. आपने आवाज सुनी थी? See. Sir Jeevan is having some more visuals. The dog squad of the Indian Army is here at the spot. The bomb disposal BDS and the dog squad of the Indian Army is here at the ground zero. We are showing you that how things are moving here at the ground zero. BDS and dog squad of the Indian Army here at the blast site.
जो तफ्तीश है वो हम कर रहे हैं, जो फैक्ट्स होंगे वो आपसे शेयर किए जाएंगे।
किस एरिया में हुआ है ब्लास्ट, ये एग्जैक्ट किस एरिया में है?
यही नरवाल है, ये नरवाल का एरिया है, यहाँ पर हम खड़े हैं। यार्ड नंबर 7 है, और एक ब्लास्ट के बाद दूसरा ब्लास्ट जो है लगभग 20 मिनट के बाद हुआ है। बाकी सारी तफ्तीश जो तफ्तीश है वो हम कर रहे हैं, जो फैक्ट्स होंगे वो आपसे शेयर किए जाएंगे।
किस एरिया में हुआ है ब्लास्ट, ये एग्जैक्ट किस एरिया में है?
यही नरवाल है, ये नरवाल का एरिया है, यहाँ पर हम खड़े हैं। यार्ड नंबर 7 है, और एक ब्लास्ट के बाद दूसरा ब्लास्ट जो है लगभग 20 मिनट के बाद हुआ है। बाकी सारी तफ्तीश
All right, so those are the sound bites that we are trying to dip into, Gursimran. But coming back, obviously one can imagine the impact and the intensity of the blast. You're confirming it's an IED blast. Then again, Gursimran, a lot of questions over the movement of those before the blast had happened. Anything that the passers-by had suspected, any information that has been shared with the investigating team so far, and this particular explosive that was placed on the bonnet of that car about 15 minutes after the second explosive that ticked out. Gursimran, what more has the team been able to piece together?
See, Suesha, this is one of the busiest places. See, in words, I won't be able to explain that how busy this place remains. That at every given minute, around 200 to 250 people passes from this stretch only. The place that Sarjeevan is showing you, around 200 to 250 people passes every single minute. So that is why this is very, very busy place. This place is at a distance of around 100 to 150 meters from the national highway that connects Jammu to Kashmir Valley. So this is very near to that, and any kind of a movement here almost go unnoticed because everyone is occupied here. There is a pollution checking center, the shops that sells the tires, the lubricant shops, the denter, painters, all are busy in their own course. So no one even pays heed to what the other person is doing. Now the crucial thing is that CCTV. If Sarjeevan can show you that on the top of this building there is a CCTV, the DVR of which has been seized by the Jammu and Kashmir police. This is the sole CCTV footage that is going to help the police, and that's why the DVR has been seized and now being analyzed by the special operations group of the Jammu and Kashmir police, that how things are actually working, that what actually has transpired. See, it is not very sure that whether the ID was planted today only. Highly possible that it was planted 14-18 hours before, because we have seen IDs that are coming from Pakistan with a timer of 3 hours, 4 hours, 14 hours even, to the extent that 18 hours timer is also there on the ID. So highly possible that it could be planted somewhere late last night and then it has blown up today morning. So that possibility is not also being ruled out, and now the investigation is on to find out the perpetrators who are behind this.
Oh yes, absolutely, and that exactly is the focus of the investigating teams right now, and this is particularly important, Gursimran. The timing is being questioned. This is 5 days before Republic Day. This is 19 days after the Rajouri attack, and how the security situation will be reviewed once again post this attack is also we are trying to get details to. Gursimran, for the moment I want to thank you for being with us. We'll keep coming back to you for further updates. For now, we move on.
I'm reporting outside Sonaria jail where Gurmeet Rahim is lodged, and he would be coming out again for parole of 40 days. Now, despite being engulfed in several controversies and being convicted for a heinous crime, none other than rape, this person has been able to get a parole once again for 40 days. In fact, such has been controversy that we have been told that there is going to be a grand celebration on January 25, the day he celebrates his birthday. But Republic Media Network is going to be defiant. We are going to be standing over here and we are going to make sure that we are going to confront this person and make him answerable to the crimes he's committed, and also ask tough questions from the state government of why they are being so favorable to this person and giving him parole quite a number of times. With video journalist Narwal, this is Piyush Ohri reporting for Republic TV.
And as we slip into a short commercial break, fresh pre-poll controversy that has hit the Congress where Kamalnath threatened cops. The BJP has hid out. Also, ED News tightens in the cash for job scam. TMC leader Kuntal Ghosh is under arrest.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a...
Everybody had this American perspective to how they want to run the business. Every Indian startup wanted to be a copycat model of a Silicon Valley startup. So I'm asking you from a cultural ethos perspective, what is your advice to how Indian corporates should run and operate their business and their business environment?
None of them believed in the Western model of doing business. They were only acting the Western model of doing business. So you have to align your culture to development. Without aligning your culture to development, you will never be able to become a global power on your terms.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Staying with Republic, and we are now getting you a big detail in the Praveen Netaru murder case where NIA has filed a charge sheet against 20 PFI members in the murder of BJP's Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Netaru, which happened on the 26th of July 2022 in Bellar village of Karnataka's Dakshin Kannada district, with the intention to strike terror in the society and create a sense of fear among the people. Investigation revealed that PFI was a part of its agenda to create terror, communal hatred and unrest in the society, and further its agenda of establishing Islamic rule by 2047 formed secret teams, service teams or killer squads to carry out the killings of its perceived enemies and targets. Cutting across to my colleague Prajwal, who's joining us from Bengaluru. Prajwal, where the intent is now getting very clear of what the PFI was intending. Also details of the NIA charge sheet that you've been able to access. Tell us more of what it states.
Suesha, now mainly the role of these people, that the PFI cadres who have been taken into custody have gone on to reveal more information to the NIA, on which basis the NIA has gone on to file charge sheet in Bengaluru, and it is now being understood that the role of 6 people over here is under question because all the 6 of them are absconding, and 3 of the main primary accused in this particular case is K. Masood, Abdul Paichar as well as Kodaje Mohammed Mohammed Sharif. So Paichar was the one who had gone on to conduct a recce over here, because the NIA charge sheet also mentions that the PFI had gone across and delegated tasks to certain people, asking them to keep a watch on high profile targets and also to go in and speak about their details as to what their day-to-day activities will be. The second role is that of Masood, who is said to be one of the prime accused who had gone on to train the hit group in carrying out the assassination of Praveen Nettaru amidst the people while they were watching, because this was to incite communal hatred and also create fear and panic among the people as well. So that is the role of K. Masood. And Kodaje Abdul Sharif. So this is the third person whose role is now being questioned, because he is still at large, and the NIA had gone on to announce a reward of 5 lakh rupees in this particular regard. So he was the one who was primarily tasked with going on and conducting the meetings, because the NIA in the charge sheet has mentioned that meetings were conducted in 3 places, one in Bengaluru, one in Sulia, and the other in Bellare, where Praveen Nettaru was murdered. Initially, the chain of information and the chain of instructions came in from the PFI top command, and later Kodaje Sharif was designated the task of passing these messages and also how to execute it. So he is the mastermind who hatched the plot to go on and murder BJP Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Nettaru on the 26th of July in Bellare.
Right, Prajwal, but also tell us more on what action. But I believe, Prajwal, before that we also have a reaction coming in from PK Sehgal. Let's listen to it, after which I come back to you.
NSA has filed a charge sheet against PFI in Bangalore, stating that they have come up with a very dangerous and devious plan to create chaos and mayhem in the country through spreading of terror, communal violence and hatred. For this, they are going to eliminate leaders of a particular community. They have created task forces which are secret. They call them as service teams, whose job is to identify the suspect, track him, and thereafter eliminate him. For this, they've given this team lethal weapons. They're giving them training, and they also guiding them on how to undertake effective surveillance.
Right, Prajwal, I want to come back to you, because this is about the larger design of the PFI, and the PFI sympathizers must look at this, because the intent of that organization was very, very clear when it came to its mission 2047 and establishing Islamic rule, and it is because of so many details and so much evidence accessed against this organization that to date stands banned. But the very fact that when it comes to Praveen Nettaru's murder also, it was a deliberate attempt to create unrest.
Absolutely, Suesha. There are no second thoughts about it, because the NIA has also mentioned about these killer squads or service squads, which was clearly mentioned, who have been designated with the task of going on, identifying high-profile targets, going on and conducting a recce, and after that to assassinate them as well. So who were these high-profile targets has still not been mentioned over here, but we get to understand that top RSS leaders, BJP leaders and pro-Hindu activists was also on the hit list of the PFI leaders as well. And this is not only pertaining to the hit squads and the killer squads, but also pertaining to the fact, detailing to the financial aspects as to how they were financed as well, because finances also pointed out to the funds flowing in for the PFI from abroad in the name of donations under various NGOs as well. And apart from that, there was also domestic funding too, which is being probed into as well by the NIA, who were also joined by the ED too. So who were the ones who went on and funded this hit on Praveen Nettaru, as well as the other targets too, was in question as well, and the NIA has submitted the proof at the court, and the NIA has also announced cash reward for 6 people who are still absconding, who are the primary accused in this case, and it will be shortly known as to what are their whereabouts too, because they have announced this award, but still they are at large in this case regarding Praveen Nettaru's murder, Suesha.
All right, Prajwal, we keep a close eye on the updates that come in on this. For the moment, thank you for getting us these details. We slip into a short break. And yes, the big stories we are tracking for you this afternoon, 19 days after the Rajouri attack and 5 days ahead of Republic Day. It is the Narwal attack that is now being probed. Also, massive outrage after rapist Rahim is out on a 40-day parole again.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open
And ahead of Republic Day, mysterious twin explosions that were reported from Jammu's Narwal area, where according to sources, 9 people have suffered injuries in these blasts.
मैं सामने गाड़ी का काम कर रहा था, तो बड़े जोर से धमाका हुआ। मैंने बोला टैंकी फटी होगी, जब ऊपर जाके देखा ब्लास्ट हो गया बम। गाड़ी में था, महिंद्रा गाड़ी में पड़ा था। बॉडी थी खाली, उसकी शाल था, शाल में पड़ा था। उसका धमाका वो पीसो पीस हो गया बहुत।
जो खटारा गाड़ी होती
है, हाँ, उसको तैयार करके रखी थी कि कस्टमर की गाड़ी थी, तैयार करके रखी थी। उसका धमाका पीस हो गया गाड़ी के। मेरे हिसाब से कोई 20-25 पीस हो गए गाड़ी के।
तो कितने
उसके बाद 10 मिनट बाद दूसरा ही फट गया।
2 ब्लास्ट हुए
जी।
इंजर्ड कौन हुआ है?
और कोई 4-5 लड़के डेंटर हैं।
अच्छा, डेंटर।
हाँ, 4-5 लड़के हैं। एक पेड़ भी लगी है, एक सीट कवर का काम करता है, सीट कवर का। 2 डेंटर हैं, 4-5 बंदे हैं मेरे। 2 मुश्किल बचेंगे, बाकी 3 के देखो।
Republic has accessed the CCTV tape that was captured in the moment of the blast. People were seen rushing towards away from the explosion site in the CCTV footage. Rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim has been granted 40-day parole again. Republic questioned Haryana jail minister. The minister stated the code of conduct of Ram Rahim.
गुरमीत राम रहीम को 40 दिन की पैरोल दे दी गई है। किस ग्राउंड्स पे दी गई?
देखिए, हमने नहीं दी, हमारा काम है जेल मंत्रालय का। हमारे पास जब भी कोई सेशन जज या हाई कोर्ट का जज किसी की सज़ा करते हैं तो वो लिख के भेजते हैं कि इस आदमी को इतने दिन और इतने महीने, इतने साल, इतने दिन की सज़ा है, आप इसे जेल में रखेंगे, बिना परमिशन के बाहर नहीं जाएगा। उसके बाद जो जेल में रहते हैं उन्हें अपना अधिकार है, वो हमसे अपनी एप्लीकेशन मूव करते हैं पैरोल के लिए या फरलो के लिए। हम उसे कॉम्पिटेंट अथॉरिटी को भेज देते हैं, डिसाइड वो करते हैं।
A Goa-bound Azur Air chartered flight from Russia's Perm International Airport received a bomb threat. Airport sources revealed that the plane carrying 238 passengers had to be diverted to Uzbekistan following the security threat. The flight was scheduled to land at the Dabolim Airport in South Goa at 4:15 a.m. Time for a short break. On the other side, ED News tightens in cash for jobs scam. Kuntal Ghosh, TMC leader, now under arrest.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे
For we cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punya, Vinesh Phogat, Sangeeta Phogat and many others fight and give their sweat and sacrifice to win us medals, to make us proud. We can't now therefore look away when these national icons are reduced before our very eyes to fighting a lonely battle against sexual exploitation and abuse and corruption. We are for the wrestlers and against the politician. The in-flight pervert who urinated on a senior female co-passenger cannot play victim. The airline that refused to act cannot wash its hands off with delayed and very cursory action. It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign which has ensured that this pervert is terminated from his job. VVIP racism is when common citizens say we are not going to be treated like second-class citizens anymore and taken for granted. Because India has had enough of common citizens being made forced to put up with this by people who are drunk on power and their bratish sons and daughters. When there is one rule for the common man and one rule for VVIPs and their brats and netas' children, that is VVIP racism, and it doesn't matter to me whether Congress is in power or BJP is in power.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's dive right into the top stories this hour on Superfast 50. Ahead of Republic Day, mysterious twin explosions have been reported from Jammu and Kashmir's Narwal area. According to sources, at least 9 people have suffered injuries in these blasts. Republic has accessed the CCTV tape that has captured the moment of this blast. People can be seen rushing away from the explosion site in the CCTV footage in the aftermath of the explosion. Republic accessed a second tape of the explosion in Jammu. In the tape, loud explosions can be heard as residents try to escape from the site. After the Jammu terror blast, ADGP Jammu Mukesh Singh held an emergency meeting. Swinging into action, he called for urgent steps to identify and take action against those responsible. He said, and I quote, "Such a dastardly act highlights the desperation and cowardice of those responsible. Take immediate and firm action. No effort should be spared to bring the perpetrators to justice." Narrating the horror of the Jammu terror attack, eyewitnesses residing near the Narwal blast site said a loud explosion was heard and plumes of smoke billowed from the site. Meanwhile, viewers, massive destruction was witnessed in the CCTV tape, which also showed the people who were in the area rushing away from the site of the explosion in the immediate aftermath, even as smoke billowed very quickly from there.
गाड़ी का काम कर रहा था। तो बड़े जोर से धमाका, मैंने बोला टैंकी फटी होगी, जब ऊपर जाके देखा ब्लास्ट हो गया बम। गाड़ी में था, महिंद्रा गाड़ी में पड़ा था।
महिंद्रा
हाँ, वो बॉडी थी खाली, उसकी शाल था।
अच्छा अच्छा,
शाल में पड़ा था।
अच्छा अच्छा,
उसका धमाका वो पीसों पीस हो गया वो तो।
जो खटारा गाड़ी होती है,
हाँ, उसको तैयार करके रखी थी कि कस्टमर की गाड़ी थी, तैयार करके रखी थी। उसका धमाका पीस हो गया गाड़ी के। मेरे हिसाब से कोई 20-25 पीस हो गए गाड़ी के।
तो कितने
उसके बाद 10 मिनट बाद दूसरा ही फट गया।
दो ब्लास्ट हुए
जी।
इंजर्ड कौन हुआ है?
और कोई 4-5 लड़के डेंटर हैं।
अच्छा, डेंटर।
हाँ, 4-5 लड़के हैं। एक पेड़ भी लगी है, एक सीट का रुका काम करता है, सीट का रुका, 2 डेंटर हैं, 4-5 बंदे हैं मेरे तो। 2 मुश्किल बचेंगे, बाकी 3 के देखो।
Taking stock of the situation, the Jammu Deputy Mayor Baldev Singh Bhilavaria said that the area has been cordoned off and a search is underway for more explosives. As the search operations for more explosives are underway in the Narwal area of Jammu and Kashmir, the NIA, the SIA and other teams along with bomb disposal squads of the Indian Army have been rushed to the site as well. Republic has accessed information about the timing of the twin blasts. As per reports, both the terror attacks took place within 30 minutes of each other. The first blast took place at 10:47 am, while the next one occurred after 30 minutes, causing larger destruction. Convicted of rape and with murder charges, Rahim has walked out on a 40-day parole once again. As per reports, the rapist is out on parole for his birthday celebrations. The latest parole to rapist Rahim, who is serving a 20-year jail term for raping 2 disciples, comes 3 months after he was granted a similar parole. It's yet another controversy sparked by Congress leader Kamalnath. In his latest statement, Kamalnath has threatened the police with "sabka hisab liya jayega" and said everything will be taken into account. Also, viewers, as the rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim has been granted 40-day parole again, Republic has questioned the Haryana jail minister. The minister has said that the code of conduct of Ram Rahim was good, apparently.
हमारे पास जो भी उनका अब तक रहा है, कभी भी उन्होंने नहीं, अब जैसे जेल में वापस आएंगे तब भी जैसे एयरपोर्ट पे चेकिंग होती है, हाथ यूं करके वो इस तरीके से खड़े हो जाते हैं, तो वो कहते हैं नहीं हमारी कस्टडी में आप चलो, कहते हैं नहीं नहीं आपका जो है वो मैं फॉलो करूंगा, आप ज़रा देखिए। उनका अब तक जेल में कंडक्ट ठीक रहा है, कभी भी कोई हमें 1% भी कभी कोई दिक्कत नहीं आई। जब भी पैरोल पे गए टाइम से आगे, समय से पहले आते रहे, तो हमारी तरफ से कोई इस तरीके का नहीं है।
The BJP has meanwhile lashed out at Congress leader Kamal Nath after his controversial statement threatening the police. Madhya Pradesh Minister Vishwas Sarang has said that Kamal Nath is exposing his frustration, hatred and pressure politics, which has no place in a democracy.
कमलनाथ जी सेठ हैं, पैसे वाले हैं, धमकी देना, दबाव बनाना, बदमाशी करना, ये उनकी आदत है और ये पहली बार नहीं है। वो हर समय इस तरह की दबाव की राजनीति बनाना चाहते हैं। लोकतंत्र में कार्यपालिका, विधान पालिका और न्यायपालिका, इसके अपने अपने दायित्व हैं और अपने अपने कर्तव्य हैं और उसका वो ठीक ढंग से निर्वहन करती है। मुझे लगता है कि इस तरह के दबाव बनाकर कमलनाथ जी अपने फ्रस्ट्रेशन को
Continuing to have no tolerance for Kamalnath's remarks, the BJP also said that it is his undemocratic mindset which has been exposed completely.
Once again, the former CM and tall leader of Congress Party Kamalnath ji has shown and displayed his undemocratic emergency mindset when he openly threatened officers, police officers, administration from Sarvajanik Manch and said that they must remember that only 8 months are left for the elections and that sabka hisab liya jayega. This is not the first time Kamalnath ji has tried to intimidate the officers, police officers and administration. In August 2021 also, he made similar statements. We also remember the Aag Laga Doge video. This kind of mindset only betrays that this is not Mohabbat ki dukaan, this is Dhamki ki dukaan of Congress Party. Congress Party has always believed in emergency mindset, in intimidation, in revenge and vendetta politics, and this is what they are exactly displaying even in Madhya Pradesh.
A Goa-bound Azure Air chartered flight from Russia's Perm International Airport received a bomb threat while en route. Airport sources revealed that the plane was carrying 238 passengers and was diverted to an airport in Uzbekistan following the threat being received. The flight was scheduled to land at the Goa airport at 4:15 this morning. According to the police, a man identified as Rameshwar Mishra from Navi Mumbai was arrested 90 minutes before the arrival of PM Modi in Mumbai's BKC as he tried to enter the high security VVIP zone while impersonating an NSG. He has also claimed to be a Nayak from the Guards regiment of the army. The Bharatiya Janata Party's national president JP Nadda will flag off the 9-day statewide Vijaya Sankalp Yatra from Vijaypura in pole-bound Karnataka. With assembly elections due in the state in about 4 months' time, the BJP has intensified its poll campaign by launching the 9-day public outreach program from Vijaypura. In a big lead in the Bharatiya Janata Party's Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Netaru murder case, the National Investigation Agency NIA has filed a charge sheet against 20 PFI members. The face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi and the Lieutenant Governor VK Saxena has intensified after the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal sought an appointment from the LG. Sources have informed that the Delhi Chief Minister had asked for an appointment for today from the LG at 1 PM, but the LG didn't give him time for the same. As the by-election dates for the Erode East constituency was announced by the Election Commission, a new controversy has arisen within the AIADMK. The AIADMK party's EPS faction has announced earlier that it would be contesting in the Erode East constituency by poll with a candidate from the party itself. The Rouse Avenue Court in Delhi has ordered framing of charges against Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan and 24 others for allegedly blocking an anti-encroachment drive carried out by the South Delhi Municipal Corporation or SDMC in Madanpur Khadar area of the national capital Delhi. A mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala after a High Court ultimatum to the state government. At least 66 properties of the PFI's members across 14 districts have been confiscated. There is more trouble for Trinamool Youth Congress leader Kuntal Ghosh after the TET scam. After 24 hours of interrogation, Enforcement Directorate officials officially arrested the TMC leader and seized several documents from him as well. In another hit-and-run case reported in Bengaluru, a car rammed into a bike and then escaped and fled from the spot. The biker was thrown off his bike and fell a few feet away. The biker has suffered minor injuries and has been admitted to a hospital. In a mega crackdown on narco terror in Punjab, an international drug scam was busted by the NCB. At least 34 kilos of drugs were recovered and 66 liquor vends were sealed as well. A massive fire broke out at a hotel in Delhi's Connaught Place. 13 fire tenders were rushed to the site to control the blaze. However, as per the police, no injuries, thankfully, have been reported as yet. After a huge controversy Over the Indigo flight scare case, BJP Member of Parliament Tejasvi Surya was confronted by Republic. Evading our questions, he said, "Don't politicize and glorify the incident."
Regarding this issue, the airlines has already commented, DGCA has commented, the Honorable Minister for Civil Aviation himself has clarified and spoken about this. My co-passenger, who is the eyewitness to what happened, Shri Annamalai ji, he has spoken and clarified and narrated the factual matrix. Couple of other passengers who were also eyewitness to the incident have spoken to a couple of media houses, and they also have narrated the chain of events that took place and the truth that is in the matter. Therefore, there is no need for me to be speaking again on an issue which the opponents are trying to use as a political hit job and glorify.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah will visit Bihar on February the 22nd to take part in the Swami Sahajanand Saraswati Jayanti Samroh. Shah will also address farmers during his visit. Difficulties in certain areas has increased due to snowfall, and the work of demolition of buildings has been stopped in Uttarakhand, in Joshimat. Moreover, in the latest development, cracks have developed in 14 more new buildings, and a water leakage series has also been reported. Of late, an attempt was made to demolish the temple of Lord Bholenath near the BJP office in Rewa by using earth movers, after which the people of the Bajrang Sena reached the spot there in Rewa, Madhya Pradesh, and strongly protested against this action. There is no end to, however, this controversy just yet. There is also no end to the civic apathy in Bengaluru. Another road has caved in, but no action has been taken by the civic authority there. Meanwhile, anger among the residents has mounted over the civic body's inaction. Also, viewers, in Peru, thousands protested in the capital Lima and in other cities demanding the resignation of the president Dina Boluarte. Police responded during the evening, firing tear gas canisters. Protests in Lima are now larger since many demonstrators came in past days from remote areas, reports say. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met on Friday with American Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev.
Again, the great message. You're coming, so thank you very much, and thanks to, again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Rammstein, I had speech there, and on Rammstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
Police are investigating a shooting near Kansas City at a funeral home that left 4 people injured, one of them critically injured. The police said that a probe is underway and no suspects have been taken into custody as yet though. Over half a century after the famous Roe v. Wade abortion rights verdict, a march for life supporters celebrated the Supreme Court's dismantling of that constitutional right to abortion and heralded the political struggle set loose by the court's decision. US President Joe Biden has pledged to do everything in his powers to restore core abortion rights in the US, remember. Portugal's Education Minister João Costa met with representatives of 2 main unions representing teachers and other public education workers in the country. The talks in Lisbon were held as a protest was held outside by workers who were calling for better pay and conditions. Floods in the Balkans this week have closed down schools, cut railway traffic and soaked homes and farmlands. Flooding in Serbia, Bosnia, Montenegro, Albania and Kosovo were triggered by heavy rainfall and unreasonably warm weather. Floods reported in parts of Kosovo closed down schools and soaked properties and farmlands also. in the European Latvian states. Plastic bottles, rusty barrels and even old refrigerators are among the tons of garbage clogging rivers in Bosnia. On the Drina River, which flows between Montenegro, Serbia and Bosnia, garbage is struck behind a trash barrier near a key hydroelectric power plant, forming a huge rubbish island, we are told. Police in Ukraine's capital Kiev region released body cam footage shot by a first responder arriving at the scene of Wednesday's horrific helicopter crash which killed the country's interior minister and about 16 other people. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continued a sit-in inside the parliament for a second day, refusing to leave until the speaker there, Nabi Berri, holds an open-ended session to elect a new president in Lebanon. Team India captain Rohit Sharma won the toss and elected to field first against New Zealand in their second ODI of their three-match series at the Shahid Veer Narayan Singh International Stadium in Raipur. India currently has a lead of 1-0 in the series. Former Indian wrestler Yogeshwar Dutt, a part of the Indian Olympic Association's 7-member committee to probe the wrestler's allegation of sexual harassment against WFI chief Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, said that the panel will prepare a report within 8 to 10 days, which will then be submitted to the Sports Ministry, Home Ministry and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Chris Gayle, Irfan Pathan, Asghar Afghan, Dilhara Fernando and Monty Panesar have confirmed their participation in the LLC Masters season, which will be played from February 27 to March 8, 2023, confirmed the Legends League Cricket. The Twitter of the Indian Premier League franchise Royal Challengers Bangalore was hacked on Saturday, with the hackers posting content related to NFTs. The display picture of the account was altered to the trademark Bored Ape NFT emoji, and the name was also changed to Bored Ape Yacht Club. A below-par show against debutants Wales, denying them a direct quarter-final berth. Hosts India would look to address their attacking woes against a plucky New Zealand for a place in the last 8th stage of the FIH Men's Hockey World Cup on Sunday. Former world number 1 Daniel Medvedev crashed out of the Australian Open after losing to Sebastian Korda in the third round. Sebastian Korda stunned the two-time losing finalist Medvedev at the Australian Open on Friday, adding the Russian to a growing list of top seeds, crashing out early. Sebastian Korda credited Andre Agassi for helping him rise in tennis rankings shortly after the 29th seed upset Australian Open two-time finalist Daniel Medvedev in the tournament's third round. 8-time major champ Andre Agassi is currently mentoring Korda. Italy's giants Juventus were hit with a massive 15-point penalty for false accounting in the Serie A season following an appeal hearing at the Italian Soccer Federation. The decision means that the Turin club will plunge from 3rd place to 11th place in the Serie A table, although they have indicated that they will launch an appeal. Dani Alves, one of football's most successful and charismatic defenders in recent years, has been arrested on Friday after being accused of sexually assaulting a woman in Spain. A judge later denied bail to the Brazilian right-back, who now plays for a Mexican club. The alleged assault took place on December 31st at the nightclub in Barcelona. Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp said that he is blessed to have enjoyed 1,000 games in football management. Saturday's English Premier League clash with Chelsea will see the German coach reach the milestone, but that will be the last thing on his mind, with his side languishing in 9th place in the EPL table.
Right now we are showing you the visuals, the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police. They have arrived here at the spot 0 and now they are analyzing the car where the blast has taken place. We have got the twin sets of braking. First, a confirmation that it was a terror attack, and second is that twin IDs were used to carry out these terror attacks here in the Narwal area of Jammu.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European bath lounges.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal, and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion.
The Indian Army, the teams of the Indian Army, they have already arrived at the spot. The Special Operations Group, the Bomb Disposal Squad of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are also here at the spot because they are now trying to ascertain what has actually transpired. See, twin blast taking place in the heart of the Jammu city, one of the busiest area. Now the teams of the BDS are getting prepared. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals that the forensic and the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they have arrived here at the ground zero and they will be now heading towards the area. The ambulance too has been called in to put it on the standby because the police is not ruling out the possibility of any more explosive being in the area. See, the Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they have also been deployed here. If Sarjeevan can continue to show you the visuals that the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are here also at the spot, ground zero, and what actually transpired is yet to be ascertained by the senior officials. But yes, the SSP Jammu is here, SP South is also here along with the other officers. So the twin blasts that have taken place here in this very area is something very concerning for the security forces, because if Sarjeevan can show you a 360-degree view, I'll request Sarjeevan to show you the view of that side also, that this is a transport yard area where the majority of the transport remains here, and that is why the senior officials are trying to assure that everything goes smooth. The police is asking us to vacate this area. So that is the very specific area that has been cordoned in. If you will find that the area has been sealed and only the Special Operations Group will be allowed. The Indian Army troops, they are also moving towards this spot. The officers from the intelligence agencies, they have also arrived here at the ground zero.
And there's a lot more news coming up on Republic TV. The ED noose has tightened in the cash for jobs scam in Bengal. TMC leader Kuntal Ghosh is now placed under arrest. And also in the wrestlers' protest, Republic's relentless coverage also forces action. The WFI has been made a toothless body for the next 4 weeks. More on that after a short break. Stay with us on Republic.
Everybody had this American perspective to how they want to run the business. Every Indian startup wanted to be a copycat model of a Silicon Valley startup. So I am asking you from a cultural ethos perspective, what is your advice to how Indian corporates should run and operate their business and their business environment?
None of them believed in the Western model of doing business. They were only acting the Western model of doing business. So you have to align your culture to development. Without aligning your culture to development, you will never be able to become a global power on your terms.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal, and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Ramstein army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal, and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its...
Why does Pakistan want to talk to India? This is a country with which you fought 4 wars, not 3, as Shehbaz Sharif would like us to believe, but 4 wars. Why would Pakistan want to talk to India? Now, Pakistan is suffering a food crisis, a food security crisis. China is no longer funding Pakistan the way Pakistan had become used to. India is on a diplomatic offensive against Pakistan.
"19 days after Rajouri attack, 5 days ahead of Republic Day, yet another terror attack in Jammu. Security beefed up as high-intensity twin blast rocks Jammu. NIA and SIA teams on the spot. Outrage as convicted rapist Rahim is out on a 40-day parole. Yes.
अधिकारी और पुलिस को कह दीजिएगा 8 महीने में हम आपसे हिसाब लेंगे।
Fresh pre-poll controversy hits Congress. Kamalnath threatens cops. BJP hits out. ED news tightens in cash for job scam. TMC leader Kuntal Ghosh is now under arrest. Republic's relentless coverage forces action. WFI is now a toothless body for the next 4 weeks. Very good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. This is live and breaking at 3:30. I'm Suesha Sawant. Our non-stop focus on the twin blasts that happened in Narwal in Jammu this morning, and Republic has been able to access 2 videos. The first blast that happened at 10:47 and the second in an interval of about 10 to 15 minutes that rocked Narwal in Jammu. Reportedly 9 who are injured in this attack, and they are now receiving treatment, as the LG has issued a statement coming out very strongly against the perpetrators, saying they must not be spared, also providing a relief of 50,000 rupees to the families of the injured. Meanwhile, as the investigation on the ground continues, NIA and SIA teams who are present at the spot, they are trying to gather evidence and piece together details of who is responsible for this blast. The timing in particular that is being questioned. This is 19 days after the Rajouri attack and 5 days ahead of Republic Day. This entire area that you see on your screens right now has been cordoned off, and the matter is now under investigation. Several eyewitness accounts that Republic has been able to hear from. Let's listen in.
मैं सामने गाड़ी का काम कर रहा था, तो बड़े जोर से धमाका हुआ। मैंने बोला टैंकी फटी होगी, जब ऊपर जाके देखा ब्लास्ट हो गया बम। गाड़ी में था, महिंद्रा गाड़ी में मैं पड़ा था।
महिंद्रा गाड़ी।
हाँ वो बॉडी थी खाली, उसकी शाल था,
अच्छा
शाल में पड़ा था।
अच्छा अच्छा।
उसका धमाका वो पीस हो गया वो तो।
जो खटारा गाड़ी होती है।
हाँ उसको तैयार करके रखी थी, कस्टमर की गाड़ी थी, तैयार करके रखी थी। उसका धमाका पीस हो गया गाड़ी के। मेरे हिसाब से कोई 20-25 पीस हो गए गाड़ी के।
तो कितने
उसके बाद 10 मिनट बाद दूसरा ही फट गया।
2 ब्लास्ट हुए
जी।
इंजर्ड कौन हुआ है?
और कोई 4-5 लड़के डेंटर हैं।
अच्छा डेंटर।
हाँ 4-5 लड़के हैं। एक पेड़ भी लगी है, एक सीट कवर का काम करता है, सीट कवर का 2 डेंटर हैं, 4-5 बंदे हैं मेरे तो। 2 मुश्किल बचेंगे, बाकी 3 के देखो।
मैं इधर ही था, चाय का काम कर रहा था, दुकान का ग्राहक कस्टमर। वो धमाका जो उधर जाके हुआ है, वो मेरे से कोई 100 फुट आगे जाके हुआ है।
अच्छा तो कितना बड़ा धमाका?
बड़ा धमाका, बड़ा जोरदार था। हमने सोचा कोई टंकी फट गई या टायर फट गया, लेकिन जब धुआं देखा मैं टायर नहीं फटा, कुछ और हुआ होगा। जब उधर से बंदे आए तो उन्होंने बताया कि ऐसे ऐसे कोई इधर बंदे इंजर हो गए हैं, तो कोई बम फटा है।
अच्छा।
अब उसके बाद ठीक हुआ, आधा 15-20 मिनट वो दूसरा भी फट गया, जब बड़ी पब्लिक इकट्ठी हुई थी।
अच्छा।
वो थोड़ा उससे थोड़ा आगे जाके हुआ है।
अच्छा। 10 मिनट का तो 2 बम फटे?
2 बम फटे हैं।
2 की आवाज आपने?
2 हो गई बस में।
एक पहला हुआ, एक उसके बाद हुआ था।
तो आप यहीं पे थे उस टाइम?
उसी टाइम में यहीं बैठा था, मैं चाय बेच रहा था।
क्या देखा?
खाली धुआं दिखाई दे रहा है, इतनी दूर से जहाँ मैं खड़ा था वहाँ से तो दूर से खाली धुआं दिखाई दे रहा था।
अच्छा जो ये है पार्ट है?
हाँ ये पार्ट है सर।
ये कौन सी गाड़ी थी, क्या थी ये गाड़ी?
ये बोलेरो गाड़ी थी।
बोलेरो गाड़ी?
हाँ बोलेरो।
कौन सी जो लगी हुई है या क्या?
नहीं जो लगी हुई के पास खड़ी थी ना।
अच्छा जिसके परखच्चे उड़ गए?
हाँ बस पूरे
बोलेरो गाड़ी थी असल?
हाँ जी।
अच्छा तो ये क्या काम इस पे चल रहा था?
ये कोई डेंटिंग पेंटिंग का काम चल रहा था इनका।
डेंटिंग पेंटिंग का काम?
हाँ इनका डेंटिंग पेंटिंग।
कुछ है नंबर कहाँ की गाड़ी थी कुछ?
ये नहीं पता है सर इनका। सिर्फ
कौन कर रहा था इसको डेंटिंग पेंटिंग? आपके दोस्त ही होंगे? कौन?
नहीं ये बगल वाली दुकान है उनकी।
अच्छा बगल वाली कौन सी वाली?
ये वाली सामने वाली।
ये जो ये है?
हाँ गाड़ी खड़ी है।
यहाँ कौन करता है ये डेंटिंग पेंटिंग?
अशरफ अली करते हैं। अशरफ अली करते हैं।
अशरफ अली? अच्छा वो उनके लड़के लगे हुए थे? अशरफ अली के लड़के लगे हुए थे डेंटिंग में। तो कितने फिर इंजर्ड हुए, क्या हुआ?
तकरीबन 5 वहाँ पर हुए, एक यहाँ पर हुआ लड़का, और एक बम ब्लास्ट हुआ आगे हुआ ना, एक वहाँ पर हुआ।
वो कितनी देर बाद हुआ दूसरा?
वो आधा घंटे के बाद हुआ।
अच्छा आधा घंटे बाद हुआ। तो मतलब तब तक यहाँ लोग इकट्ठे हो गए थे यहाँ पर। तो सबने सोचने लगे यहाँ पर गैस फटा है। अच्छा
गैस फटा होता तो फिर भी गाड़ी इतनी ब्लास्ट नहीं होती, पूरी गाड़ी इतनी चित्र नहीं उड़ती इनकी, ये बात है।
अच्छा तो दूसरा जो है उस पर भी कोई इंजर्ड हुआ?
हाँ वहाँ पर एक बंदा हुआ ना। फिर 5 यहाँ पर हुए, एक ऊपर हुआ, एक यहाँ पर हुआ लड़का। 7 लड़के हुए टोटल।
7 टोटल हुए।
7।
फिर आप उनको उठा के लेके गए?
हाँ वो अपनी गाड़ी में लेके गए, यार दोस्त के लोगों की गाड़ी में। एम्बुलेंस वगैरह कुछ भी नहीं आया इस टाइम।
इसका डेंटिंग पेंटिंग का काम?
हाँ डेंटिंग पेंटिंग में सर।
आप इधर ही थे सामने?
हाँ ये दुकान है जैसे मेरी।
I want to cut across to my colleague Gursimran, who will be joining us live in a short while from now. Before that, several reactions that he's also got us from the investigating teams. Listen in.
At the nearest incident site to a place to the incident site. This is a residential complex. These are the jhuggis of the locals, those who are living in this area, and they were occupied by some of the residents. If Sir Jeevan can come this way, we will show that around 100 people were here when this incident has taken place. मुझे ये बताइए किस तरह की धमाके की आवाज आई थी, क्या हुआ?
हम झुग्गी में
थे, जोरदार आया था। उसमें ऐसे लगा कि कोई कुछ बहुत बड़ा बम फट गया है।
आप लोग कहाँ थे?
मैं तो साइड में था, फिर मुझे बिबिन बताया कि ऐसा ऐसे हुआ, तो फिर मैंने दौड़ कर आया यहाँ।
तो डर का माहौल सारे को लगा है। सारे झुग्गी के ऊपर, पुल के ऊपर में बैठे हुए हैं। तो सभी लोग आप लोग वहाँ चले गए हैं
घर में?
तो 2 ब्लास्ट बताए जा रहे हुए थे?
हाँ एक आगे हुआ, एक यहाँ हमारे 100 मीटर की दूरी में हुआ।
ध्यान नहीं दिया, उतना कम था। दूसरा वाला धमाका इधर ही हुआ ना, वो जबरदस्त था। मैं झुग्गी में ही था।
झुग्गी में ही थे? हाँ। तो क्या लगा, किस तरह से, मतलब कितने बजे का समय था, क्या हुआ?
वो टाइम तो फिक्स पता नहीं है, लेकिन पहले हुआ, उसके आधे घंटे बाद ये दूसरा हुआ।
ओके, तो आप भी यहीं पे थे?
हाँ।
सुना आपने?
बहुत जोर से सुना।
तो क्या मतलब तब हड़बड़ी मच गई होगी?
हाँ पूरा हड़बड़ी मची। पहले वहाँ पे देखने गए थे, उसके बाद रूम आ गए हम लोग, यहाँ पे फिर गए रूम से, तो यहाँ पर आवाज आया बहुत जोर से।
हिल गया था हमारा झुग्गी, हम 2 ही जनानी था, बहुत रो रहा था अंदर। पूरा जितना धुआं ना हमारा अंदर आ गया।
बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ?
हाँ बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्टिंग हुआ। हम डर गया था पूरा। 2 जनानी था, बच्चे छोटे को नहला रहा था। उतना टाइम पूरा धुआं हमारा घर पूरे भर गया। बहुत जबरदस्त हुआ। हम सारी डर रहे थे। हम डर गए थे, 2 जनानी था, रो रहा था, बच्चा नहला रहा था, पूरा धुआं घर में आ गया, पूरा ब्लास्टिंग का।
So the entire smoke has entered from this very area. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals, keep on the visuals of the blast that has taken place. This white swift car is the vehicle, what it seems, this sedan, white sedan car is where the blast has taken place, and the nearby scooty and other vehicles, they have totally been blown by this blast that has taken place. We are continuing with the rolling coverage. We'll try to speak to some more people. आपने आवाज सुनी थी? See. Sir Jeevan is having some more visuals. The dog squad of the Indian Army is here at the spot. The bomb disposal BDS and the dog squad of the Indian Army is here at the ground zero. We are showing you that how things are moving here at the ground zero. BDS and dog squad of the Indian Army here at the blast site. The teams of the Indian Army, they have already arrived at the spot. The Special Operations Group, the Bomb Disposal Squad of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are also here at the spot because they are now trying to ascertain what has actually transpired. See, twin blast taking place in the heart of the Jammu city, one of the busiest area. Now the teams of the BDS are getting prepared. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals that the forensic and the Bomb Disposal Squad of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they have arrived.
All right, so these are the earlier ground reports that my colleague Gursimran had filed as and when developments were unfolding. Now also getting you some responses from the police and how the investigation is now shaping further. But before that, some breaking news that is just coming in. We're quickly cutting across to that. Yes, there are 302 signatories who've written on the biased narrative in the BBC documentary against Prime Minister Modi. The controversy over the BBC docu-series that led to a lot of anger and reactions that it evoked. Now there are 302 signatories who have signed that statement against BBC. They've issued a statement against BBC for this propaganda of an interview against Prime Minister Modi. This BBC docu-series that created quite a furor. Aishwarya Kapoor, Executive Editor Politics, with us on the phone line. Aishwarya, we stay with that document. 302 signatories have now written against BBC's biased narrative in that docu-series against the Prime Minister. Give us more details.
Well, absolutely, Swesha. In total, 302 signatories consisting of 13 retired judges, 133, I repeat, 133 retired bureaucrats, including those of 33 ambassadors and 156 retired armed forces officers, write and say, not this time, not with our leader, not with India, never on our watch. They say yet again the staple died in the bull negativity and the unrelenting prejudice of the British Broadcasting Corporation towards India has resurfaced as a documentary. India, the Modi question, this production, the BBC claims, has been rigorously researched according to the highest editorial standards, they say, and examines the tensions between India's Hindu majority and the Muslim minority, and expresses the politics of India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi in relation to those tensions. They say that so now we have the archetype of the British past imperialism in India setting itself up as both the judge and the jury to resurrect Hindu-Muslim tensions that were overwhelmingly the creation of the British Raj policy of divide and rule. So it's a direct attack onto the British government, saying that what is exactly the British government trying to do? If they are defending this documentary of the BBC, then what is that they are trying to do? Divide India further. Only and only because today's India is taking decisions which are in the favor of Indians, and not those belonging to not only these countries, whether it's the Americans or the British, or for that matter any other country. This way or this routed way to apply pressure onto the Indian government is not going to work. We have seen in the case of Ukraine as well, whole of Europe is taking crude oil from Russia, but as soon as India takes, they have an issue. And our Foreign Affairs Minister and our government and our Prime Minister made it clear that decisions will be taken.
Aishwarya, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you here, but please stay on with us. Let's quickly take an answer from Justice Dhingra, who's one of the signatories. Justice Dhingra, Abhishek, I beg your pardon, Aishwarya, details for us this letter that you have written against BBC of how this is an institutionalized bias against the Prime Minister. Lot of anger coming in. What do you have to say, sir?
See, I think BBC and the entire community, like the persons who are in BBC, they are suffering from an inferiority complex. Now, they have no way out, so they want to malign India and Indian Prime Minister. See, they have ruled this country and they cannot think that this country can rise to this level where we are galloping. And the outcome is that failed, and that is what this documentary shows.
Sir, I'd like to mention some of the lines also taken against BBC through this letter, where you say that BBC does not know that India does not need colonial imperialistic outsiders whose primary claim to fame has been divide and rule under the British Raj. They don't know how to live in unity. Inclusion is inherent in India, and they should rather be questioning by making a documentary where BBC asks the ethical question to themselves. So a strong petition that has been filed against BBC and this particular docu-series by all you dignitaries. I believe Niranjan is also with me on the broadcast. Niranjan also has a question for you, sir. Over to you, Niranjan.
No, I think I just wanted to, ask him, because despite, this is clearly an attempt to sort of target the Prime Minister, Justice Dhingra, but it also comes at a very interesting time when there is Indian origin. There is an Indian origin Prime Minister in the UK, Rishi Sunak, and he too is defending the Indian government and the Indian Prime Minister, saying that the description and the characterization that is tried to be portrayed in this documentary certainly is wrong. So do you see something larger at play, given that we're going into an election here, Justice Dhingra? Okay, I think I lost the line there. Suesha, but I just have this letter with me, and I'd like to read out a few quotes from it, Samiksha. And there are many signatories to this letter, Suesha. And they say that yet again the staple dyed-in-the-wool negativity, unrelenting prejudice of the BBC toward India has resurfaced as a documentary. India, the Modi question. This production, the BBC claims, has been vigorously researched according to the highest editorial standards and examines the tensions between India's Hindu majority, etc., 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 right? So now we have the archetype of British past imperialism in India setting itself up as both judge and jury to resurrect Hindu-Muslim tensions that were overwhelmingly the creation of the British Raj policy of divide and rule. And I think we're getting in more voices. Praveen Dixit, the former DGP of Maharashtra, is joining us on the phone line. Praveen Dixit, what do you think is their intent? Clearly, the courts in India, judiciary in India, judges, investigative teams, everyone who has studied this has put the matter to rest. But there is a deliberate attempt to raise this issue and create tensions. That's also what your letter says. Do you think there is a larger ploy, perhaps, given that we are going into an election year?
I think you are absolutely right. There is no reason at all why they should handpick somebody, and particularly the Prime Minister of a country where the democratic processes are completely in progress, and making such kind of accusations without any basis against such person, and characterizing him as somebody who is a villain is highly objectionable.
Yes. And despite that, of course, the BBC has gone on to sort of defend it, claiming that, this was well researched, etc., etc., and trying to, of course, give their own narrative. And they've been extremely biased ever since this government came in 2014. Their entire narrative has been sort of against Modi, against the government. You think they're coming from that standpoint, and do you think the government will do something about it?
No, I think the very fact that the person who has made this documentary, his character itself speaks volumes rather than anything else. And his bias against the democratically elected persons in India shows that they have highly disregard for the people of India. Because Mr. Modi has been elected by everyone, whether he is a Muslim, whether he is a Hindu, whether he is a Christian, or any other minority or any other religion. All of them across the country have elected him. Not only elected him, but also consistently shown throughout the world that he is the most popular leader, gaining more than 75% of the voters to vote for him as the elected person. So that itself shows his popularity. Now, making any accusations against such popular and elected person to say that he is a highly nationalist or highly rightist or whatnot, all this shows the prejudices and biases of the person as well as the various whatever activities they have done in the name of this documentary.
Yeah, agree. Thank you for that. Thank you, Praveen Dikshit, for speaking to Republic TV. Suesha, many signatories to this letter, over 300 of them. And, just taking some of the quotes from here as Aishwarya also joins us, I think, on the broadcast. I have some quotes here saying that it's all based on delusional, evidently lopsided reporting, presumes to question the very basis of the 75-year-old edifice of India's existence as an independent democratic nation, because they obviously have tried to run down India's judiciary and whatever the outcomes have been of these investigations and the, proceedings in court. Glaring factual errors apart, series which uses the words allegedly, reportedly, repeatedly and not factually reeks of motivated distortion that is mind-numbingly unsubstantiated as it is nefarious. So, they also go on to talk about how the Supreme Court of India has unambiguously ruled out any role of the Prime Minister in Gujarat violence of 2002 while firmly rejecting allegations of complicity in action by the then Gujarat state government headed by Chief Minister Modi, and talks about the details of how many investigations were conducted and who these people were who actually tried to target the Prime Minister. So it goes into great detail, and obviously the BBC has not taken any of that into consideration. They have their own spin to it, they have their own motivations, and almost playing by the script, you had Pakistan origin MPs pick up this issue in the UK Parliament and try to question Rishi Sunak on it. So I think it's a classic case of what we call the lobby of people who hate India, people who can't stand India, the rise of India and the popularity of the government perhaps are trying to do what is otherwise called a classic hit job. Suesha.
Absolutely, Niranjan, and refer to the words used in this petition, where they've set everything into context and really dispelling the narrative that a certain section has always been pushing, like you rightly said, the timing, in particular considering we are going into election year. And while there is one section of the international media that hails the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, you really see the agenda that is coming in from this other section. We are trying to get more responses on the same, like you're saying that Aishwarya also may join us on the broadcast soon, of how we are picking up more steam on this. Aishwarya, I believe you're with us on the phone line, I'm being told. We've seen the kind of anger that came in after how BBC tried to push it and then give a justification of how it was well researched. Of course, none of that cut ice. But I want to refer to this petition and how every single detail has been put into context of,
BBC is British Broadcasting Corporation.
Just pushing the very idea of minorities being targeted, which is far from true, of CAA, of how the government has always looked out during the COVID pandemic and looked out for the poor and all the sections in the country. Just every detail in this petition.
No, Swesha, if you can hear me now, I'm live from the Bharat newsroom. If our director can route that feed first. And secondly, what is BBC? What is BBC? What is British Broadcasting Corporation? British Broadcasting Corporation runs on the Queen's Pound. British Broadcasting Corporation is a wing of the British government. British Broadcasting Corporation runs, I repeat, on the Queen's Pound. It has been a part of the soft diplomacy or the tier 2 diplomacy which the British government has been using from not now, but from ages. They have done this or they have tried this with several other countries, but not with India. And that's why you see the first line of this, and I repeat,
the first line of this rebuttal says, not this time, not with our leader, not with India, never on our watch. I repeat, this letter says, not this time, not with our leader, not with India, never on our watch. Because they exactly understand BBC is an arm of the British government. It is British Broadcasting Corporation. It still runs on the Queen's Pound. That means the government funds it. This documentary, directly or indirectly, has been funded by the British government. So very clear, they are not happy that the government in place in today's time in India takes decisions which are in favor of Indians first and then others. In COVID, we helped the world, but after helping ourselves. Can we forget how the complete Europe and UK, specifically during the Ukraine-Russia war crisis, was just unhappy that India is taking direct crude oil, petroleum from Russia while they were also doing the same. They can do, but we cannot. Why? So that's the problem. Because of they not able to arm twist the Indian government as they might have been able to do earlier, now they are using this as a strategy to defame, to malign the present government. And that's why I repeat, when these 302 signatories, which includes 13 retired judges, 133 bureaucrats, 33 ambassadors and 156 armed force officers, they say, not this time. And there is a meaning when they start with this word. It's very clear. It's very, very clear that at the end of the day, the present government is not working in their interest. That is the British interest. They might be in a habit that earlier they might be able to turn things right or left according to their benefit. But this time around, the present dispensation is not doing it. That's why you see. It's a well conceptualized, it's a well planned thing which has happened. And I once again repeat, what is BBC? Don't forget that. Yeah.
Exactly. And Aishwarya, it's very important to refer to every single word that has very aptly been put out in this petition to dispel the narrative that the likes of BBC are trying to do, peddle this theory against Narendra Modi, but that is certainly not going to cut ice with the people of the country. On that note, Aishwarya, thank you for joining us. We have to slip into a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side. The other big stories we are tracking for you this afternoon: outrageous convicted rapist Rahim is out on a 40-day parole once again.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government. stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal, and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Rammstein, I had speech there, and on Rammstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of.
Ahead of Republic Day, mysterious twin explosions have been reported from Jammu and Kashmir's Narwal area. Now, according to sources, 9 people have suffered injuries in these blasts. Republic has accessed CCTV footage that was captured during the moment of the blast, and people can be seen rushing towards the explosion site in the CCTV footage in the aftermath to save the ones injured.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European bath lounges.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators fail to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president.
Twin blasts in Jammu ahead of Republic Day leaves 9 injured. Investigation underway by NIA and state agencies. "302 signatories, including retired judges, bureaucrats and army officials, issue a statement on BBC's biased docuseries on Modi." In less than 3 months, rape convict Rahim is out again on a 40-day parole. Isn't he mocking the system? NIA charge sheet in Praveen Netaru case reveals how PFI was raising killer squad to achieve its mission 2047.
अधिकारी और पुलिस को कह दीजिएगा 8 महीने में हम आपसे हिसाब लेंगे।
Vadra Congress now resorts to threats. Police officials in Madhya Pradesh warned of being brought to account. It is a big victory for wrestlers as Brij Bhushan has been forced to step aside and WFI has been made defunct. Thank you for staying with Republic. This is live and breaking at 4 p.m. I'm Suesha Samant and we are getting you the latest response from the Haryana Chief Minister over questions of why Rahim is on parole once again. He is on a 40-day parole after 3 months of when he was last out on parole. And this is the Haryana Chief Minister who's responded saying that he's only got parole. We don't interfere with it. If it is due, then the parole is granted. This is the statement coming in from the Haryana Chief Minister as the Haryana government washes its hands off from why Rahim has been given parole. The government stating that it is not their decision, they have nothing to do with it. That is exactly what was the response the last time around, pinning it on the courts. And now this is the latest where the Haryana Chief Minister is saying that we have no interference in this decision. If it was due, he got parole. Rahim, who is out on parole, and Republic got you those first pictures of the cavalcade given to rapist Rahim, as he is once again out for 40 days where he actually wanted to celebrate his birthday in a grand way. But because of the controversy that might erupt, plans on that were settled. However, Rahim is on parole, and the Rohtak Divisional Commissioner, who has also said that his conduct has been good and hence he has been granted parole. Aishwarya Kapoor, Executive Editor Politics, with me on the phone line. I believe he is live with us on the broadcast. We have a reaction from the Haryana Chief Minister before that, Aishwarya. Let's play that out, after which I come back to you on this.
ये जानकारी आप ही मुझे दे रहे हैं कि उनको पैरोल मिली है, और अगर मिली है तो कोई प्रोसीजर के अंतर्गत मिली होगी, कोई उनका अधिकार होगा। इसमें हम कोई न दखलंदाजी करते हैं न कभी करेंगे। ये तो हर व्यक्ति, हर कैदी जो होता है उसके अपने व्यवहार के हिसाब से एक नियमावली है, उस नाते से अप्लाई करते हैं। जब भी अप्लाई करेंगे, अगर वो ड्यू होगा तो मिलेगी, नहीं ड्यू होगा तो नहीं मिलेगी। ये जानकारी आप ही मुझे दे रहे हैं कि उनको पैरोल मिली है, और अगर मिली है तो कोई प्रोसीजर के अंतर्गत मिली होगी, कोई उनका अधिकार होगा। इसमें हम कोई न दखलंदाजी करते हैं न कभी करेंगे। ये तो हर व्यक्ति, हर कैदी जो होता है उसके अपने व्यवहार के हिसाब से एक नियमावली है, उस नाते से अप्लाई करते हैं। जब भी अप्लाई करेंगे, अगर वो ड्यू होगा तो मिलेगी, नहीं ड्यू होगा तो नहीं मिलेगी।
Aishwarya, I want to come back to you on this because the Haryana Chief Minister really washing his hands away from what has happened, and this was exactly the position of the Haryana government even last time around when they were questioned, saying that it is the courts who are responsible for granting parole. Even the Rohtak Divisional Commissioner, who said that his conduct has been good in jail, but everyone completely undermining. He is a rapist, he is a murderer. And he is still being given all the privileges of how he's out, and it's literally coming across like he's mocking the system, doing the system a favor by being in jail.
So, Isha, rules are same for everyone. Rules and regulation. What is happening here is that the government understands that it's a very controversial issue. And the Chief Minister completely siding himself out and saying that, look, I have not intervened, neither I have. And in fact, he was that brazen to say that he was not even aware. That I am, as a reporter, I am unable and will not accept that the State Chief Minister was not aware that a convict to the like of Rahim is getting a parole and the State Chief Minister is not aware, because he still gets security. Not only from one state government, but multiple state governments. Last time when he got parole, he did not stay in Haryana. He was given a place in Uttar Pradesh. So we need to understand that we are dealing with a convict who is a rape accused, not only an accused, a rape convict. So very clearly the Chief Minister understands in saying that, look, this is a legal process. I have not intervened, neither has my government, and nor I will. Because whether in pro or against, if the Chief Minister says anything, it will create controversies and a political one. And we cannot forget that elections in Haryana are also now around the corner. And every political party goes to him. We have seen even when he came out on parole last time around, MLAs and councillors from Himachal Pradesh, forget Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, from Himachal Pradesh were joining in his online satsang. Swesha, understand that, imagine that. A rape convict. What BJP, what Congress, what regional parties, JJP, others of Haryana, or whichever regional parties in Himachal Pradesh were contesting, leaders of all parties, across party lines, they were fighting within themselves to connect via online on this rape convict's virtual satsang. That's the control he still holds. But the State Chief Minister completely siding and saying that, him or his government has not done anything. They have not approved. He has applied legally, and then the legal officers have done what they deem fit. So very clearly, Manohar Lal Khattar understanding that it's a very controversial issue every time.
The problem is, Aishwarya, that this is a rapist and a murderer who thinks that he can twist the system his way. That is exactly how he's always functioned. For the netas who believe that he brings in a huge vote bank in their favor, and it is not just about one particular party, but cutting across party lines of how so many netas have pandered to him. And here also a convenient statement that is given that the rules are being followed, but it is really about putting out that larger message by just saying that his conduct in jail is fine, and which is why he's granted parole, does not give the right message. Fact is that he is and has touted himself to be a godman who's for years exploited young girls, and he is now in jail for charges over murder and rape, and he needs to be punished in jail, not being given this convenient parole every time where he comes out and has his leisure time and goes back in. All right, not too sure if Aishwarya is still connected with us. We'll try and reconnect with him. But you heard the response of the Haryana Chief Minister on Rahim. We are shifting our focus back to the petition that has now been filed against BBC and how that video on YouTube has been blocked. This is the latest that is just coming in. The YouTube video and any tweets related to that video have all been blocked. This as over 133 bureaucrats and close to 302 signatories in all have now put out a petition against the BBC docuseries that they say is to malign the reputation of Modi. As the controversy rages on, sources now reveal that multiple YouTube videos sharing the first episode of that BBC documentary have been blocked as per the directions issued by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. And over 50 tweets containing the links to the concerned YouTube videos have now been pulled back. Major General P.K. Sehgal is now with us on the phone line. Good afternoon to you, sir, and thank you for speaking to Republic. A strong petition that has been filed by these 102 dignitaries who've put out the reality of BBC, saying that they need to introspect first before actually coming on to push this biased narrative against Modi, which a certain section has always been doing, and really looking like a ploy ahead of the 2024 polls.
It's absolutely a ploy on the part of BBC By so doing, they completely ruined and demolished the credibility of BBC. It is the same BBC which the world listened to during the Second World War and years thereafter. But today, the ethical standards and standard of reporting and journalism has fallen down to such another that eventually they've lost all credibility. Everything that has been done well or good by Modi, they find fault. The Honorable Supreme Court of India and the SIT created by them, which did painstaking look into the entire thing, exonerated Modi, but they, based on concocted facts and say pretty some sort of reporting, they claim that he was responsible. Similarly, they find fault with CAA, whereas CAA is not against Muslims at all. In fact, if it favors the extradition or if it favors the minority communities who are being tortured by Muslims across in Afghanistan and Pakistan and Bangladesh. Similarly, they are finding fault with Article 370, which was never meant to be permanent, and no government of the day had the courage and the capability or the potential to free Jammu and Kashmir. Now people of Jammu and Kashmir enjoy the fruits of being part of an independent nation. The infrastructure development that is taking place, there is something seen to be believed. The peace and tranquility and welfare of the entire people of Jammu and Kashmir today is a fact, but BBC hates to believe it. Similarly, the influence of India under the Modi dispensation has been something that worries the Anglo-Saxons. Anglo-Saxons have never thought well of India, and they would like to do everything under their power to demolish Modi and Modi's government before the 2024 elections. But I'm very certain people of India are very wise and very mature.
Absolutely, sir.
And before casting their vote, they know which side of the toast or bread to butter. What Modi has done for the people of India is something unbelievable. 80 crore people have been given free rations in the pandemic and continue to get free rations. We are the only country in the world which has been able to save almost the entire Indian population from COVID-19. Notwithstanding the fact that the BBC or they could not do so in their own country. The Americans could not do it. The Japanese, the Germans could not do it. The Koreans couldn't do it. And the Chinese, who said Sinovac is one of the best vaccines, have eventually learned for themselves that the vaccine is absolutely and totally hopeless.
And these are the very facts that have been stated in that petition now look into the eyes of BBC, the very facts that have been put out in that petition. I believe Niranjan is also with us as we get more voices on this, Niranjan, and how YouTube and Twitter have complied to the directions of the INB ministry. All the tweets and videos to this effect have been pulled down.
Becoming a huge controversy. It's like this. Just imagine the Doordarshan, which is India's public broadcaster, did a hit job on Rishi Sunak. I mean, it's as bizarre as that. Why would the BBC do that? And the BBC has traditionally been biased. I want to go across also Swesha, because Nirmal Kaur is joining us on the phone line. Nirmal Kaur, former IPS officer, a retired IPS officer. Nirmal Kaur ji, your response to the breaking news update that we are getting, that the government has blocked YouTube videos, tweets sharing BBC documentary of the Prime Minister.
Who's BBC to comment on us? Do we go around commenting what is happening in France or Europe or anywhere, or in Britain itself or in England itself? They are millions, they're pointing one finger at us, maybe four are pointing at them. But we don't interfere in other people's internal affairs. And this is our internal affair, the highest court of the land. SIT was formed, hours together. Modi ji gave his interviews or whatever, interrogation, faced the interrogation. The highest court, Supreme Court, as per our law, it was all cleared. And now suddenly out of the blue they make a documentary. I think they just want to somehow foment dissent here. And even the timing is very suspect. At this time, maybe it's being funded by lobbies, maybe it is funded by, the opposition parties to come out with these things. And there are so many of our left Librado kind of intellectuals whose only job is to go and malign India everywhere. And this is, BBC anyway. BBC has no locus standi. BBC has no authority in speaking about our internal affairs. What is it? It's just a colonial hangover. I think it's time BBC was wound up. Because क्या है? We were a colony and they still think we are a colony and they can do anything. No, we are very much a sovereign, independent country. And we are doing it as per our law. Even the fact they are talking about those riots and all, the highest SITs were formed, the highest court has said his involvement is not there, and now suddenly BBC brings it out. Out of where? Are they above our Supreme Court? Are they above our laws? We have to abide by our constitution, our laws, and you know what Modi ji has done for the country? Everyone knows it doesn't need any repetition, he's so development minded. So much he has done, even during COVID, otherwise, and even today. So many people are getting free rations. Where is that, all that, this for the country, he's thinking so much. At his age, he hardly sleeps, he hardly takes rest. He's all the time worried, even in his personal tragedy. He just spends about a couple of hours and he's back to the work of the nation. And I think this is just a very, very personal attack on him, to malign him and to give him a bad name. And the timing is highly suspect. I mean, will All India Radio go around telling us, or are the Doordarshan ki what is happening in England or what is happening in any other country? No, that is their internal affair. They have to manage their internal affairs. We also are managing our internal affairs. And we are going by our constitution, our law, our system of courts, and Supreme Court is the highest authority as per our country's laws. And Supreme Court has said his involvement is not there, everything is clear. And now suddenly they make this documentary to malign, and I don't know what is the agenda. I am sure it is funded by anti-India lobbies, or maybe our own people, these liberal left.
A lot of people are in India also backing it, Nirmal Kaurji. There is an entire what you can call an ecosystem, the BBC ecosystem in India, which of course for them anything which is anti-Modi is content that they love to share, love to defend and love to propagate. And it appears that even them who are Indian citizens, or at least most of them are Indian citizens, there are also some running Indian portals but are not Indian citizens, and all of them this is the kind of content that they lap up, defend, sort of push out and promote.
It is just that they enjoy the single malts in a next to a fire, and then they come and bitch about all the they are elites. They have an elitist lifestyle themselves, and then they bitch about the poor country, poverty of the country, or so many of these left kind of inputs they give us. First, let them come out on the streets and live. See what Modi and the BJP cadres and even many people who are right now ruling, they are going out to the streets. They are identifying with the common man. What are these elites doing? No, they just sit there just because they can talk. They can talk good English or Queen's English. They think, they own. They are still living in 1940s, when we were under the British.
Though I agree with most of what you said, I think just on the use of language there, just didn't agree with the use of your words twice. Yes, you're right. They do talk about everything else, next to the bonfire. It's a classic hit job, isn't it? Classic hit job. Thank you, Nirmal Kaurji, for joining us. And I'm going back to Suesha. Suesha, so the story is getting much bigger, being called out, and there are so many signatories, some of whom are bureaucrats, former IPS officers, several veterans as well, and people, and there are justices, former judges who are writing letters to call out this hit job on the Indian Prime Minister, saying that when India's highest courts have found no merit, how is it that the BBC tries to push this distorted narrative? And like I said at the beginning, it's like Doordarshan producing something to malign Rishi Sunak. It's as similar to that. And why would a national broadcaster, the public broadcaster of UK, do that? It's malicious. The intent, of course, is something else, and most people are calling it out. And the latest breaking news, once again, telling all our viewers that the government has blocked YouTube videos, tweets sharing this documentary, and there are many people who continue to share these links. It's a free country, but the government is pulling these links down. Multiple YouTube videos sharing the first episode of the BBC documentary have been blocked as per the directions issued by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. So this is a breaking news update. Along with YouTube Video Center has also directed Twitter to block over 50 tweets containing links to the concerned YouTube videos. So that's the breaking news update. I'm handing it back to you for now. Story is certainly going to get bigger from here on. We are looking at something much bigger, and I think this time the government is fighting back, this kind of propaganda head on. They're not going to let this pass, because so many times the BBC has been caught peddling fake news and fake narratives, and it appears that this time they've drawn the line.
Oh yes, absolutely, and seeming very, very intentional and timed in that sense is exactly what senior bureaucrats and justices in our country are pointing out of how this narrative has been pushed time and again by the BBC, and really looking like one section that continues to push this out ahead of the 2024 polls, knowing how strong a force it is to reckon with and the popularity that Modi has, but merely to how it has angered the entire nation, and we are now fighting back as not just historical facts that have been laid bare in the face of the Britishers through this petition, but also of all that the Rainey government has done for the good of the people, and really reminding BBC to how it is none of their business to even interfere in these matters. Ashok Sajjanhar is also now with us on the phone line. Very good afternoon, and your response to this docu-series of BBC, especially of the anger that is mounting, that is raging on, and this petition that has been filed against BBC now.
Yeah, everything that we really wanted to say has been put in this letter that we have addressed to the BBC, because it is totally uncalled for, biased, untenable, whatever has been stated there. There is no rationale, there is no raison d'etre for, bringing this out at this moment. It does not come out with any new evidence. If there was something new that it wanted to share with the world, maybe, one could have thought, okay, there is something fresh. But this is a rehashing of all the available information and, bringing to fore again the narratives that have been discredited from time to time over the last 20 years. There is no other case of any riots of this nature in India which has not been gone through and put under such huge magnifying glasses. And the highest court of the land has looked at it not once but several times, set up the special investigation team, and they have in fact said that there were opponents of Mr. Modi who have tried to plant fake and fictitious information to somehow implicate him. And all this has been, after these 20 years, a clean chit has been given to the Prime Minister. So for BBC to bring this up now, it does smack of, a political agenda, a motivated agenda. And, one can only speculate about what that could be. Is it that India is getting too important? Is it to sort of, tamper with the elections that are going to happen in this year, elections that are going to happen next year, the general elections? Is that the ultimate purpose of it? I think one can only speculate. But, of course, it is a very poor example of journalism, and I think the only impact this will have is on bringing down the viewership of BBC very significantly. As it is, it has been struggling. So this will bring down, and it has very significantly lowered the respect and credibility as it might have had before this.
Right. Absolutely. Ashok Sajjanhar, thank you very much, sir, for speaking to Republic this afternoon, and back-to-back reactions that have been coming in as anger is mounting over this BBC docu-series on its biased nature, and a very, very intentional motive as it comes across to peddle this narrative against Narendra Modi. On that note, we have to slip into a very short commercial break. But we are also keeping our focus on the probe that is underway on the twin blasts in Jammu this morning and how 9 were injured as they undergo treatment.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Ramstein Army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में
आप पहुँचते हैं सीमा सुरक्षा बल सर। लास्ट पोस्टिंग बिफोर रिटायरमेंट वाज DG BSF सर।
DG BSF में उन दिनों देखिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती मेरे लिए थी कश्मीर की। कश्मीर में उस समय
आग लग चुकी थी सर।
हाँ, आग लग चुकी थी, बुरी तरह से लग चुकी थी। BSF के पैर जम चुके थे, BSF की धाक थी। मैं सोपोर का दौरा कर रहा था तो वहाँ मैंने देखा कि दूर कोई झंडा फहरा रहा है। ये किसका झंडा है भाई? उसने उसने कहा सर ये पाकिस्तान का झंडा है। मेरे तो सुनते बदन में आग लग गई कि पाकिस्तान का झंडा मेरे आँख के सामने फहरा रहा है, हिंदुस्तान की ज़मीन पर ये हो कैसे सकता है? आई वॉन्ट दैट दिस प्लेस शुड बी अटैक्ड, द मुजाहिदीन शुड बी डिसलॉज्ड एंड द फ्लैग हैज़ टू बी taken off.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV, and we've been getting you all the breaking news headlines. There have been twin blasts in Jammu, getting you the latest updates on that. And the fight over the BBC docu-series on the Prime Minister. Back-to-back actions being taken. Here are the headlines. Twin blast in Jammu ahead of Republic Day leaves 9 injured. Investigation underway by NIA and state agencies. 302 signatories, including retired judges, bureaucrats, and army officials, issue statement on the BBC's biased docu-series. In less than 3 months, rape convict Rahim is out again on a 40-day parole, mocks the system again. NIA charge sheet in the Praveen Nettaru case reveals how PFI was raising a killer squad to achieve its mission in 2047.
अधिकारी और पुलिस को कह दीजिएगा 8 महीने में हम आपसे हिसाब लेंगे.
Border Congress now resorts to